Yo, 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 what is up? We are back. This is No Border Sports. This is the Friday night call in. I've got my guest, Bryant Culp. Bryant, what's up, man?
How you guys doing tonight? How are you, Ryan? I'm personally, you know how it is Friday nights. I'm loving it. Definitely.
Yeah. For anybody interested, Bryant's information is below in the description. So if you haven't, please go check him out. He will have a show tomorrow morning at, I believe, what, 9?
Yeah, we're gonna keep trying to stick with the 9 shows unless whatever happens. I have a guest who needs to go a little earlier. That's the because now I'm trying to push for a Saturday and Sunday morning show. You guys like to talk football a little bit in the morning, have a nice relaxing cup of coffee, and that's where I'll be at. So come check it out.
I think it's great. Um, yeah. Lots of big news. Lots of big news. Kind of want to wait until we get a little more people in here before we start getting into some of the big stuff. Did you listen to the George Kittle Busting with the Boys interview?
Yeah, I did, and I, I I feel for the guy. What do you feel? I mean, like so many seasons. He's had so many different quarterbacks, and I mean, he just wants one guy. I don't think he really cares. I really don't think he cares who it is. I think he wants to get like that, that chemistry with that quarterback. I think he wants to build a bond, and I think if he's got somebody there for a while, then that's his best friend. I think that's why he liked Jimmy for a while, and right now, according to what he's saying, he likes Brock. So
Yeah. It was funny. He was like, I just wish the guy who was injured could throw me the ball. And it's like, well, you have a guy in Trey Lance, right? Right? Is that guy starting the season? Why don't you go throw the ball with him? I didn't understand that.
yeah, I mean, like that's a good point. Like he could be like, hey, and like motivate himself to go play with Trey and start practicing with Trey and getting that chemistry because you can always do that outside of the game. You can always find a little mini camp within your little group. So maybe he is looking forward to it, but hey, what happened there too when he had his tight end his tight end in university, and he was throwing with Allen from the Bills? Trey was supposed
Trey,
to go. He
he
didn't
was
show up.
supposed to go, and he didn't. Something happened. I don't know. Also, if I remember correctly, Trey showed up to Kittle's birthday unannounced that year. I don't know if that had anything. This is all speculation. That's just stuff that went around. I don't know. I don't know what is going on. It just seems like what up, Beto?
What's up,
It's
brother? How you guys doing?
Hey,
good.
Beto.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
It
Hope
just
you have a good
seems like,
Friday. What's
yeah.
up,
How's your
John?
Friday going, Beto?
It's going good. Why is there an echo? Hold on, real quick. Oh, I know why there's an echo.
Oh, you got the other
Yeah, like a
stream
dummy.
going.
Yeah, I just turned it off, the muted it. But
Yeah,
I'm like, hey guys, and I heard, hey guys. I'm like, hey,
I
and
did that the other.
I'm sober right now too.
I went
Uh,
into Corey's chat a couple weeks ago and was like, "Man, somebody's thing is echoing," and they're like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah, it's really echoing bad." And I'm like, "Wow, wait, hold on." And it was the same thing. I had the stream going in the other window.
okay.
I love it,
So
Beto. I love it, man.
yeah, I got so much Giant stuff too, bro. Unlike the Raiders and Niners, and I love. My wife is a Giants fan, so I have all these bobbleheads of Kent and Bonds and Baker and all the old. I have cards for Giants, so I support the Giants as well. But A's are my team. People always like, why do you support the A's? Don't you understand that all they do is develop players and then ship them out to other teams? I'm like,
It is
yeah,
what it is. We can't control what the owners do, but we can still stand by our
but you got
city
to
and stand
remain
by
faithful
our
no matter what. That's right.
exactly. I could go right now to my closet and pull out my Oakland A's hat. It's not because I'm a bandwagon fan, but I support the Bay Area. Now with the Raiders, it's a little bit different, but I really have to respect the Raiders and I have to watch them and keep up with them. I have too many family members that like the Raiders. So when I can talk to my family members and tell them more about their team than they can tell me about their team, I kind of feel like a little small victory right there, you know?
Isn't
So,
that
Empowered.
funny? Yep.
yeah, you know, like this is my passion. I love sports. So, yeah, I definitely like the Oakland A's and I hope they don't move out of the Bay Area. But I understand if they do.
Well, they're going to make a stadium in Hayward. They're stating, so not too far from Oakland.
Yeah,
Um,
Hayward's cool. My dad
Hayward,
grew
yeah,
up there for a little while.
yeah. I'm a big supporter. When it comes to football and NBA, there's no other teams. Niners and Lakers. Period. Baseball, because of my wife, I kind of adapted the Giants as well. Now I don't own any gear or wear gear of the Giants. I have the stuff because my wife likes it, but I support my A's. But when it comes to football in NBA, loyal to one. In baseball, I cheat a little bit.
Well, see, that's why I look at it, and I don't look at it necessarily with football so much, but with baseball, I mean, they play so many games, right? So it's
Yes.
kind of fair to have like a National League and an American League because if one team doesn't get to the playoffs, then you can kind of root for the other team. But with football, I kind of feel it's just a little bit more like you gotta get behind one team, and you can't be like, oh, I'm a fan. If you do, that's fine. But for me, like I'm a Niner fan, 100%. I will respect the Raiders when my dad and my brothers are around. You know, I'm not going to be talking a bunch of crap, but I only care about the Niners winning. You know what I mean?
It makes sense. It makes
Real quick,
the only time I root for the Giants is when they play the Dodgers or the Yankees.
Yeah,
Then I root for
both
the
those
Giants.
teams.
I can't stand both those teams. But other than that, whether they win or lose doesn't really matter.
I just want to give a shout out real quick to GLC. I'm not even going to say the number. Sorry, GL, but thank you for stopping in the chat. If you would please hit the like and subscribe button, it'd be much appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Packers suck.
Enjoy it.
Sorry.
And we're here every Friday. So please, if you got questions you want to hear us, we're mostly 49ers fans. If you got questions about 49ers or what we think of the Packers, please put them in the comments. We would love to address them for you, sir or ma'am.
But beware for honest opinions regarding your team too. No disrespect to the individual, but your team,
Yeah.
a whole different situation.
And the chat's probably going to be harsh.
Yeah. I was at that Packers.
But never personal, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be personal. Should not be personal.
Can't take it personally.
Well, I don't think it would be because I think you'll be all over it, Ryan.
It shouldn't be pointed personally. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Like it should just be pointed at the team.
Yeah, you can't disagree with somebody's opinion.
Oh,
like attacking
that's
somebody.
Brian's uncle.
Hey, Uncle Greg. Love you, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, now I really can't mess with you.
My uncle, man, he goes to all kinds of Packer games, man. And I was just gonna say it. I was at the Packer Niner game the opening season, just the other year, and he was there, and his wife was there, and sadly we didn't meet up, but I got my girls there, and yeah, shout out to my uncle. He makes dreams happen, and that's awesome. Now I know your channel name.
Hey, Uncle, are you going to come in on his Sunday or in Saturday and one of his Sunday and Saturday shows? We'd love to see that. Yeah.
Awesome.
So you have cheese in the family there, Brian?
So my dad, he has like 5 brothers, right? And all of them are Packer fans.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, there's my Uncle Brad, he's a Packer fan. Uncle Brent, Packer fan. Uncle Greg, the one we're talking about, Packer fan. Uncle Dave, Packer fan. So I have 4 uncles. I always say 5 because my mom's brother, he's my other uncle is a Packer fan. And when somehow in the state of Indiana, my dad turned out to be a Raider fan. So
wow.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah,
that's
my
cool,
dad actually moved out to California and
talk about diverse.
His cousins out here in California are they are Raider fans, so I think maybe he got that influence there. But yeah, and then one day, I'm watching football and I look over at my dad and I'm like, "Go Niners!" And he's like, not really a Niner fan, and I've been watching football with him for like about a year or so now, about a year and a half when I was a kid. And I look at him and I say, "What do you mean you're not a Niner fan?" Because like I walk through my house, I've always seen Niner pictures of me in baby diapers and stuff like that, and I'm like, I thought this was a Niner family, like, and my grandmother's a Niner fan, and he's like, "No, I'm a Raider fan." And I'm like, "Who's the Raiders?" Like, I'm like, God.
Who are they? What a boost to his ego. You know what I'm saying?
But to his defense and everyone else's defense, I'd only maybe been watching football for maybe a year or two. So I mean, it was a lot of fun. And any game I get to watch with my dad's a good game. So
Absolutely. Family always comes first before the team, and it makes it fun too when you have different teams. Like baseball, I can't do Niners because my wife, even though she doesn't know too much about the Niners, but she roots for the Niners prior to me meeting her. But when it comes to baseball and the Giants plays the A's, it's a nice, it's a friendly kind of like bragging rights between us, and like so we get the popcorn, we get the soda, we get everything ready for a game, and it makes it fun. So having family members that like other teams, I can imagine, especially like when the Niners keep beating up the crap on the Packers in the playoffs and dominate. I'm pretty sure you were able to say, "Hey, Uncle, how you feeling today?"
Well, one thing I love about sports, right? Is like sometimes one team gets over on the other team, or maybe some calls doesn't happen, right? And there's always a game next year. Well, better luck next time, right? So my Uncle Greg, he pointed it out to me, and I had to go and rewatch it several times, and I'm really upset. But Jerry Rice fumbled in that 1997-1998 playoff that game, and
Don't remind me, brother.
he fumbled the catch too. He fumbled, and I don't want to believe it, but it's true.
The ball got to the
Jerry
end zone
Rice
before he
fumbled.
did.
Yeah, and then there was no replay or review. So then we go down. Steve Young almost falls on his back, throws a touchdown to T.O., and he starts crying. We know the rest. But my uncle, he's a very smart man. He points that out, and I'm like, "You're right, but we still won." You know what I mean? Like, what else can you do? So, that's what sucks about the Eagle game is, shoulda, woulda, coulda. If they seen every angle, I mean, you imagine that if they actually start stopping every play and reviewing every play.
I don't think it'll be. I don't think it'll be every play.
But there's some kind of penalty on every play.
I know, but it's going to be like there's going to be a smell test. You know what I mean? Like they're not gonna. I'm sure, like they do scoring plays. I'm sure on like turnovers on downs. I'm sure that will be looked under a microscope. But I think what it's really going to be is there's going to be a play where I don't know, like at certain times I think they're going to be to maybe like try and like emphasize like holding in the secondary and stuff like that. There might be holding on the line where they're trying to emphasize that. But I think after a while, it's just going to be like something looked fishy with that play. Let's stop the clock and let's figure out what went down first, and then we'll start at the clock over if it seems to be okay. Oh, looks like it still kills them to this day.
Oh, the losses. So, is there any rules changes that I didn't update myself with that you guys are talking about right now, or something that I already know? But
they haven't changed any of the rules yet, as far as I know. They talked about changing the fair catch rule, essentially. So, like, if you fair catch the ball on the 3, you'll get it out at the 25, no matter what.
Really?
And they voted that down.
That's good. You don't want to advance and catch in it.
I know. It takes any sort of like strategy out of a kicking game out the window immediately with that rule. It just like totally guts kickoffs.
Yep.
I agree 100%. I'm glad they shot it down. If anything should have passed, should have been the roughing the passer. I still don't understand, because it can be such a game-changing type of play.
I think as the owners / coaches believe it, they feel they can teach their guys to get around that, and that they just might be on the winning end of it if they can teach their get their players to do it correctly. You know what I mean? So I think that's the reason why they haven't really overturned that or tried to like adjust it.
Yep.
Because
So
they are the
here's
ones that kind of put that in there. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to get them to move off of what they wanted there in the first place. And if they feel like their quarterbacks are getting injured less, they're going to stick with it because they don't understand how to fix anything without drastically doing things.
Yeah. Really.
so
What were you
here's a hot
saying?
take. I got a hot take.
Ooh.
The jerseys, the number 0, kickers being able to go from 0 to 49 and like what 90 to 99.
Correct.
And then any other kind of players can kind of play with any number that they want. And we have a couple of players now that want to wear 0. Debo wants to go to 1. So
not for $1 million, bro.
right, because so this is my hot take, with everybody having to buy their jerseys that have significant jerseys out there, right? Because that's the new rule change, right? Is the NFL trying to entice the players to change their number so they can get that little bit of money real quick? Because now you can be number 1, you can be number 0, you can be 49 if you're Robbie Gold, you could be 49 gold, right? So that's my hot take. I think the NFL
I think Demo will get, because remember he wore 0 in college at Oregon. I think he'll apply for 0.
Yep.
And I don't know, $1 million is a lot of money to go from 19 to 1. It's like, wow.
Well, it's not just necessarily $1 million. Supposedly they have to buy all the jerseys. They have to, all the jerseys that's been printed with that old number, they have to go back and rebuy. And
Really?
I don't think that's right.
Yes, they have to rebuy them, Beto.
Why that number only?
No, it's
not. It's any number. So if I change my number from 3 to 2, I have to buy out the old stock to do it, which I think is ridiculous because the markup on those things is hella crazy. You can sell them at a like half off, and I'm sure and make a great markup on them, and then turn around and sell the new numbers. You know what I mean?
That's where the money goes into is okay.
That's my hot take. So they're trying to get the players.
If Christian McCaffrey goes from 23 back to 22, he has to buy all the jerseys?
Yes.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I thought you would just pay the guy that was wearing on your team. If he's willing to give it the number up, you just pay him. I didn't realize you paid him.
That's how it used to be, I believe.
Yeah.
They didn't want people. Yeah, they didn't want people changing jerseys.
Oh, yes. Okay. So that's new. Got it. Well, I don't know how new it is, but it's new to me.
This last couple of years, I knew Jimmy Ward, when he switched to 1, he had to do the same thing.
He paid $1 million?
Wow.
Well, he paid whatever it was.
It's not $1 million. It's whatever the buyout is of all the jerseys. Got you.
Right.
So sometimes
whatever the stock is on hand.
But prior to that, all you had to do is give it the money to whoever was wearing it.
Yes.
Sometimes, because sometimes you'd have to come in, you'd have to offer a player some money. Sometimes the player would do a competition. There's been multiple times where like a player would race the other player for that jersey number. And then
that's nice. I like that.
Then there's been other times where like a TO's coming in and he's getting 81. So, 81, you're going to 18 now, and there was no discussion of that. There was no payoff. So,
there was a Giants kicker. He was a punter, I believe it was. And I can't remember what number. I think he had a number come in. Somebody like the next year came in and they wanted his number. So he was like, okay, redo my kitchen. You know what I mean? And then the next person comes in and they want the number he's got. So 3 years in a row, he got his house upgraded. just
Smart dude.
Hey, just to switch his number around. I'm a punter. I don't care.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody going to remember my number. One of these fancy guys with a big paycheck want to come in and remodel my house just to have my number? Psh, bro.
Mitch Wisnowski's changed his number twice already. He's our punter, so I mean.
No, he doesn't have to buy no jerseys.
No. But in his case, he changed it because he gave up his own number because somebody wanted it, right?
I think that was the case.
So if the person that wants that number, does he have
they
to
would
pay
have
for
to buy his
Okay.
I'm guessing that would be
it makes sense, right? That you would. So
Yeah.
like if I wanted to buy Brian's number, I would have to pay Ryan for giving it to me and then paying that off, so he doesn't have to pay it.
Yep.
Because he's giving it up to me. It's not like he's choosing to move.
It's not a charity.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm thinking that's how it works. I'll have to look into the overall detail
that's
for that.
interesting just
But
to see.
I would think I would hope that would be how it is. Is like somebody like, Lamar Jackson wants to come in and be number 8. Well, 8's retired, so that's not going to necessarily work for him. But the same concept. If he comes in, there's an 8 on the team, then he'd have to buy out that guy's jerseys. That would
Well,
be
if he
fair.
comes in and gets all that money up front, he ain't even worried about buying the jersey.
No, but the same idea. You would think if
But I
any player
got you.
comes in and yeah, I agree. But I'm gonna get on that. I'm gonna get the details on that.
That'll be good to know. That's a good fact to know, to be clarified on how that works. That's interesting.
I want to real quick. I want to address Tommy Huxley here. Yes, Tommy, I know what you mean, and
1 second, Ryan. Let me let him know. We're gonna make T-shirts.
Oh, we should make T-shirts.
Yep.
You know what I mean? There we go. We should make a you know what I mean T-shirt.
Teachers for what?
You know what I mean?
Just you know what I mean.
Oh, that phrase.
You know what I mean, and are like my two most used phrases or whatever. And Tommy points them out on the regular. So just for Tommy, I wanted to.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you use that a lot.
Yeah, don't ever do a drinking, game with this show. Because
we should.
What's up, John?
What up, John?
Yeah, that's funny, bro. A lot of things we do that subconsciously we're not, we're just running our mouth and talking and having a good time, and we use certain words that we're accustomed to, and it just comes out. And even if you try to control it, it's like if you're not focusing on it, it'll slip out. Because every time you make a statement, you're like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yep.
I do now that you said it, but didn't know before.
Want to say shout out to Bashar from 49er Minded.
What's up, Bashar? How does this phrase go? The studying the minds of the players. I forgot how he says it. I'm always screwing
the fans.
No, right? I said fans, but I think he said players.
No, he as far as I know, his channel's all about getting into the mind of the fans.
Miyoko. 49er minded. In the minds of the 49ers.
Bashar, go ahead and
clarify it.
Clarify it in the chat.
Appreciate that. My Lakers are beating the crap out of the Minnesota Twins. Let's go. Timberwolves.
I was like, the Minnesota Twins versus the Lakers?
Yeah,
well, of course the Lakers are going to beat the crap out of the Minnesota Twins.
I watched baseball earlier. Sorry. Yeah. Same city.
They're playing basketball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely going to win.
Timberwolves. My bad.
I know this isn't a football show, but when the Lakers went to the championship back in 2008, 2009, me and my brother, we were working night shift, and we were coming home like 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes right before the fourth quarter was over, and we got to come home every night and watch that NBA championship. Every night we were going to the factory, and we were working. We were talking to everybody like, man, Lakers are doing it. The Lakers, and they're like looking at us. They all knew we were from California. We don't talk like the boys in the South. We just didn't have that draw, but it was fun. Every night we got home, and it was like we felt like we were bringing the dub home. They just needed us to get there.
That's funny, man. People wear the same hat. People wear the same shoes, or it's so superstitious of what people do for. Like I used to turn off the TV because whenever there was a kick, and it was especially back in the old days, if you guys remember when the New Orleans Saints and Atlanta Falcons were in the same division, particularly always with the Saints, it always wound up winning. We always wound up winning or losing by a field goal, particularly in that game with Bobby Aber playing a quarterback. And I would turn off the TV because I thought if I turn on the TV, the kicker will kick better. And I'm like, stupid stuff, right? It's like, or I'll walk out and I'll tell my wife, yell if he makes it, don't say nothing if he does it. And one time I remember, I was outside, and I forgot it was a playoff game, and I guess he made it, but My wife didn't yell because she totally forgot. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh, we lost, and it was to win the game, right? So I went for a walk. I was pissed for about a good 20 minutes, half hour outside, steaming, just to come home and find out we won and we advanced. I'm like, you didn't yell. She goes, I forgot. I'm like, so I went through that emotion, but now it's like, nah. Now it's, if they win, great. If they don't, they don't. I mean, I want my team to be successful. I want them to make it to the. People would ask me when we lost to the Eagles the next day, hey, bro, how you feeling, man? How you? I'm like, I'm fine. What? But we lost. I mean, if I felt like crap and mope all day for a week, that's not going to change that we didn't go to the Super Bowl. So why be bitter? Just move on. But before, I used to get into bar fights. I went up in jail when I was younger because of a game that we lost. And I'm like, now that I'm older, I'm like, I couldn't believe I did all that. I was passionate. I'm still passionate, but now I'm controlled. The fact that me and Ryan was able to do a Niner live, for me, it's a big improvement because I couldn't do lives back then. I'll be too emotional.
My dad took us to the Battle of the Bay, the returning of the Bay, Battle of the Bay, the first game back in like I want to say '98 or '99. It was a preseason game, and it was in Oakland. It was a lot of fun. My whole family got to go. My dad, splurged that day, and we got tickets. But it was pretty high up in the stadium, and it was really fun. I never been to a stadium before like that. But then I started seeing people fight, and they were getting their jerseys and their jackets ripped off and thrown over the stadium, thrown over balconies and stuff. And I'm all dressed in black, but I had like a Niners shirt underneath. There was a little red you could see. And my dad's in his Raider gear, and everybody else in my family's not really big on sports at the time. We were little kids. But the guy behind me started talking crap to me, and my dad like kept looking back, and then eventually my dad had to say something to him, and he's like, "Hey, he's just a kid, I mean, it's only a game." And Jeff Garcia ended up beating the Raiders in that game, and I was like super happy, but I had like a super uncomfortable feeling, and it was really horrible because I know how much my dad wanted the Raiders to win that game, and I was very excited that we won. But in the same sense, I knew like my dad spent so much to get. I don't think I was just like at the end, I didn't really appreciate the win because I seen everybody fighting in the stadium, and from there I kind of got soured from there. I've been to games since then, but yeah, I don't want to fight anybody in a stadium or anything because my team's opposite of theirs. I'd rather just stay at the house.
Yeah, I hear you. I remember one time I went to a Niner Raider game, and I was in the stall doing my, handling my business, and a freaking fight broke out right in front of my stall. And I'm like, are you kidding me? They're fighting, banging against my stall and hitting, and you can hear them cussing. They're drunk, but they're too drunk to really be effective with their hits. So it was more them swinging, I imagine, and missing and hitting the damn floor or hitting the stalls. I wish I would have watched it. I wasn't the opposite. Hold on, my dog. I wish I would able to see that. I can only imagine how idiot these guys looked.
So real quick, Beto.
Yes.
Oh, whoops. Bashar said it's the way to get in the mind of 49er fans.
Oh, you were right. All right on there, Ryan. You had it.
Give me my flowers.
I'm giving you flowers and some. I don't know anything about flowers, so yeah, just your flowers.
I want to address this real quick. Willie Rodriguez, thank you for showing up. Please hit the like button, subscribe if you're not already. I wouldn't say Aaron quit. He definitely took a break. He's taken a break for a while. Who knows? We hope he comes back.
Yeah,
he's a part of our show.
He's taking a break.
Yeah, so he shouldn't. I don't think we'll let him quit.
No, and keep him in prayer.
Yeah.
And if you talk to him on Twitter, just encourage him if you guys can.
Yeah, please give him love.
I probably was one of his top 30 subscribers, and I'm not trying to pound my chest. I've been watching Aaron.
Yeah, you are. Just kidding.
6 years.
Name dropper.
6 years. The dude's been going strong, and I know everybody goes through not mental things so much, but emotional things. Sometimes you need to take a break, and I'm just getting into this. I'm really just starting out, but I've been calling into different shows and stuff for a long time, and I see it. The grind is hard, and you come in, do thumbnails, do different things, and then you're sitting there arguing with people in the chat or just trying to have a good show, and then somebody comes in and they say something, and then next thing you know, you're like, whoa, So I get it, I totally get it, but we're not going to let Aaron quit. Not going to do it.
No. Yeah, I started. I mean, I do this for the fun of it. I remember when I first came into this. Sorry for my birds. I got to close my door. I'll close it in a minute. But when I came into this, I started. The first person I ever watched doing any of this was Rambo, and I started to watch him and do his thing. And then I called in a few times, but I stopped listening to him for years because of not of him, but because of the people that would call in and kind of the way he let it out of control. And it's his show; he can do whatever. But the way he let it get out of control with the things that people were saying and fighting one another, and you know what I mean. And just kind of so I said, you know what, I'm going to start my show so I can express how I feel because I hated waiting for an hour on the phone, and then sometimes it will get disconnected, and you're like, what? You know what I mean? I wouldn't dare call again because it would be another hour. And it's because he's popular, which is understandable, but I decided to do this. But I did this for the fun of it, and I continue to do it for the fun of it. If I get a lot of subscribers, great. If I don't, it is what it is. But everybody's at different levels. Everybody has different agendas, why they do this. I just like to do it for the fun of it. The fact that I can leave the world, the bills, the spouse, the kids, and whatever it is, the neighbors, and just sit here and talk to you guys and kind of take my mind off of things for an hour or whatever. That's what I like to do. That's why I don't like to bring my personal stuff in here because how am I really escaping if I bring it in here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like, there's, and I know you're joking around and stuff, but sometimes there's content creators that do shows in their car. They might only have time, during that moment, that they're in their car, but they still have that passion. So they are doing.
They
what
never
they're
got
doing.
me those Funyuns neither, or John V. the zebra cakes. Thanks for bringing that up. I'm mad again now.
No, but I mean, like, you do this because you want to.
Those are mobile creators, always on the move.
Yeah, and you gotta love them because it's like you got your bloggers, the people that travel and stuff like that. Well, you got your 49er creators that are on the run too, and it's great. But I totally hear you. Like, I've been on the phone with Rambo for 4 hours waiting, and then I actually started getting used to.
See, that's crazy, bro. No offense, but that's crazy.
No, well, so like for me, I turn my speakerphone on, and again, like me and my wife, we like to color, and we'll draw and stuff like that, and we'll have the music on in the background or Rambo in the background, and and then it's like mute off.
Oh, okay.
Like, oh, now it's my turn, right?
It's not like you have it in your ear holding it for 4 hours.
No, I can't do that.
I was gonna be like, dang, bro.
I gotta be hands off. I gotta be able to move around. So.
Okay, that's cool.
Rambo, for once or twice, he let me go first, and I was like, whoa, and I don't mind going first, but then I started getting used to going like last. And actually, for me, I'm in California. The East Coast people, they should go first. Those people that are back east, or Midwest, they're up later than I am. Go ahead and go. I can say something at the end of the show. I can say something really dumb at the end of the show, and then half the people won't be there to listen to it, and I'll be happy because I won't hear it in the chat either, or I can say something really killer, and either way, the one thing with Rambo's chat, I love it, but man, they are bad. The Rambo chat and the Grant Cohn chat are bad. You got to be thick-skinned, man, thick-skinned. So shout out to both chats. They get wild, but that's why you're a fan. You put out your thoughts and stuff here because you're a content creator, because you think what you have to say is worth so, and everyone should think that what they say is worth someone else hearing. But a lot of people, they do good work. They do really good work. They put in no time. They find facts. They say things. Some things are only opinions, but a lot of the times, you want to be able to listen to somebody that you can gel with or vibe with, or you're like, yeah, man, I wouldn't mind having that guy over at my birthday party or my barbecue, So,
let's go. Lakers needed this win, baby. Let's go.
Let's switch the topic up a little bit. Let's get try and get back into football. I'm guessing, unless you guys want to talk about baseball real quick.
Football.
No, let's go football. I just wearing my shirt to support the opening day the
You're
other
good.
day. We got spanked, but whatever.
Again?
It's only opening day.
We lost to the Yankees. That was
opening day. Yeah.
So
what's your thought? So Kyle Shanahan said he's not going to keep 3 quarterbacks. Now, to me, that could mean lots of different things. And I want to see what your interpretation of it was. Do you think he means that he's not keeping 3 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster? Or does it mean he's gonna does it mean he's not going to keep 53-man on the roster, or a quarterback on the 53-man roster, or he's not going to keep three quarterbacks on the 48-man roster,
Yes.
the whoever suits. So I'm wondering if that's what he was speaking of. It's like, are you kidding me? I'm not going to suit 3 quarterbacks each game. And that's
Yeah, I think he's going to keep one and have him there. I forgot what is it called? When they can bring it, they can call him up if they need to, but they don't. He'll be dressed, but he's not going to be active roster. But I think I understand people panic because we went through 4 quarterbacks, but people need to realize that's not going to happen every year, where we're going to go through that many quarterbacks. So I think 2 will be the ones that he'll keep active, and then he'll have 3. Last year, we had 3, right? So he's been doing that for the last couple of years. We had Jimmy, Trey, and Brock. Brock was never suited at the time, but I think that he'll do the same this year, what he's been doing the last couple of years.
I think last year was like a difference. I think they kept 3 last year, but I think the year before, I could be wrong, but I think they only
active or.
Well, I know they had Jimmy the year prior, and they had Trey Lance. They didn't have CJ Beathard. They didn't have Mullins. So
no, and they got rid of Seinfeld, whatever his name is.
Right. So I think they only kept 2 that time, and then later on, we got that was Brock Purdy. They kept Brock Purdy that last year. The year prior to that, I think we only ran with 2. Because what you guys are saying, I mean, and I could be wrong, but what you guys are saying, Kyle sounded like he didn't want to keep 2.
No, the year before we had Seinfeld, whatever his name is, and we had Jimmy, and then we had Trey. But Trey wasn't the starter; it was Jimmy. Trey was number 2. So we had 3 quarterbacks the year before as well. I think ever since Jimmy's been here, we've been having 3 quarterbacks.
Well, when Jimmy got here in 2017, we had Brian Hoyer, CJ Beathard. I can't remember who the guy was, the 3rd stringer was there. But then Jimmy came in and took over. So I don't know if we had 4 quarterbacks 2017.
Well, that year when he came in, because he came in kind of in the middle of the season, I'm referring to the season after that when he was actually started the season.
2018, he got hurt like 2 games, the 3rd game into the season. And
against Kansas City. Yeah.
CJ played the majority of the snaps. And then what happened, 2020? 2019, he played the whole season, but then 2020, it was CJ and then Mullins.
Oh my God, that game against Philadelphia. Oh, Mullins is like, people are like, everybody like Mullins. He's the get rid of. I remember, get rid of Jimmy, get rid of Trey. It's Mullins, right? Or I don't know if we had Trey, but regardless, they wanted to get rid of everybody and keep Mullins. I'm like, wait until he sees a defense. Once he gets a pass rush in his face, let's see how he conducts himself. And that pass rush did not disappoint from the Eagles. And the dude looked like a chicken without a head, freaking out everywhere. And he got exposed in that game. And he's never been the same. He's a good backup. He'll win you a game or 2. But if you have to depend on him like we did, unfortunately, due to injury, that's no bueno.
I think the problem with this team is we wanted Kirk Cousins from the gate, and Washington wouldn't trade with us. And since Washington wouldn't trade with us, we were hoping, something might happen the following year. It didn't. It might happen the following year. And they're now still talking about Kirk Cousins. You know what I mean?
They wouldn't trade Cousins, but I'm glad they sure traded Trent Williams to us, especially since Snyder hates the Shannons. and they still traded him over. That was a sweet move by John Lynch.
I brought this point up on Rombo's show the other night, and I don't know what you guys think about it. In hockey, there's a goalie, there's the backup goalie, and then they have an emergency goalie. Why can't they do that with like football? Why can't we have a quarterback, a backup quarterback, and then an emergency quarterback?
That's what they were trying to prove, and it got denied.
Because that goalie comes in for either team, and then you're talking about somebody sitting in the stands, knowing both teams' plays books.
Okay.
First thing, you're okay.
I didn't know it was for both teams. So
yes, that's how it goes down. They're the backup for both teams.
Oh, that's interesting.
But if you're a goalie, well, okay, so a quarterback would have to know both plays, but a goalie doesn't really need to know opposite plays.
Doesn't need to know anything. Just needs to know
he
how to be a goalie.
Needs to know the ball doesn't need to get past him into the net.
Gotcha.
That's why it's a total different situation when you're talking about what's like hockey, but the team like what I was.
Back, guys, I'm gonna step away to the bathroom and be right back.
No problem. One of the things I was proposing is, okay, make it so you can have a guy, from the practice squad be your third suited quarterback each game. And then that person can be like, nobody can pick that guy up on waivers. Like, he's protected. You know what I mean? So you don't keep him on your regular roster, but he's your third string quarterback, or, your dummy quarterback, and then that guy could be on there, and that's the only player that can come from the only person who, without being activated and coming back up, can just suit for a game. You know what I mean? You can choose not to suit him and still have your 53, or you can choose to suit him and have 54. There's no other, you know what I mean? Like, you can either have him or you can't swap him for another player, nothing like that. It's either the quarterback or nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, if he's just really trying to, I don't know if he even has the power to like manipulate the NFL to allow us to have another quarterback like that. But it just doesn't make sense for him to come out and say something like, "Oh, I only want to keep two." Okay, so is Brock Purdy going on like IR to start the season, or are we trading Trey Lance? Is Sam Darnold getting cut? Like, is he going to be on the practice squad? Because we have 3 right now, and if I had $1 in my pocket for draft night, or after draft, I really feel like the Niners, and I got a good dollar, right? It's my last dollar. I'm gonna bet we get a quarterback in this draft, or undrafted free agents. The Niners are gonna sign another quarterback, even if it's just a camp arm. So at that point, it's like you got 4 or 5 quarterbacks now. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that you're just gonna keep. Why would you take snaps away from other people?
Okay, let's unpack this, because I like what Randy's talking about here. I'd love for the NFL to expand the roster, extend the season, raise the salary cap a ton, 2 or 3 bye weeks. Have fun with it. Okay. So I'm going to pick your brain, Bryant.
Okay.
While bet those out, I'm going to pick your brain. So expand the roster. How many? Okay. No, let's not go with expand the roster yet. Let's go extend the season.
Can I throw a proposal out real quick to the extension? Can we add more preseason games?
We can go back to the same amount of preseason games that we had in the past. So what,
would that be 4? Some teams having 5?
Well, let's just say 4 preseason games, and let's say, I don't know, 2 or 3 of them are joint practices. Like they go with the joint practice.
Additional.
No, like the 2 games, or like 2 of the 4 games are done like joint practice style, where you practice with the team and then you play the team against the game against them.
All right, we'll rock it that way, but I'm going to throw it out there, just so you know my thoughts real quick. I would go 6 preseason games and extend the league, extend the roster, extend the buys. But
the players don't want to do that They've been trying to get rid of some of the other preseason games. That's why I'm saying let's just go to 4.
Yeah,
Because
we'll go there. But the reason I would say, go with the preseason games is because if you have a bigger roster, like at 90 or 100, then you can play preseason games and then see if that guy plays good in the game before you decide to cut him.
no,
That's
I get you.
but
I'm
so
just
that's, and for me, if you had 6 preseason games, you could drop the price of the preseason game and allow other fans, maybe fans that don't get to go to the game all the time, to go to a game that doesn't really matter, but it's not a lot of money either. So you can still go out there and see, a
what
good show.
what if you could play 2 games? Like you split your team up into 2 teams. And then you have your first stringers play their first stringers and your second stringers, or the second team play their second team.
Ooh, what would you think about having like your first string with your second string defense, your first string offense with your second string defense, and then your first string defense going against, with your second string offense? You could have the Niners, but it's just gonna be 1 and 2, and then 2
Well,
and 1.
that's practice.
But that'd be a fair game, right?
That's seriously, but that's practice.
Because like here in Stockton, Stockton had the EOP for a while, and we had a stadium, so they did have these like midnight games, not midnight games, but these night games, night practices. And I seen a lot of times like they were going at it like that, where you don't want you don't want your defense, your Bosa hitting Steve Young, right? So he's going to go against the second string, but that second string performs better than your first string defense.
I got you, but you're not talking about televising a practice. That's what I'm saying. When you're playing against your own team, that's what they do in practice. That's why a game is a game against another person. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Let's move on to how many games in the regular season do you think we should extend it to?
We're at 17 right now. I wouldn't be upset seeing a 20-game season if you would have maybe 2 buys or 3 buys in the midst of it.
Okay, so we're looking at like 28 games altogether if you go to the Super Bowl, right? Okay.
28 or 20, 24, 26.
With preseason?
Okay, with preseason. Okay. Preseason games would count, yeah. So you'd be almost at 30 games.
Yeah, you could be almost at 30 games. Now, that's a crap ton of games. To the point where it's almost like you're going to need to like rotate out offensive linemen throughout the season and give them weeks off. You know what I mean? Like, even though you have bye weeks, you're still going to have to rest like certain players. How many, what do you think we'd have to expand the team roster to be?
Well, if it's going to be like 20 games like that, which is a very big number, but right now we're at 17 and they're pushing for an 18. So that's why I threw, a couple more games out there. Right now we're at a 55 roster. I think that's what I think that's right. They would have to definitely put 75 or 80 guys out there for a couple more games. Is that asking too much?
No, I think that's perfect. I think that's actually
maybe 40, 30 guys on defense, 30 guys on offense, and then maybe the rest on in between.
I would start with like 75 guys. I would start with 75 guys, and then I would see where we're at. Like I would go a couple years and see how many players were actually needed to be used. You know what I mean? As far as injuries and this and that, how long people can last through the season. And then I think you can adjust it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you might not need 80, but maybe bringing it down to like a 75 or even hitting it at a 65.
That's why I said I'd start at 75.
We don't really see like injuries to long snappers and stuff like that. So
right, it's more like your offensive lineman, your defensive lineman, your secondary. You're gonna need a couple of people in every single position group.
I would. What do you think about them having the odd, where you don't finish 500, like an 8 and 9, or do you like it being like that, or do you want it to be even where you can still finish at 500?
that doesn't mean anything to me. I don't really care. To me, I don't think you should make policy about what a stat will look like if somebody gets to a certain record. You know what I mean? Like, that's not why you should be making policy.
I just heard a whole lot of emphasis on that this year going forward. Is like, oh well, no one's, they might not be able to finish 500. That's why they did it that way. And you're like, but why does it really matter? If you're a bad team, you're gonna draft first in the draft. You're gonna have a high draft pick. If you're a good team, you're gonna make it to the playoffs. You're gonna draft at the end unless you trade up or you do something in capital. So I just don't understand it either. Like, for me, why wouldn't you have an 18 game season right now? Because the players union, the players didn't add into it. They're trying to hold out for that second bye week. So if they go up to an 18 game week, I think they will go 2 bye weeks.
All right. Sorry about that, guys.
And with 20, I think we need 3. Real quick. So before, I just got one more question to ask you on this. It's how much should we raise the salary cap? So to fit, so let's say we went for 75 players on the field. So that's an extra 21 players on the field, right? So how much do you think the cap should increase with 21 players going on the field? Do you think it should be like 2 million per player? So like 42 million?
Well, it's weird with the draft, not the draft, but the salary cap, because every year it goes up because of what, TV?
Right. I'm just saying, if we're just right now, we're gonna do that can essentially still go up. You know what I mean? And then you can make adjustments later on. I'm just talking about
55 to, what are you going from 55 to 75? And that's just adding 20 guys?
Yeah.
And you were to add 2 million for each guy. I mean,
that's 40 million.
That sounds reasonable.
It's not like these guys are going to be the best guys in the league. These are going to be guys that are,
and that's
are not making teams right now, essentially. And what you're going to see is that extra cap space is going to help another team. Like if they get 20 players and they only spend 20 mil, they'll be able to use $20 million in cap space on one other good player. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't really like the salary cap to begin with. I think if you want to
pay, so how much do you want to increase it by, Brian?
But honestly, I don't like the salary cap. Okay, I think if you want to be like the 1994 Niners or Cowboys, you should be able to spend as much money as you want, right, and get the best players. But
it's not baseball.
But with us having like this discussion right here, if we was to do that, some players that we're talking about that aren't going to be high price players are only going to get the league minimum. And then you're going to have teams that are going to have a bunch of superstar players because they can afford it, and they're going to be playing a couple of players because like right now with the draft, when you go to draft, if you don't have a first, second, and third,
right,
a bunch of money. So
what's the amount?
He's not asking you to explain whether you like it or not, or if you think it should be.
He's the amount that we're raising it by.
I say just like you said, 2 million per player. And then if it's you got any extra because you're only playing a player like 100,000 or something like that, then hey, there you go. You're not paying them $1 million. So then you got a little bit of extra change to go after somebody else.
The way the salary cap works, it's really the signing bonuses. If we bring in players that get the minimum pay, you're looking at most of the money is going to be given in a signing bonus, and it's not going to affect the cap number. It's not going to affect the cap number at all. You know that Brock Purdy right now does not affect the cap number at all at his, so if they're bringing people in, like day 3 of the free agency, for example, they'll give bonuses to them and it will not affect the cap that much. So it's the high price ones that you have to worry about that can count against the cap. Like the Armsteads, those are the ones he's going to count what 20?
League minimum doesn't count against the cap.
It doesn't, no.
So actually, maybe we should say we add $20 million to the cap then, because then you got 20 players, and you can essentially, I'm guessing league minimum, you can league minimum 10 of those players, and then you could spend $2 million on the other players. You know what I mean? And then you've got 20 million in cap there, but you still got 10 players that aren't even on the hitting the cap.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good point that you brought that up. Maybe we should go 20 million.
Like right now we're below the cap, or over the cap, I should say. But once they restructure Bosa, it's gonna drop it quite a bit. It's gonna free up some money. It's funny the way it sounds, right? We're gonna pay all that money to Bosa, but it's gonna free money, which it is.
Oh.
What's up?
What up,
brother?
Jesse?
What's up,
Jesse from Last Second Sports. Make sure you check him out. He runs a great show over there. Not just that, but they have Last Second 2.
Yep.
But now Last Second Sports 2, which talks about the whole league. And I want you to go over there and make sure you subscribe and watch a couple videos and hit the thumbs up button.
Especially the one with him and Larry. They had a great discussion about quarterbacks. And
was it on the second channel?
I don't remember which channel it was. I think it was his first one.
Because I'm trying to get.
He would have to verify it in the comments.
He's trying to get a discussion. He's trying to get his second channel off the ground and up and running, just like his other one is. So anybody that can go over there and give him some support and help the algorithm out. Yes, much appreciated. I'm glad he broached out to the rest of the league. I think he's smart, and that it's not like he's wasting his talent just doing the 49ers. I just think he can reach more people and be just as effective talking about all the teams. Absolutely. So I'm glad he did it.
When you have people on your on shows and you have hot topics and you have difference of opinion and you're able to talk about and express your opinion without like getting into an argument, it's pretty fun to watch because Larry had his points, his convictions about Brock. Jesse kind of explained his situation with
what are you trying to say, Beto?
Brock. And I just love the conversation. He that Jesse's team Trey and Larry's team Brock right now, and it's fun.
Oh man,
it's fun to watch them go. But they did it respectfully. You know what I mean? They didn't do it like. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. So you guys definitely got to go check out his channel. But I'm sorry, I don't remember if he had. I have them both. I'm subscribed to both, but I didn't pay attention to which one it was.
It was probably if Larry was on it, it was probably the Last Second Sports one, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Because it's usually just him on the other channel talking about other stuff. I'm not 100% either because I've never seen Larry on there, but he could be. I'm trying to get through some of these comments.
11 teams should not win play. Yeah, well, if you win your division, which I don't agree with either, but
I don't think that should be a thing. I'm sorry.
And then you're hosting, right? Because you win the division, you're hosting.
I don't care if you won your division. If you are trash, I mean, I think you should lose your spot, and we should have the best teams going in there, and it should be a brawl. Yep. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking for the NFL should almost want it that way. If you're trying to make money, who's going to tune in to watch that game when they already know who's going to get walloped? The only thing is they're going to tune in after to figure out by how much. You know what I mean? They're not going to watch that game. They're going to do something else while the day's going. It's going to be the afternoon game. Nobody's going to watch that. They're going to go and get the stuff for the evening game and, pre-funk. Might watch the last end of it laughing at it, and then we're going to watch the evening game. So,
yep.
Sub 500 teams should have home playoff.
Yeah, that's where I would agree. Like they could still have make the playoffs if they don't
But they should go on the road.
They should go on the road, but not necessarily like if you still to a certain degree, right? Maybe they have to win the coin toss or something like that, right? If you're a under par team, and you're like the Niners, or like remember what was it, 9-7, 7-9 NFC West champions, and what the Cowboys came in and lost it up there in Seattle.
Yep.
So, I mean, that is something to be said. Stadiums matter, division, home crowds matter. The Niners, we travel pretty well, but it doesn't necessarily help us, all the time. It really doesn't. It doesn't help when the stadiums jack up the price for visiting fans. That don't help. I don't understand how they can do that either.
Crowds help. But if you're a good team, you're going to win no matter where you go. But it does help to have that. People don't realize that when people are cheering and yelling and Bosa, Bosa, as a player, you just inspire to try to do more, to push yourself even further, because you know that everybody's watching you and depending on you, and then you make a big play and you hear the crowd erupt. All that, man, it's fun.
So there's a question here I wanted to bring up here. Oh, I got it already here. Replays should be automatically looked at consistently by New York to get every call right. Why is that so hard? So I think one of the reasons, and I think I was just thinking about this when I saw this come up, Randy, and I want you guys on the panel's ideas about this. There might be a time where we see the refs not actually give a call on the field. They might, let's say they can't tell what happened, but they know the ball at some point is now dead. They blow the whistle and then they just send it to New York so that New York can use all their technology to try and figure it out. And at this time, I think we're going to have some sort of a device in the ball, you know what I mean? And devices around so you can tell if it's crossed the plane or not. But I think there's going to be times where you'll see that they're not even going to make a call because they don't want to have to reverse it. They don't want to have more than enough evidence to reverse it. Does that make any sense?
Sí, senor. Sí.
I don't understand why they don't have a magnet strip inside the football already. So then when it goes over the goal line, it can blink, or, like the ball can have like a heat sensor or something like that. It could send out maybe not a signal, or you might not be able to hear it in the game.
If you could track, maybe
the refs have a pager or something like that.
No. What is that? What is the next gen stats? How do they get those stats? It's the things that are in the pads of the players. Okay, so now put that in the ball. Put something in the ball. And make it so it doesn't, affect the way it throws or the way, it kicks or whatever. And then turn around and use that in conjunction with sensors on the field to figure out where the heck the ball is. You know what I mean? Like, you should be able to figure out time, go back in time and figure out its elevation off of the ground. You know what I'm saying? When it stopped moving forward, you should be able to link that with the screen and you'd be able to figure out that's when his knee down. So that's where on the field the ball is right when his knee goes down. You know what I mean?
I know what everybody's saying here, and I've said it too. Like, we want the game to be a little bit more precise and, like consistent, right? But at a certain point, like there are those advantages. Like the Eagles took advantage of us. Kyle Shanahan got caught sleeping. What's going to happen next time Kyle Shanahan sees the team running up like that? Maybe he'll say, hey, timeout, before, instead of looking at his play sheet and thinking, okay, this is what we're going to do when we get the ball. You might just have the ball right now if you call a timeout. So sometimes, like, when those plays happen, and this is my point, with refs on the field, they are real people. And you throw the ball where the ref's at, he might duck it down, or you're going to tackle a ref or something. He needs to get out of the way. So sometimes refs can't see everything on the field. And then when that play clock goes, so that's my point, I guess. Are we going to start slowing every play down? After every play, there's no time running off the clock anymore. There's going to be like, now we have to reset the ball, and now we're going to restart the clock because we looked at every play and said, hey, they did it good in this play. There was no fouls. At a certain point, we have to watch football, right?
It's going to be things when things don't pass the sniff test. So, like, if you see a team going down the field, right, you don't have to worry about, they're getting a first down every other play, right? Do you have to worry about if the ball is past the line of scrimmage, if it's somewhere or not, if it's past the line of gain, if it's like within, like, I don't know, 2 inches? No, you don't, because the next play, they're going to get a first down. So you don't have to worry about stuff like that. Then you have to worry about it when it's like, you know, when it's a turnover and down on 4th down and somebody went for it. You know what I mean? It's those type of moments where we could spend more time on to get a better game, and where we could maybe use those certain stats and stuff to help us figure out when we need to look at things more, and then when we don't.
So what I would propose in that situation is why not just having like not necessarily unlimited challenges, but why don't you give them maybe like 5 challenges, or don't make the challenges cost against them for a timeout or something. So where a coach is hesitant to throw the timeout, throw the challenge because he's going to get,
you don't want to give the coaches that much that many chances to try and affect the flow of the game. You want to be able to have a referee system that you don't need coaches to challenge it 5 times. They're already going to be taking care of it. The way I'm talking about, you won't have challenges really anymore. You might, somebody might be like, I'm taking a timeout, I want them to look at it. You know what I mean? That might be where it's at from at this point going forward.
So where I would clap back at that, again, but that's what was kind of already out there, is New York was supposed to be able to watch all this, and they were supposed to say, hey, something's wrong right here. But that team ran up too fast. They ran up too fast and snapped the ball. So where we are still able to throw that challenge,
they're not supposed to look at it there. It wasn't in the time where they're supposed to look at it.
Yeah,
if it was,
there's yes, Ryan, they were supposed to be looking at the call, and then they were supposed to signal down to the refs and say, hey, it was good, because the refs at that time didn't even see the catch. The refs on the field didn't even see the catch. So,
but it wasn't within the 2 minutes.
They didn't get all the angles that they got after the commercial break. So for that, I mean, again, what are we going to slow down the game every time that there's a big major catch, and you let New York review it, because New York reviewed it this time?
Yes, if something doesn't smell right.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that smell different in the games, so I mean, like that's,
you can tell the difference between an uncontested catch and a contested catch.
Yes, you can. You should.
So uncontested catches wouldn't be slowing the game down, isn't that right?
You would think, right?
It sounds like we might be moving to something similar to what college has, where they stop the game on a big play.
That's exactly the rules that they're trying to go to, which I think if they would evolve the refereeing, kind of how things are gone, they wouldn't have to do that, when it wouldn't slow things down as much as like college. And you'd probably get a better result if you had somebody just kind of like watching from watching the play and being able to, I don't know, maybe have like 10, 15 seconds to switch between, views, and you could have 3-4 people, you know what I mean, all watching stuff back in New York and be able to hit a button, you know what I mean, when they smell something.
In between plays already is 40 seconds. So they can't get that done right now.
In between plays are 40 seconds if the team wants to take that. What I'm saying is you got a 10-second automatic thing for the people to look at it, unless it's like I don't know, unless it's like last 2 minutes of the game or something like that. I guess you could have to like give them time, like stop the clock so the people upstairs can watch it without the time coming off the clock. You know what I mean? Like without screwing somebody out of the last 10 seconds of the game. You know what I mean? But there should be things.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that, because you imagine going back to the Cowboys game where Dak Prescott ran the ball down and then, tried to self-spot it himself, and something weird happens right there. They give him 10 seconds to review the play, and then, he's got 1 snap left, and then boom, he wins the game. I don't know. I think that's going to take a lot of motivation, the momentum out of the game, if they keep slowing it down. That's why, again, I'm going to say, why not we just give the coaches a couple more challenges that doesn't take away timeouts? I think that's the big deal, is take away a timeout. I'm not saying the timeout should be a timeout. A challenge shouldn't be a timeout. So whatever you're doing during your timeout, that's a timeout. But your challenge,
is a break in the game.
maybe the challenge
So you're
call,
going to be slowing
maybe,
down the game more.
maybe the challenge call, there shouldn't be any subs in or anything like. There shouldn't be any changes or anything. All the
Yeah, I'm
players should
bored.
have to stay on the field. You know,
How's
where
that not going to stop the game from stopping?
well, instead of the refs going to a big booth now for a review, they got their tablets out there. So that's going to still be that 10-second runoff that you're talking
You
about.
you need the booth. You need the booth to block any reflections and whatnot.
You just
But
need to give every.
they're still running off tablets right now. I agree they need a booth, but they're not always doing that. So
Yep.
Okay, so maybe the problem with the review is them not having booths and them not being able to see it well.
Combo boots.
I don't know. I just don't see giving people 5.
Get 5 on it.
5.
well, right now they have 2, right?
Replays.
They have 2, and then if they win both 2, they get 3, right? So maybe just give them 4. You know, and maybe just take it where you don't burn out a timeout if you use a challenge, because keep it the same way. Oh, I won my challenge. I still have my challenge. If I lose my challenge, okay, I'm down on a challenge. Maybe that will help, because I really believe it. Kyle would have thought, hey, I could throw a challenge out there right now because they're running really weird right now.
He could have thrown a challenge out there. He decided not to. That's not
because he would have burned out a timeout. He could have lost a timeout. And I think he cared about his timeouts more than he cared about that.
That's his philosophy. That's his philosophy. You don't change rules because of one coach's philosophy. If his philosophy was different, that might not even happen. But he's so picky about his timeouts and this and that he's willing to lose a game because his defensive coordinator won't call a timeout because his player out of position. So if you want to, change the whole NFL because Kyle can't figure out how to play smart with his timeouts, then, Ryan, whatever.
You can say that, right? And
I just did.
Agree.
I was waiting for that.
Respectfully, I hear what you're saying, but like rules and philosophy and players' injuries, that's how rules get changed. I mean, we got the Tom Brady rule. You can't go after a quarterback's knee anymore after he got hurt. We got the Tuck rule because of him. I mean, there's so many things that happen, and then they have to go back and change it because something happened. And if a quarterback says or a coach says,
Kyle's not a quarterback though. That's the people who get.
He thinks he's a quarterback.
He's probably the quarterback for our team. Like, I don't know why he just didn't suit up that. He could have called the plays from the damn huddle. Like, come on, Kyle. You had the arm.
Yep.
I seen the pizza oven video.
Dude, I'm telling you, that was first take, I bet. I watched that many a times. I'm pretty sure they knew the person across the street, and I think it was the guy in the blue shirt. It's the guy up there who's not Joe Staley. I'm pretty sure it was that dude's house. They're at Joe Staley's house. I'm pretty sure that dude's the across the street neighbor. Yeah, and I'm sure that was done the first shot. Because, like,
you're not going to keep throwing the ball. You're not going to keep throwing the ball
well,
across
no, there was like, it looked like they had just gotten up there. Nobody was like, like fake bored or, fake excited or looking bored. And then they were just amazed. You know what I mean? Like, if you were trying to make that, and replicate it over and over until you did it, you would kind of be like, oh, finally, yay. You know what I mean? And it was like, oh my gosh, he just did that.
Yeah, I still think you give him a couple more timeouts or a couple more challenges and go from there. But that's what I'm thinking.
Beto.
Yeah.
That eagle reminds me of something I seen back in the World War II days.
You know what it represents, right?
For what?
Latino?
Oh, is it the eagle with the snake over the city, the lake?
No. That's Mexican flag. This is more of kind of like gang, like Nuestra Familia.
Oh, blood in, blood out.
Yeah, it represents Nuestra Familia.
Ah, La Oncha, right?
Yeah, yes. Oh, look at you, Güero. That's pretty good, homie. Might just have to buy you a Tecate now.
Oh
shit.
But yeah,
just
this
with
is
the lime.
A lot of people a lot of people think it's Mexican Mafia. I tell people the Mexican Mafia, even though it's all Latinos, but Mexican is more southern, the Sureños, and then Nuestra Familia is more the northern.
Norteño.
Northerners. Yeah, norteños. What's up, Don? And the girls are in the chat. La onda.
La onda.
It's all about the onda, Holmes. My favorite movie still is I like that one. Tres putos jelly bean. What was it called? Not Blood In and Blood Out, but the other one,
American Me.
Yeah.
Oh, with the Christmas tree knife. No.
Yeah.
No.
I like it when the Italian guy, they're gonna
Yeah.
kill him, and they're like, we're having a party. He goes, and we have a guest. Who's the guest? You are.
Yeah.
That's messed up, bro.
Yeah.
He
No.
goes, drink more. He goes, no, drink some more. You're gonna need it.
Oh man, I've heard gosh, what's his name? Danny Trejo talk about how Edward James almost had people after him for a while.
Yes.
And how he was like, he had to tell him, no, you're all good now.
Yeah, he had to clear some things up. Yeah, he was exposing some things back then in that movie. My uncle was in the prison when they were filming. So you got to see them, when they go from young kids, and then they're playing handball, and then it switches over to prison as an adults now. They were at that San Quentin, that San Quentin where they filmed that part as adults, and that's a great movie, man. It's it's the way that the respect for one another, the way you have to carry something, you can't cross nobody. Almost all he did, it was not wanting to kill that kid. Remember Little Puppet for the mistake? Because Lester let him, and they killed Almost for that because he didn't stand up. Scarface is a good movie. Carlito's Way.
So I just want to let you know, Randy, we have all those movies over here too. And my favorite way to watch Scarface is right after he blows up the door with the M203 grenade launcher. I just turn it off.
Have a lot of coke in your nose.
I just turn it off, and it's like, happy ending. You know what I mean? Lived on forever and ever.
Growing up in my house, my parents, we'd go to Blockbuster. You guys remember Blockbuster Video and Hollywood Video? We'd
Don't forget King of New York. Don't forget King of New York, Randy.
We'd go on like a Friday night. We'd rent 4 or 5 movies for the weekend, and I'd walk through and I'd be like, "Oh, can we rent that?" And my mom and dad would be like, "We already seen that." I'm like, "I didn't see that," but my mom and dad already seen it, right? So I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I've grown up a lot and thought, I've heard that name. I've never really watched that movie. There's movies I've watched, and I've went back and watched it again because I liked it. I remember walking through like Blockbuster and saying, "Dad, can we watch Star Wars?" No, we already watched that. No, we did not. I mean, like, I've only seen it on movie, like on Saturday when they had the commercials and stuff.
Yeah. So it's not the real movie. They cut out at least a half an hour.
Yeah, because it's so long.
Yeah, so and then you break it up into movies.
You guys remember taking the tapes back and you have to rewind it, otherwise you get charged like 50 cents if you didn't rewind the tapes.
So there's a lot of movies I've seen, and then there's some movies where I haven't seen it, and maybe I've only seen it one time, and I've seen it one time, so that's good for me. But yeah,
that's a good movie. That's a good movie. Heat with Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and what's his name?
That scene at the diner. De Niro and Pacino were mad at each other, so they actually filmed that scene separately, so they didn't have to actually be in each other's presence. Really? But also, real quick, Bashar, he says that he once was at a party and he met the dude from Scarface. Stephen Bauer was basically the guy who is Scarface's right-hand man. His name was Manny. Look at the pelicans. Fly, Pelican Manny. Look at the pelicans.
Val Kilmer. Thank you, Randy.
Ooh,
that movie, Heat, is a good movie. And then my second favorite movie is Tombstone.
Tombstone is...
That was a
Tombstone, Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Those 2 movies, if I see them on any sort of thing, I'm just like, I got to stop and watch them.
Yeah, same here, Ryan. Same here. Tombstone. I'm your Huckleberry.
You guys, you guys.
Well, I love the part when in the beginning when Russell comes in and he confronts Billy Bob. Billy Bob, moving his mouth, and he sits there and looks at him and goes, "You're sitting in my seat."
Yep.
And he goes, what I can't quote. I hate quoting because I don't remember the quote. But all you remember is, are you going to stand there and bleed? Or are you going to do something about it when he slapped him?
Yeah.
And I don't need heels to take a dude like you. I love that part.
My favorite part is when he comes up with a shotgun and Doc
Yeah.
Holliday just like totally, oh Billy, oh hey, and then he's like, oh you're still there? Oh, just leave that shotgun
He
and
goes,
run along.
I forgot you were there.
He took the man's shotgun,
Yep.
ignored him. First thing, ignored him, treated him like crap, ignored him, took a shotgun, and then told him to leave.
Yep.
While he's still bleeding.
Yep. And he said thank you when he walked away, remember?
Yes.
He
Because he knew he had a chance to live again.
Once he found out who it was, that it was Wyatt Earp, he's like, oh shit.
Well, Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday, who you already know, and this is his homeboy. Like, in other words, like he could have just been gunned down right then and there. You know what I mean?
He's lucky that all he got from Wyatt Earp was a slap. Could have been much worse. I like the part when the guy does the gun.
Skin that meat wagon.
That's right. I like when they're in the casino, bro. And the other guy, Rango, does the gun thing with his hands.
Don't it?
And then Doc Holliday comes out with a cup and does the same thing with the cup. Yeah. Oh man.
No, or at the end, you're no Daisy.
I'm sorry, he was so strung out. Remember when he shot him in the head?
Oh my gosh.
I hope people watch that movie. If not, we really just messed that up for everybody that hasn't seen it. It's an old movie.
Casino, Goodfellas.
Yeah, I like Goodfellas. Casino's okay.
Casino is good because it's almost like it's like a documentary without being a documentary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's done so well that the names and faces can all change, but the story is history a couple times over, you know, with different names of different clubs, you know, like you can cookie cutter that story and it's probably good for a lot of buildings on that strip, you know what I mean? So yeah.
Did either of you guys play sports growing? You know, I know you did, Ryan. Better, did you play sports in high school?
Yes.
Baseball,
football, and basketball.
Did either of you guys get like a nickname? If you don't want to say your nickname, that's fine. But I got a nickname in high school when I was playing football, and you better not call me moving forward. But I'll unsubscribe. I don't care. But I used to get called Simon. You guys ever seen that movie, Simon Birch?
No. I've got a better one.
You guys need to go watch it. It's a really good movie. It's about a little boy, and he saves some people, and it's a book and it's a movie. The book's better, of course. Always the book's better, but he's got big glasses, you know, and you know, so everybody called me Simon at the time in my high school. So
it was my first year.
That was a good movie.
It was my first year of wrestling. I was probably a couple months in. It was my, I don't know, maybe my second match ever in my life. And I was planning everything I was going to do. And I just, how to put this? This is my sophomore year. Okay. This is the first time I ever tried wrestling. So I'm like 2 months in this. I'm wrestling a guy for the first time. And I just get made a fool of. I don't know. I can't remember what happened. But all I know is I got stuck. And my coach goes, Ryan, what happened out there, man? And I go, I don't know. I was going to get a high crotch on him. And then that didn't work. And so the whole bus erupts in laughter. A high crotch is a move. It's a single leg takedown attempt, essentially. You grab one leg with your arm, and then you could do lots of things from there, but that's just essentially you grab it from top. So it's the top part of the thigh. That's why they call it a high crotch instead of like a lower part of the leg where it's more like a leg pick. Anyway, so it's called a high crotch. And that was quoted over and over again the whole ride home, to the point where I think when I got off the bus, I think I'd already been dubbed high crotch. But if I hadn't, by the next day of practice, I was dubbed high crotch. So
Yeah, you seen that TV show, that 70s show, Kelso running through tater nuts. It's tater nuts. I could see you, Brian. High crotch.
Yeah, dude, that was high crotch. And like you got to understand this too. Like nobody in the school called me high crotch. First thing, they didn't know about it. Second of all, like you want to mess with wrestlers? You know what I mean? Like it's not a good thing. Like football players, I was a football player too, but the wrestling team would beat the football players. I could tell you that right now. I've I've spent time in grueling practices in the wrestling room. I've not had the same type of practices with anybody on the football field. And you're talking about wrestling is so close to fighting and football is not. You know what I mean? So disciplines that you learn in wrestling can transfer over better to fighting than knowing your knowledge of football. So, I mean, it would be a wrap. Of course, there would be more football
Yeah.
players, but after a couple minutes, the odds would start to be even. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I wasn't lucky enough to get into it. Like my dad, he worked construction and he didn't get home until real late at night. And I didn't get to play like pee wee sports and stuff like that. I didn't get to play sports until like high school. But my cousins back east, my uncle who jumped on earlier, his nephews, they're wrestlers. I got an uncle. His son is an MMA fighter. You guys can watch him on YouTube. He's Travis Culp. He's Isaiah Culp. Isaiah Culp. He's the MMA fighter. Travis and Garrett are my other cousins, and yeah, I mean you guys, you get into it. Your parents get behind you, and they want to see you. You got any talent, or they see you're having fun and stuff. And I think that's the whole thing too. You have to show your parents you're having fun because that's one thing you don't want your parents to push you to do something you're not having fun. But like soccer, I would love to get into soccer. Earlier. Like the running around and stuff. Cardio, um, eye coordination. Um, Running around playing football because when I started playing football, like you were just saying, like if I would have started playing football, that would have been great. But if I would have started playing wrestling, I would have got bigger. I would have got stronger. I would have been. I wasn't gonna get faster running because I'm not fast anyways. But what I needed is a little bit more weight on me before I started playing because I went in very very light. Running around, anybody can run, so I think like you're saying, if somebody was to say go in, start wrestling, go in, start maybe playing soccer, you could really be successful playing football. And I think kids, that's what the whole thing with like the genetics and stuff. You got people who are in the NFL already or in professional sports. They know how to get their kids into professional sports. So
Dude,
shout out to them.
wrestling is a part sweating is a part of wrestling. Not only does it help you get out of things, so like when you start a match, you got a lot more grip. So if you got somebody who's we got an echo. Oh, we had an echo. Seems like it's gone now. When you start a wrestling match, people got a little more grip to them. So if you got a slippery guy, it's kind of good to try and go all in to try and get him to the mat and get him off the bat before he starts getting sweaty, because then he can start getting out. So there's certain things like that, but like wrestling is some of the toughest stuff out there.
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
Can you drop the link again? I'm going to switch from my computer to my phone. But
Yeah.
I can't find the link on the chat.
No problem.
Appreciate it. I need to be mobile.
It should also be in your Twitter. Your DM.
Oh, duh. All right. Oh, I appreciate. I didn't know that. Thanks.
You're good. Yeah, no, wrestling was really big. It helped me with conditioning. It helped me learn what my limits were. And essentially, you don't really have them until you just drop. You know what I mean? So
I'll be back 1 second.
Oh, okay. So yeah. Anybody in the chat? What are your thoughts about the 49ers drafting a tight end with one of their 3 picks there in the end of the third round and running the 22 personnel like we run the 21 personnel, but have the 22 personnel be our bread and butter, kind of like our 21 personnel is now. Just your thoughts. I think it'll be more deadly. I think the mismatches you'll get when you spread everyone out, it'll be crazy. Oh, Joey likes it. Let's see. I don't know if Bebop is saying it's brilliant, but I'm going to go ahead and take that. Bashar says he's definitely fine for them drafting a tight end, but to me, it doesn't have to be in the third round. I just want to make sure we got a viable option. There's no sense in using that third round pick or any pick for a tight end if it's not going to be another viable option, because the 2 guys we got on the team will probably end up beating them out anyways. So we got to have somebody whose physical abilities or their processing abilities is better than both the guys we got on the team, because that's the only way they're going to make the cut. Yeah. John says yes. Oh, here we go. What up, Beto?
I'm back too. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Nostra Familia, Beto. Zach Kuntz. I'm not worried, Randy. I'm not worried about a blocking specialist. I'm thinking he can learn from Kittle. He'll have a spot at tight end university, hopefully. Yeah, I think he'll have time to learn that. I'm just looking for somebody who's big enough who can help a tackle do a double team, and somebody who can really run a route. I'm more worried about a tall red zone presence who can run a route and can help out on a double team than I'm worried about a guy who can one-on-one block a defensive end, or most defensive ends in the league. Don't care about that. I just need somebody who you have to worry about opposite the line of Kittle. Let's see. Sorry, we'll go over here. Bashar says Zach Kuntz. That is definitely a name that is around in the mock drafts. Kruger had a good idea about it, but it involved trade that everyone gets upset about. But well, think about this. Why would you want to trade right now and not get any sort of capital back from it that you could if you waited, or if you just kept Trey if he got good? So to me, I think trading Trey right now just to try and have another pick on the draft day, I think is irresponsible. Just as irresponsible as what they would be saying by that is they don't care about their draft capital and they're willing to just trash it because they found somebody who should be good enough. They don't know yet. They've got 8 games, but what they've seen, they're like, yeah, no, this will be fine, because we thought the same thing with Jimmy after 5.
Now I have audio. I didn't have audio earlier. Like, I can't hear you guys.
Oh, you couldn't hear us?
No, so I had to get out and come back in. I go, I can see you guys, but I cannot hear you guys. But now I hear you guys not loud and clear.
Almost thought we were drafting. Go ahead.
Let me ask you, and maybe this is just a different perspective, and maybe I don't know, maybe I just thought of this, right? So, like, say you traded up for Trey Lance, right? We did. And he comes out and he started. And then something happened horrible, right? He got injured. But he got injured really bad, right? Or worse, something really bad happened. He can't play football anymore. is that a wash at that point? I mean, because now do you think the Niners are kind of looking at him as a wash because it's like he got hurt a couple times and maybe they're just we still have him, but maybe they're not as
It's not like he's got like ACL or
correct
Achilles.
But do you see what I'm saying? Like when you like go for a draft pick, right? It's like a lottery pick. You don't know what you're going to get. Yeah, any draft, first or seventh round, So with them seeing him come out and then maybe not being so confident in maybe because he got hurt, maybe that's what really destroyed their confidence in him because they needed a quarterback that could stay healthy. Maybe they're just, and I'm not saying I believe this, but maybe the Niners are just looking at it like, hey, it is what it is. We got this guy who's a 7th round pick and he's playing.
That's what I'm scared about.
So, I mean, I don't feel like the Niners are necessarily thinking that they wasted capital. It's just, it was what happened, So I think they're just like,
right. I understand that point, and that's what I'm scared about is they think they could just not like give it any sort of a chance or see it out.
They're like, we tried, but
right, which you didn't. But you didn't. That's the thing. I don't think they did. I don't think they. If they tried, if they tried, they didn't do it in the right way. And instead of going, hey, maybe we need to try something else, they went, oh, there's no way we could do anything with this. You know what I mean? And that's not realistic.
I got to watch a little bit more college film on him. Maybe either one of you could, tell me. But when he ran in college, did he run to the outside? Was he just running up the middle? Or, I mean, how did he run in college when he scrambled? Or was it like, oh, nobody's out there. No one's watching.
Well, when he scrambled, you don't really get to, it's not a designed run. So it's just wherever the daylight is. So that's not it. You need to go back and look at his designed runs, and which I haven't.
Because what I've seen, and I'm going to go back and watch it again, so I'm not a expert at his plays in high school or college at all. But what I've seen is him running in the middle and then getting a big yardage after that. So for him to run in our offense up the middle, I didn't think that was such a big deal. And I've heard other people say it. He's not the fastest quarterback that can get outside of the line of scrimmage, outside of the pocket. So he's not going to be that quarterback that's going to be bootlegging around the corner. He's going to have to run boot.
So it's a different thing. A bootleg, he's great with bootlegs. You know what I mean? The defensive ends can't catch him. He can usually get out there and get enough time. It's great. The issue is when he starts to try and hit that edge. And in Kyle's system, so he was trying to run him up the middle, which is not what you should be doing. You should be using him like the Seahawks did Russell Wilson. And it was
but he is comfortable running up the middle. And I think that's why they did it a couple times.
Okay, so he's comfortable in college running up the middle. That doesn't mean that you do the same thing in the NFL where people are bigger and stronger. Okay.
Correct. And I think that's where he might have learned maybe Trey needed to learn that. And I think maybe our quarterback.
Trey's not calling plays. Trey's not forming the plays or drawing them up.
Well, when you drop back, right, you do have your choice. You're like, okay, am I going to throw it to Ayuk like the coach told me to, or do I throw it to this guy who's open over here? So at a certain point, you either get cussed out by your coach because you didn't do what he told you, but you scored a touchdown, or you just do what your coach told you to do. And
we're talking about getting hurt on a running play. Not who you're hitting.
Do you really think Kyle told him to run up that way and, go get hit by that guy?
Well, the play is kind of set where you do something, somebody goes off another way, and then if you're going, you go off another way. So unless he picked the wrong hole and had the play wrong, he's probably going where he was asked to go.
I heard it wasn't even a design run.
That's what I heard. He got scared and then he took off running.
Who knows? That could also be put out by Kyle to make him
or anything like that. It's just
so that could be put out by Kyle to make it so he's not in as much trouble.
Yeah, but Trey's not going to sit there and just take that. He's going to, if that's the truth, Trey's going to be like, oh, you're not putting the shit on me. I don't care if you're the head coach or not.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. because he's in charge of your future.
Yeah, but he's a high pick, so it's not like you're a 7th-round pick.
He's a high pick who could get sent to
Be back.
Chicago.
No, I'm listening.
So what I'm thinking is like when we had him in preseason and he broke his finger because he come out, he had those nice passes to I think what Sherfield and stuff, and that looked great, right? But then he broke his finger on someone's helmet. It was his middle finger too. Then he had to play in Arizona, and they ran him a whole lot. I didn't agree with them running him a whole lot like that because I was like, why aren't we even trying to kick field goals? If we would have kicked a couple field goals in that game, we would have won that game. Then after the Arizona game, he didn't start after that, even though they said he was going to start. If he was healthy, he injured his knee. Then Jimmy comes back. I think it was the Colts game. And then Trey doesn't come back in until the Texan game. And the beginning of the Texan game, he didn't play all that great. He played better at the end of the game, but everybody hails him as a hero. I'm not saying he played bad, but I think that was a whole overall effort. Maybe that was halftime adjustments. Maybe that was different, whatever. But again,
it was his what? How many
right?
quarters had he played consecutively at that point? Zero.
Yeah.
0. Okay.
He played four in that
to
season.
me,
yeah.
To me, coming off the bench there and getting through that game was a good sign.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I'm not saying he's amazing. I'm not saying he's transcended and he should already get his gold jacket. I'm just saying that to me is a good sign we've got something.
Yeah, and I agree. Like that's all positive, So all I'm saying is the injuries have derailed him, and that's why he has ran so much instead of being more of a pocket passer, more of a quarterback. He's ran because of his injuries.
Okay, so when he has he starts off healthy the next year, and Kyle calls run after run after run, how's he going to stay healthy? He didn't.
We can't guarantee that's
Kyle used up all his run plays. Like I'm like, hey, let him run the ball on a design run maybe twice a game. You know what I mean? And Kyle's like, first 2 games, I'm going to make sure we fill the quota for the season.
I think it's really good to go back and look at those games too, because when Trey was playing, we didn't have healthy running backs or healthy players, maybe a tight end or a wide receiver. So he maybe leaned more on his athleticism. I'm not giving Kyle the out here. You got to play your quarterback.
He's got an arm. Get somebody open downfield.
You got to play your quarterback. He's a quarterback, not a running back. But sometimes quarterbacks do make those, special plays.
You want him to get better? You want him to get better at passing the ball? Let him pass the ball.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to give a shout out to 49 Giants Lakers. Trey single-handedly almost won the Arizona game. Every time they got 10-yard penalties, it costed us 15 yards. Or every time they got us 10 yards, penalties cost us 15. Yes. I don't think people really appreciate really what he could do. I think people are stuck in this "what have you done for me lately" type of thing. And they're so enamored with Brock Purdy, which, look, I like the guy. I just don't know what we have.
None of us do.
Yeah. So let's just figure
like we
it
don't
out.
know what we have in Trey.
Right.
But we've seen more of Brock than we've seen of Trey.
We've seen so little of Brock. Think about this. When you really look at it.
Little.
8 games is little. That's not even a full season. And we've seen half as much of Trey. And
But
Trey has
Brock win 2 playoff games, which is really hard to do without a quarterback.
Oh, I see that. But also you're talking about Brock has, I don't know what, 4 more years of football playing experience.
Oh, absolutely.
Under his belt.
That does come into
Yeah. So it's look, I'm not saying Brock's bad and won't be good. I'm not saying Trey is good and can't, be bad. All I'm saying is let's figure it out, because a lot of people are jumping to conclusions and trying to get all these things gone. You move on for Trey and he becomes an MVP somewhere else. There's going to be receipts pulled from all over. Kyle, I don't know what you're going to do with Kyle. Like, I don't think Jed will fire Kyle, but like, I don't know if Kyle will be able to show his face at events. You know what I mean? I don't know. Your thoughts? Got to get everybody a drink. Take a shot. Oh. What have you done for me lately? Janet Jackson. That's right. I'll bet those back. Ain't nothing going on but the rent. Remember that? Remember that song? I don't. I just remember Eddie Murphy talking about it.
Sorry, I had to grab a little girl up. So.
Had to snatch her up.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was sorry. I was having an audio problem. I drove away from my house, and I guess my phone changed from the Wi-Fi to the phone and it messed me up. Sorry, guys. I'm like, what happened? Where did I go? I go, Ryan had enough of me.
Right? Picked you up.
I think the biggest part, or the hardest part to swallow is they say how raw Trey is. Well, did you know that? Like today, or did you know that like last week, or did you know that who didn't do their work? I mean, like you said, okay, we need a quarterback to take this team to the Super Bowl. So you go for a quarterback that's super raw. Oh, okay. Now we got Brock Purdy, and everybody says, well, look how many games he played. He's so polished. He's got all this experience. But Trey's so raw. So do we hand over Camelot to somebody who doesn't know how to hold up their sword or needs more practice? I mean, like, how long do we wait? We are a Super Bowl team, like, right? We're supposed to just be one quarterback away. For them to go after this guy, if they don't, everything they're saying is he needs more reps. Well, we're supposed to give him the reps? How long is he supposed to take rep before he's ready? That's why you practice.
Well, see, that's why it's like, that's why I think there needs to be some repercussions. It's because they knew he was a project. Whether they knew how much of a project, they knew he was a project. They knew where they were on their timeline, right? So, so why did you make the decision you made, knowing now we know what your timeline is and what you're happy and what you're comfortable with, the window you're comfortable with, and if that's what it was, you should not have picked Trey Lance. You should have probably not even have moved up. But I think
that's why I say. That's why I say, and you'll hear me say it a lot more. And I'll say it a lot. They tried to get Deshaun Watson, but they were waiting to find out what was happening with him in Texas and the massages. They were looking at Stafford, but they didn't know he was down there with Matthew, with the coach of the Rams, McVay. They tried to get Darnold, but the New York Jets weren't moving off of Darnold. We tried to go. We wanted to trade up with the Jets to get Zach Wilson because we knew we couldn't get Trevor, the Jaguar quarterback. They ended up saying, okay, we're not going to go and take Justin Fields because he has the medical issue, because he was the pick. They were excited about Trey Lance. He was mentioned several times, and I was like, hey, man, 49 touchdowns, 1 interception. I mean, like that. But I didn't know how much talent or experience he really had. But now we know he didn't really play quarterback in high school. He was more of a running back, all this. Okay, so you made this decision to move up to get him, right? And then Thursday, or it was Wednesday night before the draft, you call Green Bay and try to get Aaron Rodgers. You didn't have the capital to move up and make that trade. but at the night before the prom, you go and say, let's try to make that deal. We would have had Aaron Rodgers just a couple years ago if they would have said yes.
Let's see. Oh, real quick. Nope, I did not have the Baconator Bashar. It was a 4 for 5. A 4 for 5 with the junior bacon cheeseburger and an extra junior bacon cheeseburger.
Ooh, that sounds good.
It's a good meal. That's a good manly meal.
In-N-Out Burgers right now.
Oh, look at you. Mrs. didn't want to cook. You're like, I got dinner for you, babe.
Oh, not on Friday night. She takes the night off on Fridays.
Oh, so you're the chef, huh?
I'm the chef, and I didn't feel like cooking. Normally, I cook on the weekends. She cooks during the week, but I'd rather be chatting with you guys, so I had to pay out and get her what she wanted.
What do you get, Beto? Are you going animal style? Are you going double? You going protein burger?
I'm a double, and she's on animal style.
I love it. That's how Tony is. She likes the animal style too.
Yeah, extra sauce.
I'm telling you.
And the fries.
My girls, they like the lightly fried cheese fries. So you can ask them to fry them light and then throw cheese on top of them. It's almost like chili cheese fries, no chili, but they like that. So we always get that.
What is it called? Chili fries?
It's called light
cheese fries.
Yeah, it's called lightly fried or fried light.
That's how you would order it?
Yeah, and then you tell them to put cheese on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and all it comes out is cheese fries. Just like you would get chili cheese fries, but because sometimes I know if you buy In-N-Out fries, they're like really hard, or they got a weird taste to them. But if you get them lightly fried, something about that.
49 Giants Lakers. You would think they would have to they would have no choice but to give them a chance. But I think in their scenario, they're like the Super Bowl win is more important than the 3 first-round picks, which I understand.
Absolutely.
I understand. But at the same time, we can't have make a habit of trashing 3 first-round picks on a whim because you think a guy that came in and played good for 8 games is, the second coming.
But they haven't in their 10. This is the first time they've done it.
No, this would be the second time that John Lynch was this Twitter-pated about a quarterback.
But I'm talking about since they took over the Niners, part of our Niners organization. This is the first time they traded up to get a quarterback and gave up 3 number 1s.
Right, but
so it's not like they have a track record of it.
Oh, but that doesn't mean that you could be like, oh, we'll let this one slide. That's 3 first-round picks.
No, they went for him because they saw potential in trade. They wanted trade. Based on what they saw, trade was more upside in trade than there was in Justin Fields. And
okay, so when you make that decision, you have to stick with them no matter what because you use that much capital.
Why? No, you're not married to him. I mean,
I'm not saying you're married to him. You got to figure out what's going on with him.
Why? If you got Brock that they like more,
because you don't know if Brock is the guy yet.
Well, we don't, but apparently they do.
They thought Jimmy was the guy also, and they spent how many years trying to get away from him?
Well, that's kind of like come on. They didn't think he was going to get injured in 2018. When he came out in 2019 and played his whole season, we went to the Super Bowl, right? So I think his
problem was injuries.
Yeah, I think they got their investment out of Jimmy right there. He didn't. Okay, he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders, right? But Emmanuel Sanders tripped too. Go back and watch the play. He slowed up and he tripped.
But not only that, the defense gave up 21 points with less than 10 minutes in the fourth quarter.
It's not one player. So okay, I know people aren't going to like this, but when Jimmy goes to the podium, he doesn't say me. He says we. He says we need to play better. We won. He doesn't go up there and say I won. He says we won. And that's why I think Jimmy is a good player. He is a good teammate. It's not all about him. He might not call you during the offseason, but that's him as a person, right? That's not him as a football player. But
he was just limited, and he was always hurt. That was the problem with Jimmy.
And that's why they wanted to move off of him. And then, boom, they get Trey, and then Trey gets hurt. So now we got Brock, and Brock's hurt. So,
but like John Lynch said in his conference, he said we knew that Brock was okay, but we didn't know how listed he was and how he was able to move and escape in the pocket. And they were surprised by that. They're like, man, he played better than what we thought. We didn't think we were going to get this type of play from Brock. And it's just enough for them to feel confident that they can win with him. And at that point, is it fair to trade? No, it's not fair to trade. Is Trey going to lose out because of this? Probably. But a worst case scenario, not worst case scenario, at this point, Brock is hurt. This is Trey's opportunity to not give that job ever back to Brock. If Trey wants it and he deserves to be that number one QB1, get your ass out there, do your thing, and make it hard for Shanahan to go back to Brock.
Real quick, I want to address this. Randy, he says, when you say first rounders, but they were 29, 30 picks, come on. Yes, you're right, Randy. But though that let's call it a second round pick, that high second round pick could convert into a couple of other picks, like a fifth round, maybe a sixth round, maybe a seventh round. And we do very good with those picks. So what I'm saying is that capital could be used in better and efficient ways, even than just as that first round pick. You know what I mean? We were talking earlier. The guys in that fifth, sixth, seventh round range, they don't count against the cap. And with the 49ers track record of keeping every seventh round player that they picked in the draft except for one, that's an amazing way to stay cheap, pay the guys that are really the playmakers, and continuously have depth coming on the team, especially when you know how to pick them late in the draft. So to me, my strategy would be every year we take our first round pick and we trade it to some team for their next year's first round pick. And then we do like let's say a sixth or a seventh. Let's say a first round pick next year and a sixth and a seventh. Then we turn around and next year we can do the same thing with our first round pick, or we can use the other team's first round pick, which if things are going right, should be higher. And you could keep doing that every year. And if you could find, if you could do this for 5 years, you could end up keep on pushing back first round picks until you've got 5 first round picks. You see what I'm saying? There's a way that you could just push them back and keep grabbing the capital at the bottom of the draft that you're good at, and just keep on finding a way to turn these higher, more valuable picks into more lower level draft picks. Which,
and you're saying that, and the teams can pick multiple first rounders in a certain draft.
Yeah, so let's say 49ers got their draft pick this year, right? They got their draft pick next year for all of them, right? Yeah. So then let's say I go to the Seahawks and I say, hey, I want to trade you for your first round pick next year. They go, okay. So we do a deal. Let's say I get a 6th round pick along with it, right? Okay. So now next year, I've got 2 round first picks. I've got the first round pick for us next year. And I've got the first round pick for Seahawks next year. Now, if I take those 2 picks and I go do 2 more deals like that with somebody else, then I push those 2 picks essentially back a year. I grab each a pick that year, like let's say the 6th or the 7th. Boom, I could draft people those year, push those 2 picks back. The next year, I get my first round pick again. And then I get my first round pick that are essentially the other teams that I push back in the other team. So you got 3 first round picks that year. So then you can cash them all out at that year. Let's say you need, you're balling. Let's say you got, you need to get pushed over the hump a little bit. You know what I mean? And then you could just, cash in on all your first round picks. I would just seriously, I would just keep pushing my draft picks back.
The first round picks immediately affect your cap, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why if we don't get any, it's not going to affect our cap. And if we push back our first round draft pick, and we get more draft
Okay.
capital that's in the later rounds, then those don't hit our cap either.
So let me get this right. So you're the Niners. I'm the Seahawks. You give me your first. I give you my first next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what are we doing in this year's draft? Are we swapping first?
Yeah. No. You're getting my this year's first round draft pick, and I'm getting your next year's first round draft pick plus a 6th rounder, or maybe a 6th and a 7th, whatever we can do.
But let's say we're a top, I don't know, 15 pick in the first round, and then next year we get the Seahawks, but the Seahawks are 30th picking because they had a good season. Now we went from 15 to 30 just by swapping first round picks.
That's why it would probably be with how our team is going. We would probably always be, our pick would probably always be worse than other people would be trading with. You know what I mean? Potentially. So, but the thing is you're talking about this year versus next year's. So there is it's worth less no matter what. Even though it's higher, it's worth less essentially on the board. So that's what I'm saying. We could keep moving these back to just gain picks in the rounds that we like. But all we're doing is keeping that pick. Essentially, it's a first round pick. I don't care where it is. Okay. You're just looking at on a piece of paper what it's valued at. You know what I mean? Like the Jerry Jones, Jimmy Johnson draft board thing, the point system.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. You move it back, boom, that's what that's worth, and this is how you go about it. You're looking for teams that need to move up to get something, you know what I mean, or want more capital, or looking for another first, and then that year, and that's who the people you're trying to deal business with. Push it back. You're getting a pick that year for it. You know what I mean? That's what you're always doing. You're getting a pick that year to make up for it. And then you're pushing that first rounder back. And then you could do the same thing. And every year that you keep pushing it back, you'll always have one more first round pick the next year because you get yours.
You just turned into the Rams.
No. The Rams never have no picks.
You're keeping your capital. Right? You're keeping your capital the whole time.
But think of the mentality.
The Rams.
They don't have to worry about the first.
Think of the mentality. Think about on paper. They gave away their picks. They don't have them. I'm talking about pushing them back till you decide you want to cash in on them. The whole time you're getting draft capital for it.
That's why they cannot buy veterans, though, because they're not paying for the draft picks.
Huh?
That's why, right? That's why they were able to bring in Von Miller and other players, because they can afford to bring them in because they're not getting hit with the draft capital.
No.
Yeah, Ryan.
No, not at all. Not at all, because that first round draft pick would actually make less than Von Miller.
All right. That's what I was thinking, though.
Like, you're not losing any capital. All you're doing is pushing it back to the next year. Its value will actually go up and down, obviously, the next year. That's why you make the deal before that. And then you could use to, figure out what deal. And you're going to be going for like a fifth, the 6th or 7th each year. That's what you're going to be trying to wrangle with. You might even try and get a 6th and a 7th. You know what I mean? But I don't know. If you could make a deal every year like that, it would be awesome. Because then imagine this.
Basically,
keep pushing.
Right? Basically, if you don't have a first round pick, you don't have to pay a bunch of money, right? So then you have money where you can spend the money, because you're going to get a 7th round or a 6th round, and they're not going to cost a lot of money, so you can invest more in those kind of players. That extra little money that you're not going to be spending on a first rounder for the next 4 years, you can invest in a veteran.
Which you can get through the free agent without having to give away capital.
So we don't really need a first round pick ever again.
That's kind of why I'm saying push it back, use it as capital, because then you could do so many things with it as long as you still have it. If you can find a way to, preserve 5 years of first round draft picks, you know what I'm saying, and then turn it into something, you know what I mean? That might be something, because think about this. Imagine you got Joey Bosa, right? Hey, we got 5 first round draft picks. We want Joey Bosa. But we don't want to pay his contract. You know what I'm saying? We'll trade you 5 first round draft picks for Joey Bosa, but we don't want to pay his contract. There you go. Boom. Now Joey Bosa's on our team. You know what I mean? 5 first round draft picks.
That's a little high for me. I would think like send Brandon Ayuk a first round draft pick, and you should be good to get Joey Bosa.
Yes, if you wanted to pay his contract.
So instead of 2 first rounders, and then they can pay their contract. 5 draft picks, 5 first rounders.
What are we going to do with them? Might as well take the good player that's already good and use the other draft picks to make them happy for paying them the whole time, and get somebody on our team with a couple years left on his contract who's a great player and we don't have to pay money for.
All
What's wrong there?
Offer them 3 first. Don't offer them 5 right off the bat. Be like, we got 3 first round.
I don't think you know how much buying a first round pick is. And you're talking about trying to get them to.
Yeah, but you got to think about it. It's like buying a car too. He's kind of used. He's a used veteran player.
Yes.
Right?
Okay. Well.
We have on him.
Okay, Bryant. I'm not actually in talks with them, so I am estimating what it would take.
I still don't think it'd be 5 though.
Okay.
Maybe 4.
All right. How to place my order. Can I get a double? 5 of them, please.
Randy says if we could convert half of these new picks to starters, the Niners are going to have lots of money to play with. Yes. That is totally true. That's another reason why, I was talking with Raj last night. I said, let's get 3 tackles. He was like, whoa, that's a lot. And I said, yes, I know it's a lot. But we're going to need 2 tackles at least within the next 1 to 3 years. Okay? We don't know who's our right tackle right now, so we could totally need one right now. So might as well, look to draft one. If they don't make it and somebody else on the team can take it, okay, we're great. You know what I mean? We're going to need somebody to replace Trent Williams. Okay? Or what? Are we going to go out? Are we going to go out and sign a top of the market guy? That to me is going to keep us in the same situation. I would rather look for one in the draft and have more time on a rookie contract to kind of put money in other position groups. So I think a drafted 3 tackles would be good. You get the chance to get 3 guys in the room, train them, see what they do in preseason and all this stuff. Automatically, you can cut the worst one. Okay? No worries. You drafted 3 to knowing you're probably going to cut one. I also think we should cut Jalen Moore. So now throughout the season, you get to figure out which one's the best. Okay. Now the best one that you got there probably is going to be, maybe might need to be used as the right tackle. Depends on who came in and how good they do in the system. If they're doing real well, might as well just, get them over there to left tackle and really get ready there. Now, if that other guy's that isn't necessarily progressing as well as you'd like, well, then maybe you go back into the draft next year and you maybe draft 2 more tackles. And then out of all 5 of those tackles, you should have at least 2 tackles within 2 or 3 years. Within 2 years, we should be able to start for you. And then you should have one guy who probably could be a rotational tackle. And then you've got 2 guys that didn't make it. So That's what I'm saying. I think we need to really throw some picks down. I don't think all Elite 11 need to make the team. So I'd rather just get people in to see who can do it.
Let's
What up,
just
John
trade
B?
let's just trade all our picks and get the cheerleaders to play.
Oh, I heard something like that. I've also heard who was it? There was one guy on Twitter. I seen his mock draft. He traded all our picks to take Jake Moody with the 3rd overall.
Oh crap! Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a hard crush right there. I mean, like that's just somebody being silly.
That's it's a kicker though, but that's not like what's his name with New Orleans trading everything just to get the running back, Ricky Waters. Not Ricky Waters. What was his name? Ricky something. Ricky Williams.
Ricky Williams. Yep. Him and the coach Sean Payton. What is Sean Payton or who was the coach?
No, it was not Ditka. Was it? I think Ditka.
Yeah, it was Ditka, right?
Yeah.
They both they got married together. One of them was in a bride's gown. Come on.
Yeah.
Did you know that Kittle kicks it with an old Rams quarterback?
They're right there.
Really?
Yes, I can't remember his name, but Kittle is now a curler.
You too. Stay right there.
Kittle is a curler, and the old Rams quarterback, I can't remember his name, but he owns the bar. So Kittle looks like after the NFL is going to seriously try and become an Olympic curler.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Get in the back. Get in the back.
All I needed.
Yes.
Oh,
Get in the back.
Beto, I got you muted. Let me know when you need to come back. It's funny. John V said, "Hi, friends," and I thought of the Eminem song "Real Slim Shady" when he's like, "Hi, kids." I don't know why.
Every time I think of Slim Shady, I think of the real Slim Shady stand up. I like the Batman and the Robin one where he's dressed up like Robin with who is it? Can't think of the other rapper's name. Bashar will know, but they're climbing up the wall, and Eminem's man, he's been doing it for a long time. People used to make fun of him because he was white and he was rapping, but we're not making fun of him now.
Ooh, we're taking shots. Taking shots now. Bashar saying, "I wish I knew how to do loud, pissy rants like John V does." Whoa. Oh. Wow. Beto, I don't know what happened, but that was loud. Tried to put you back on. Almost want to... Beto, can you mute yourself so you can unmute yourself when you're ready to talk?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was driving and my
Okay.
phone fell to the bottom of my feet.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, just mute it when you're not wanting to talk.
Sure.
I just don't want to like.
No, I was, but the stupid phone fell to the bottom. I'm like,
You gotcha.
phone. But yeah, I'll mute myself. My bad.
No, you're good. Are you in the back? Get in the back.
Oh no, my dogs. I brought my dogs with me.
No, I know. I knew who you're talking to. We could hear them whining.
Oh, I should have told you. I didn't know you had your dog. I didn't realize it. But if you go to In-N-Out, you can ask them for a Scooby snack. And it's just a plain patty for your dog.
Oh, really?
Yep.
And you don't have to pay for it?
No, you got to pay for it. It's, the price of like a burger, but it's no bun and stuff like that. It's a little cheaper, but they just give you a hamburger. You can give it to your dog. You can ask for it unsalted too.
Oh,
and it's called a Scooby snack?
Scooby snack, yep.
Bro, I'm just going there asking for Scooby snacks.
Yeah. I like the Flying Dutchman. After this, I don't know. Let's see what happens. See, we already got a pizza, so I don't know if I'm going to go to In-N-Out tonight, but maybe tomorrow.
Beto, I'm supposed to ask you about the video we did, that you and Bashar did together, recapping the Eagles game.
The video that we did together recapping the Eagles game.
Yes.
What video is that?
Oh, I guess.
Me and Bashar did it together?
Yeah, Bashar says he's known to drop some F-bombs. Ask Beto about the Eagles game. So I'm guessing after the
he throws
NFC.
F-bombs.
Yes.
Yeah, he likes to throw F-bomb when he gets excited.
See, look at this. Dags. Have you seen that movie yet, Beto?
Which one?
Snatch.
Snatch. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Dags. Dags. Yeah, Dags. Oh,
Yeah.
dogs. Yeah, like Dags.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, so that's it's a pretty good movie.
A very good movie.
Snatch. That's with what's his name, right?
Brad Pitt. Dude from Transporter.
Oh, the karate white dude.
The karate white dude?
Yeah.
Yes.
Transporter.
Yes, Transporter.
Yeah.
Yes, karate. Yeah. Jason Statham.
Yes, Jason Statham. Yeah, I like him as an actor.
I like some of his stuff. I liked him. How to put this? I like him when he's not serious. Like in the Transporter role. Like, I don't know. It seemed like it was Hong Kong influenced, and I always think it's always kind of overplayed. You know, it's like melodramatic. It's more melodramatic than actual to me. You know what I mean? Like, like they all like overact everything in those movies, and so he was like not underact, but you know what I mean? Like nothing could bother him. Whatever. You know, there was like no nuance to anything. It was either he was killing you or he didn't pay attention. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. The movie that he came out, I can't think of the name of the movie. You guys probably would think of it, but the one with the Sylvester Stallone directed, and they made like 3 of them.
Oh, yeah.
It was Sylvester Stallone. It was him.
Yeah.
And,
I always think it's the Dirty Dozen, but it's
no.
It's kind of along those what is that? I actually heard some dirt on that movie. Some guy
really
like almost tried to kill somebody on the set of there.
Oh wow.
Yeah. There's Chael Sonnen. Chael Sonnen was talking about some people he knew and that he was on, I don't know, that they had worked on a movie together, and it sounded like it was that movie. To me, that's what it sounded like. It was that movie. And what is the name of that stupid The Expendables? Thank you, John V. Thank you, Joey. Actually, Joey is first.
Yeah, I can't see the comment. I can't see the comments, but yeah, that's cool. Yeah, they're Expendables.
Yep, Chael Sonnen. Shout out to Jesse on Fire. Jesse on Fire. He does an MMA type. I haven't watched some of his videos lately, but he's the one that told me about that. And it's like he just went through and used Chael Sonnen's own stories to then just shed light on the thing by bringing 2 different stories to kind of, you know what I mean? So yeah, there was somebody who was almost murdered on the set of there just because somebody wanted somebody to get in a hole.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like they all of a sudden were trying to push somebody down in a hole and they didn't know what the hole went to, but they had to get that guy in a hole. And the guy's like, no, he didn't know if there was a bottom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, and he's trying to stop himself from going in a hole. And at one point, like even his best friend, the guy's like comes in to go and help him, or like he's gonna help him, and the guy is like, no, help me get him in the hole. And somebody gets stabbed.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Somebody gets stabbed. And then everything stops. And then, yeah, it's
That's
weird.
Crazy.
Yes. Turns out it's the same. It's the guy who did all that, that's the judge that messed up that UFC fight. Remember, it was a couple of UFC ago's. There was a fight that went to the decision, and everybody knew it was supposed to be. Wasn't supposed to be like Sean O'Malley, Sugar Shane O'Malley won, I believe it was, and it seemed like everybody thought the other guy won. And so whatever fight it was the one judge that he had like a crazy score. It was like 50-45 type of thing. And yeah, this is the same guy. So shout out to Jesse on Fire if you like MMA stuff. Go check him out. He knows all the drums. He's got he did a great thing on that. Oh, what was his name? Josh Fabia. That was the guy who was like trying to pimp Diego Sanchez out on OnlyFans.
Interesting.
Yeah. That guy was something weird.
Those but I like Jason in that movie though. I like the part when he deals with for those that haven't watched it, spoiler alert, but remember when the guy in the basketball is beating up on that girl, on his girlfriend, and he goes over there in the bike, kicks his ass. I love that part, that scene. He hits him with a ball, the basketball.
He also tried to kill someone on the set of Alex Baldwin. No. Oh, was Alex Baldwin in that movie? I don't know.
Oh, Alex shot. I remember that one.
That was in Rust. That was on the movie Rust, the set of Rust.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. Yeah.
Yeah, this was Untouchables. They were like in some kind of mine, and I remember because they were like, he was like, you had all these guys who were ex-wrestlers. You had ex-wrestlers. You had a whole bunch of stunt men. You know what I mean? Like it was the cream of the crop. You had all these top stars. So I was like, oh. And I guess one of the guys that tried to push him in the hole was a wrestler. You know, like we're talking about WWE wrestler.
I know they had an MMA guy in there.
Yeah.
You can see his ears. They look like cauliflower.
That's Randy Couture. He's actually he's from Washington here. His stepfather, I think his stepfather owns a bar in Everett. And there was one time he came in to the Walmart in Marysville and bought some stuff right after his fight.
Oh, interesting.
So
that's cool.
Randy Couture is a Washington legend. Native? Yes. Well, so like Washington and Oregon, they have, I don't know how to put this. It's different up here. It's like some of the men are manly here than other people. You know what I mean? They're manlier. Like as far as like logging is a big industry out here. And not only is logging extremely physically tough, but it can be extremely dangerous. So you have to be smart and aware all the time, or else you could get crushed by logs. So like, you know, and there's a lot of wrestlers up here. So like in high school, like in California, you don't have a lot of wrestling schools that are notoriously known for wrestling and their wrestling programs. Here in Washington and Oregon, you've got high schools that could compete. High school programs could probably compete on the same levels as some of your community colleges in California off of sheer talent. So I mean, like it's different. So like,
okay,
like what's cool is different. So like in California, you know, the kids might like, yeah, a hot car, kids will like, ooh, girls will like that, you know, hot car, this and that. Up here in Washington, it's like, no, I gotta get me a good sturdy truck that I can go out and duck hunt with, because girls like a man who could bring home food. You know what I mean? Not necessarily I got a job, this and that, but you know, a man that no matter what can put food on the table. So there's, you know, it's like certain things drive the community. So that's why I say, like, I would say they're manlier men, because they're you know, like they wear flannel
they go
shirts.
They go hunting.
Right.
They're rowdy.
They wear flannel because it's cold, not because it looks cool. You know what I mean? Like it's a different thing. You're out in the elements more, you know. Yeah. So Randy
it's like the people in Dallas. You got a lot of those cowboys, ranchers, bull riders.
Mhm.
You know,
And I'll tell you one thing. I would say that bull riders, like I think wrestlers are extremely tough. Okay. I think they're extremely tough people. It's really hard to break a wrestler. But it's harder to break one of those guys one of the rodeo guys out on them bucket bulls. Those guys, man, it's hard. Those guys will go out there with everything broken. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. So,
wow.
yeah.
They just do they're made out of a different cloth.
Yes.
It's just the way they were raised, though. They were raised rough. You know, that's what they call it. I don't want to offend anybody, but they always say, roughnecks, rednecks, something like that, because they're like, like the cowboys. I'll kick, you look at me wrong, I'll kick your ass.
Redneck is a term that comes from slavery.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Redneck is a white person whose social status wasn't of the same person as the boss man who owned the plantation. So
interesting.
The redneck was out cracking the whip and getting sunburnt on the back of his neck.
Oh crap! I have a friend of mine. He's black, and he's really he hates racism, and he'll use that word quite a bit. Like when he refers, I'm like, damn redneck. And I'm like, I never understood why he would use that. Now I do.
And also there's not to bring things up, but back in the day on plantations, you had overseers. And the overseer, essentially, that's the guy who's cracking the whip, the redneck. Okay, that's the overseer. So officer, where does the term officer come from? A lot of people think it's transitioned from overseer to officer. You know what I mean? Like the police officer, the overseer.
Right. Hey, so when I moved to Kentucky, right? I've lived in California majority of my life. I was born in Virginia, but I moved to Kentucky, California. So it's like 90, 92 or something like that. And I moved to Kentucky for maybe a year and a half. And there's a term they call people down there. You see people running around out in the country and stuff. In the city, people wear shoes and stuff like that. When you're out by your house and you're out in a rural area, people are a little bit tougher. And like your point, Ryan, you'll see people run outside their house and maybe they're a little bit more used to it, but they have mountain feet. Their feet are, they've been cured or whatever you want to say.
My feet are strong.
Yeah, so like I come walking outside, right, and I need to get my shoes on real quick. Oh, that's because I'm a tenderfoot.
Yeah, a tenderfoot. Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay, I don't have mountain feet. Okay, but once you've been there for a long enough time, yeah, you can develop those kind of things. It's like living on the beach. You're not used to walking on the beach at a certain temperature of sand.
Gotta get your calluses.
Yeah, so it's all about like your habits and stuff like that, and your
environment, how you what environment you're in.
Yeah, and
you adapt to that environment.
So I remember sitting in Kentucky, sitting underneath a tree, sweating. We're underneath shade and we're still sweating. It's just it's the humidity. And out here in California, it's more like you stand in front of the oven when it's on, and it's like it's bacon. It's always bacon. So it's a little different.
Yeah, Texas, Houston humidity is terrible, man.
John V's having a hell of a night, I guess. He says for the last 10 minutes, he's been trying to give him props on his Expendables answer. It says you beat him to it, but the talk to text has been so bad. He's been trying to correct his spelling the whole time.
John, That
John
is
B.
hilarious, bro. That is hilarious. See, I can't see the text as I'm driving, so I just have my phone in the bottom. But that is funny shit. I'm trying to get it out. Trying to get it out.
Uh-oh.
What I hate is when autocorrect changes your word. You know, I'm spelling it right, and they're trying to change it for you because they think it's wrong. I'm like, that happens a lot when I type in Mariah's name. It changes it to an A because she has 2 eyes. Did I unmute myself? Oh no, I'm
Yes.
not. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm like nobody answers. I don't know. I muted myself because I moved the bags, and I don't want to be cut. And I go, did I unmute myself? Sit there. I done that before, talking away, and I was muted.
I started a show yesterday like that.
Yeah, you were telling me. Yeah, you were starting. You forgot to hit start.
Oh, bro.
That is funny.
We were seriously like 4 minutes in, and I go, oh my gosh, we're not live. And he goes, yeah, I just looked up and seen that it said scheduled. We both had the feeling. It was hilarious. And then I almost forgot the second time to hit live again. Like the 30-second timer ticked down to like 14, and I was like, hit the live, right?
Yeah.
Jesus.
It helps.
It totally helps.
Yeah.
I've been getting a little bit better at my mechanics, but yes, if you watch my videos, I would have a few videos out, but I did the same thing. I was talking, I thought I was killing it. I looked back up and I'm like, oh, I'm not live yet. Wow.
Yeah,
then one video I'm talking and I had dropped the link before I went live. So I even had a backstage guest. And next thing you know, I bring him in after talking for half an hour, not half an hour, but like 10 minutes. And I'm like, yeah, this is great, right? Feeling great. He comes in, he's like, hey, I don't think we're live yet. And I'm like, I think you're right. So I'm learning, every day you learn something new.
I go live a lot of times by myself, right? So I just engage with the people in the comments and back and forth. And one time I went live for 45 minutes, and I didn't go live. I was just talking for 45 minutes, and my wife's like, "Did you have a guest?" I'm like, "No, it was me." It was, well, didn't you ever look at the comments? And I'm like, "No, I was too busy talking away." My wife's like, "Yeah, that sounds like you." So I was talking to myself for a whole 45 minutes. Or 40 minutes without going live, never looked at the comments. So I was so engaged in what I was saying. That's when I used to do like points, like point A, point B. Now I just like to freestyle it because it's like 45 minutes, bro. My wife's like, didn't you even look at the comments to see if you were? I'm like, nope.
I just trying to drag this back to football. It's perfectly fine. I don't mind going off topic. It's just every 30 minutes or so, I just want to wrangle us back. You know what I mean?
Fine.
What is your biggest, either your biggest need or your biggest concern about next season?
The quarterback situation. I know it sounds very obvious. It sounds like but it's the quarterback. It's because we're set to win a championship. We're strong offensively. We're strong in skills players. Defense just got better with the addition of Hargrave to push that middle. Our secondary is going to benefit from that strong front line. But the unknown of quarterback is what's killing me. I wish we were already set. I wish we had, let's say Trey Lance played. We already knew what Trey Lance was. Trey Lance is really good. He's killing it. We're ready to just go into it. I would love that. The fact that we're not really, we're unknown of the situation with the quarterback is frustrating to me because we're such a Super Bowl roster, missing the most important part of that chain is the head, which is the quarterback. And I hope they figure it out in this offseason because it's going into the season of 2023, bro. I'm tired of making it to the NFC Championship and losing, or going to the Super Bowl and not winning because we don't have that quarterback. So hopefully they get the shit together, brother. Hopefully, I don't care if it's Sam, if it's what's his name, Brock or Trey. May the best man win. But I just want stability. I can't say it right, but I want someone that is there. Like we know Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback of the Chiefs. We know that Josh Allen is the quarterback of the Bills. Joe Burrow, he's the quarterback of Cincinnati. You ask the
Lamar
question, who's the
Jackson.
quarterback? Well, right now Lamar Jackson is the quarterback of nobody.
I know. I was making a joke.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. So you ask people who's the Niners quarterback. You know, regardless of John saying that Brock's, the leader of the clubhouse, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear Brock is the guy no matter what, or Trey is, and it just sucks that we're in limbo at quarterback. The most important part of our team is the quarterback, and it sucks. And I'm frustrated.
And see,
I want to give a quick shout out to John here. Let him know I got a cousin, Alicia, who lives in Battleground, which is kind of close to Auburn. Used to live in Kelso. Well, my step grandma Eleanor used to live in Kelso / Longview.
I'm gonna go on mute for a minute. I'm gonna get all my stuff and go into the house.
No problem.
All right,
appreciate it. Bryant,
I would agree with Beto. It's quarterback's probably the biggest issue. It's been the biggest issue for several years. It's been the issue even when we've been to the Super Bowl in recent years. Not having, maybe a prolific pocket passer when we went to the Super Bowl with Kaepernick possibly cost us the game. Not having, a decent quarterback with Jimmy Garoppolo, who is maybe a little bit more mobile, because we all seen him throw the interception with his eyes closed. However much we, want to go back and say, well, he played good in the first, whatever, he threw the ball to Kittle. That was a penalty. It doesn't matter. Our defenses the last couple of years have gotten us to the Super Bowl or to the championship games, and we've needed that quarterback to take us over the top. And that's where I've sat back and said, well, okay, what do we need to go out there and get a quarterback without getting rid of any players? If we could trade up draft capital, like first round picks, like you said, and go and get a quarterback, like, we'll just say it, Lamar Jackson or somebody out there like that, and bring him to the team. Is that what we really need for one season? Is just a, veteran quarterback? And I think the Niners earlier thought that when they did move up to get the capital to get a quarterback, they did go into the mindset, we're going to get a veteran quarterback, or we're going to go ahead and we're getting a rookie who should be able to come in and compete and win games. So what I'm overall getting and thinking is even if you had a quarterback that won the Super Bowl, the next year, even if you say he's our guy, don't you want him to still have some kind of competition and training camp? Don't you want him to have somebody that comes in and is like, hey, I'll take your job from you, Super Bowl winner or not, I'm better than you. So if Brock Purdy was to win the Super Bowl and we still have Trey Lance on the team, I wouldn't see why they wouldn't give both quarterbacks an opportunity to compete every year. They did it with Steve Young and Joe Montana. I know there was up and down because of injuries, but when we had two quarterbacks that were going at it in practice, I don't get it.
I had myself muted. No, I get you. I think that I think it's really the onus is on Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch for putting us in this situation year after year after year. And I'm not saying that somebody needs to lose their job for, having this continual problem. But I think their lack of respecting the draft capital and, coming up with a good plan. Like, it seems to me they had a plan A and a B, but they didn't have alternate plans if those plans didn't work out. So let's say plan A was get a Stafford or get a or Aaron Rodgers. Okay. Plan A didn't work out. Plan B was to move up and get a quarterback, which they did in Trey Lance. So plan B should have had some plans off of it. So and they should have, stuck with their plan. It seems like they didn't. They should have said, okay, if we're drafting this quarterback, we have to play him immediately because in our plan, we don't have enough time to play around and develop somebody on the backside while paying veteran quarterbacks to be the bridge. You know what I'm saying? So you need to cut the Band-Aid from Jimmy or rip the Band-Aid off of Jimmy and then play him and let him go through his growing pains for a year, maybe two. You know what I mean? If he's really good at the end of that second year, you might be talking about playoffs or better.
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
And I got to stop you for a second, and I apologize, but I think the problem there, or the philosophy, is the same. I agree, but the Niners aren't willing to take losses or take a back seat for the development of this quarterback. So whatever they seen in practice,
Wait, hold on. Wait, can I interrupt? Ask you a question. How do you as so Jed York said that the philosophy that Kyle and John like to use is be cheap at the quarterback position and spend your money in the other positions, right?
That's what they're saying right now.
Yeah. Okay. So with that in mind, how are you ever going to stay cheap at the quarterback position without having to facilitate somebody in some sort of way or train / go through growing pains with somebody? You know what I mean?
Hey, gentlemen, I'm gonna eat dinner with the wife. If the seat is taken later on by someone else, that's cool. If not, I'll jump back in.
Hi, man.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Have a good night.
I'll talk to you guys a little bit later. All right.
Most definitely. Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you, sir.
So what do you think about that? It seems like, I don't know.
I totally agree. They should have said, hey, we drafted him, we're going to start him regardless of what the outcome is. But something happened. Something happened and said, whoa, he needs more time, or we need to go in a different direction. And they should continue to develop him. They should continue to try something with him. But for whatever reason, they're not running with him. And I agree with you. Like, what's happened is they invested all this money for him. Then they went really cheap with the 7th rounder. They got really, they won the lottery with the 7th rounder, or at least that's what they feel like. They're willing to let both of them linger. So in a couple of years, when they have to pay one of them, somebody's got to go. And they're probably going to both have to go. So if the philosophy is going to stay cheap at the quarterback, they're going to just keep drafting an era quarterback every couple of years.
Which they have an issue finding quarterbacks because they've drafted multiple quarterbacks, and only, as far as we can tell, only one of them is any sort of good. You know what I mean? Or is, can run the system effectively. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, he either has the support of the team, the support of the coaches, or he's showed them he has the talent. He can run the offense, effectively. He can make split decisions. He's willing to go against what Kyle is telling him, and hey, I threw it to that guy and we got a touchdown. What do you think, Kyle? And Kyle's okay with it because you've seen it. Almost all these plays that Kyle's had, he can scheme somebody effectively open. And what's the knock on Jimmy? He doesn't go through his progressions. He just throws to the first guy, right? So Brock Purdy looking left, looking right. spinning around, throwing it, boom. He's going through his progressions where maybe that's what they want to see out of Trey, and maybe he's
Trey
just.
goes through his progressions.
But what I'm saying,
His
maybe he's not showing where
Trey's issue with his progressions is that when he sees them, he'll hesitate at times, and that causes him to have to throw the ball either delayed, like
So
like
where
'cause-
he's hesitating. Brock's not doing that, and that's where they're saying, "Hey, he's not quite there yet."
which is
It's
the
that
reason
little
why
it's that hesitation.
which is the
that's
reason
holding
why
him
he
back.
needs. Yes, Bryant, but that's the reason why he needs time. That's why he needs reps.
That's why we need to go to more practices. We need to go more preseason games.
That's not gonna do anything this year. So
No, not this year.
yeah, so that's just mute. You know what I mean? That it doesn't have anything to do.
I'm making a T-shirt. We're gonna put a Twitter poll out there. Let's get some cheap.
There's an upside. There's an upside to Brock through 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, with a quarterback rating of 104. And Trey could be great. And we added Sam. I don't think it's looking all bad. At the same time, Trey finally gets his shot. Yeah, well, hopefully. Depends. Yeah. He might be ran into the ground like he was last season. And I would like to put out 49ers, Giants, Lakers. There was multiple times throughout the games this season where he could have had multiple picks. You know what I mean? Like each game he had a ball that could have been picked. What up, Corey?
Hello.
Hey,
my
Corey.
Man, Corey Lockdown Davis. What up?
How y'all doing?
Good. Corey, since you're here, let me ask you a nice question. Let's see if the chat has one. Who picks our quarterbacks every year? Who picks our quarterbacks every year? Is it Lynch and Kyle, or is it a dedicated scout? I'm sure it's everybody. Everybody has say so there.
Yeah.
I'm sure John doesn't necessarily have say so. I'm pretty sure he is in charge of making sure people are scouting everybody and making sure that the options are getting to the coaches and whatnot, and the scouts are being able to, I'm sure he puts that all together, but I don't know. I don't think John's the guy who's like, yep, that's our quarterback. I'm sure it's more Kyle and the offensive coaches in the room. I'm sure even the defensive coach probably comments on it, because if I was looking for my quarterback, I'd have my defensive coach that says, "Hey, I want to know what you think about this guy. Let me know what's scary about him. If there's nothing scary, I don't want to draft him." You know what I mean? If you don't see something in his game that makes you go, I'd have to play this guy different, then I don't want him. Oh, you got Nathan and Bebop saying what up to you, Corey?
Hey, Nathan. Hey, Bebop.
Corey.
Yes.
What do you think is the biggest need / biggest issue you think heading into this next season?
I'm thinking right now, because I don't know too much about our right tackle. I'm thinking it's our right tackle.
Okay.
Because
Bryant,
I don't know that much about him. So I'm wondering how they gonna do that.
Yeah, my hot take is Colton McKivitz is not the starter, and that Pryor, the guy we brought in, he's going to be the starter. So that's my little hot take. Unless they draft somebody who can be a day one starter as a right tackle, which they would have to move up, which I hope they don't do because I think Pryor might be able to do it. We're going to a more power style offense, so we're going to be running up the gut more. So our offensive line is going to get a little beefier. We're going to get some thick boys, and that's why I think Colt McKivitz went from a tackle to a guard the moment the run scheme changed from zone to power. So
Yeah, I saw Nine of Sickness was in here.
yep, he's eating dinner with his wife, and he should be back. What were you up to?
I was over with John Jay.
Oh, okay. Did you take a bike ride today?
No, I was at Dallas today.
Gotcha. You didn't take a ride after Dallas?
Got home, ate my dinner, and then was looking for either you or looking for John Jay. I know John Jay sent me a message too. So I do one. I go half this one, and then half of the.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Corey. No, you could definitely that's perfectly fine. I appreciate you spending time on each channel. Also, you got the link. Anybody who hasn't subscribed to Corey Lockdown Davis's channel, his link is in the description, along with Bryant Culp's channel description, and I believe we might have a David McNiner still in the chat. And if we don't, his channel is also in the description. So you can go check them guys out. Make sure to sub to their channels. They do great work. Corey's got a show on Sunday. Corey, what time do you think you're doing a show on Sunday?
7 p.m.
7 p.m. again, he says. Okay, so check out 7 p.m. Now, that show really makes more sense if you show up to his show on Thursday night at 8 o'clock. Because that's the trivia night.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun. It's a lot of fun. You can answer in the chat, keep coming on. I'm sure you can jump on the channel, if you're passionate enough. We try to keep it respectful. But Corey asked a bunch of good 49er questions, and he asked a couple Giant questions because we got a fan of the Giants. And I'm sure if you keep coming around, if you're a different fan, Corey probably can find something to ask you as well. So, but no, we keep it really fun. And Corey's great. There's a lot of good trivia questions, and if you don't know something, you'll learn something that night.
I was thinking, Corey.
Mm-hmm.
What if you did 10 questions on Thursday night and did 10 questions on Sunday, and then at the start of the show you could go over the answers for the last shows, and then get in, and then while everybody's coming in there, then you could, while you got everybody, there's more people in the chat, by the time you get done with that, then you can start in the 10 questions, you know what I'm saying? And then on Sunday, boom, then you could give the answers for Thursday's show and then do the questions there too. And then boom, next Thursday. So then you got trivia both nights and you got answers being given both nights. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, you trying to give me I was gonna talk about that Sunday.
What's up?
I was making some changes. I was gonna say about Sunday.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking because it would, to me, I think it would flow better. You know what I mean? Because then you've got competition to look forward to each show, instead of like you do the competition one night and then you tune in for the results the next night. You know what I mean? That's like you get ooh. David McNiner's on a date again.
What? Let's go, David.
Hey, David, is it that same lady from last week that you were having a blast till the early morning when the sun came up? Sound like he was having a ball just being around, around somebody. So I was happy to hear that. When you could spend all night just having a blast with somebody, you're in good company.
Yeah.
Yep. Friday night, what better to do?
Saying, yeah, man, we should keep building dominant online wall for the future. Keep getting these mountains for our QBs and running backs. Yeah, no. The bigger you get there, hopefully you'll be able to keep people a little healthier. Because the less. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to say I really like his comment because if we go after third round running backs, right, and we go after, listen, we can keep a dominant O line, right, and we can keep getting these mountains for our quarterback and our running back. So we get the third round running back, and then we get a 7th round quarterback future, and just keep doing it. Just keep, that's our formula.
Yeah.
John V sending you some love and some respect. Corey.
Hey, John V. Thank you.
John V's the GOAT.
I'll tell you. Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
Okay, what y'all think about what this article says? It says another NFL media member suggested that Sam Darnold can be the starter in week one.
Well, they can suggest it, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to happen. I just think that Trey Lance this will be his 3rd year in the system. Trey Lance was the one who Brock Purdy would confer with when he came off the sideline, not Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it seems like Trey Lance is either the most is the quarterback with the most understanding of the system, or he's the quarterback with the second most understanding of the system going into this offseason. And whoever the other one isn't going to be in camp. So for Sam Darnold to come in, and you got to remember, Trey knew the offense before OTAs. Like, he was on his tablet learning everything that whole time. So I don't know if Sam Darnold's got that same drive in him. But if he does, then he'd have a lot better chance of starting. But I don't think he does, because me personally, if I'm Sam Darnold, before I start worrying about competing with Trey Lance at all, I'm trying to get with Brian Greasy, and I want to try and build me a good foundation all over again, because I told somebody I was seeing ghosts. So I want to make sure there's no ghosts left in my closet, and I want to start back up like I had never had any of these bad experiences before in my life. Put it behind me and start over fresh. And I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can give enough attention to trying to do that while you're trying to compete and win. Because this is what I think. To start over a new leaf, you need to unlearn bad habits. So that means you need to train to do things when you're under duress. And you need to make sure you're not doing your old habits and that you're doing your new habits. When you're trying to compete and everything's on the line, you're going to rely on what you know to get you through it. And that is just more of the bad stuff that has gotten him to where he is now. So I feel it's in his best interest to essentially pretend like he's a rookie quarterback again. You know what I mean? And build a good foundation in this situation. I really think it's best for him not to even try and compete. For him. I think it's best for him not to try and compete until he feels like he's a new guy. You know what I mean? Like he's got new tools in his bag and he knows how to use them well and productively. And then I would be like, yes, now I'm going to go compete because I'm. Have you ever, you know what a role playing game is?
Yeah.
Okay, so I used to play Final Fantasy VII back in the day. Still do. Anyways, oh, nice shades, bro.
It's that time. It's that time in the show. If you don't
Trying to
know,
trying to upstage me.
no,
So
you're
I'd
trying to
play.
bring some pizzazz to the show. That's why you got me.
I tried to, I was playing Final Fantasy VII, and the thing is you can run around and go kill all these bosses, but after a while, you got to stop and you got to run around and you got to kill all the little guys until you can beef up. Because if you get in a fight with one of them big bosses before you're ready, you're just gonna keep on getting smacked around, and Lord help you if you saved right beforehand, because now you can't go back. You know what I mean? So, to me, I think he needs to. I think he needs to build his foundation up again. He really needs to learn how to make smart decisions when he's in duress, and worry about worry about stuff like that. Work making sure his arm mechanics are good. You know what I mean? Naturally, I don't know if that's what he really needs, but those are the things that quarterbacks, you know, that usually have bad habits. There's certain things they'll do with their arm mechanics to try and like speed up their throw or do things like that, and that's things that can affect it. So I just want to see him get better.
Yeah. So have they changed any rules yet?
No,
Only jerseys.
oh,
That's the only
Yeah.
rules that they changed. You know.
Yeah. They say Devo, he wants to change his number one.
That'd be kind of cool, huh? Debo's number one. Debo. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, but I was like, man, all these people that got number 19 now
Yeah.
at their jerseys, we like,
if you think about it, the league. So let's say this, okay? You got to buy back your own jersey, right? Because you want to switch your number. So Debo's been in the league for what? 5 years now,
mm-hmm.
going on a sixth. Okay, so for let's say the last 4 years, they've sold a lot of jerseys for him, right? Each year they sell probably about the same amount of Debo jerseys, right? So how many would you have made up this year? You would have enough to get through this year, right? Well, if you changed if Debo changed his number, all those people that got 19s might want to get a 0. So now you could turn around and
But he'll go to 1. He's gonna go to 1.
or go to 1. Yes, sorry. If you could go to 1, then you could talking about you got a chance to sell all those ones that you've already sold, the number 19s. You got a chance to sell all them a number 1 at this point.
What if you like say, hey, you got a 19 and he changed to 1, or any player like changes in that number, and you can keep your jersey and it's in decent condition, right? Or it doesn't matter the condition, right? Hypothetical situation, whatever. But what if you can prove, like with your receipt, you go to your store that you bought it from or send it back to NFL.com or Fanatics, and they'll replace it. You can, with a discount, you can get the new player jersey.
I wouldn't do that. I would just sell them.
Because it's
I would sell them a brand new
history.
one. Yeah,
it's the history.
I'm just saying.
But the reason
I
I
would
was
just sell
throwing
them.
it out there is Aaron Hernandez, the Patriot player.
Yeah, they did that, but
They
still,
did that. So I was like, hey, that might be something that they could possibly do.
I think they did that because they didn't want. They saw where it was going. They saw where it was going, and they're like, "Nope, let's get these out of circulation as soon as possible." You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, what would be? I'm old school. I'm used to being, you see 80s players with 80s. you know either they're a wide receiver or a tight end.
Yeah.
You see somebody that's in the 20s, either running 20s through 30s, either running back or defensive back.
Yep.
You see them in the 90s, they're defensive linemen. You see them in the 60s, they offensive linemen.
Yeah, and especially they're probably a guard because it used to be centers were in the 50s, guards were the 60s, and tackles were the 70s.
Yeah.
And it was all that way for position. It was the way like, and it's like kind of like not everything is off the military, but that's kind of how they first designed it that way. You know, it's all this is your spot, this is your ranking, this is your everything.
And you knew quarterbacks numbers, and you know. I was like, man, because I remember I hate seeing these wide receivers now wearing 19, 14, 20.
Hey, Brian, did you see the message in the private chat?
Okay. No
All
worries.
right.
All right. So Corey, yeah, I don't like it either. I really don't like the differences of the jerseys. Like I've seen it a couple times. I don't know when they definitely changed it, but like not there. I think Randy Moss, he was like 18 when he went from Minnesota to the Raiders. He wanted to 81, but Tim Brown, so he went 18. I don't know if that was when they changed the rule or whatnot, but I'm not a big fan of wide receivers going from. I like it when they're in the 80s, like you said. Maybe that was the rule. Some wide receivers could have certain numbers, but like with me, like I'm a kicker, so I like seeing the kickers have those numbers, 1 to maybe I think it was up to 22 or something. That was the highest a kicker could go, or something like that. I think quarterbacks, that was the highest a quarterback could go, as 22. So for me, like I'm like you, I'm not, I'm old school. Like, why do you gotta keep changing it? Why do you have to keep changing it? Because these guys in college, they came out and it's if it affects you that much that you can't have the same jersey number, then maybe you shouldn't be playing ball, right? It's not about the number; it should be about your name, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And something else I was thinking of. People, I hate to see defensive linemen with 1-digit number.
Yeah, that don't make no sense either. Keep them up there in the 90s, or keep them up higher. They don't need to change their numbers. The numbers are for a reason, and it's like if you want to play, I don't know.
Yeah.
Not about the number; it's about the game.
Debo should take 2. Ayuk should take 1. CMC should take 22.
And I agree. That was what they played with in college, and CMC was 22. But yeah, right. See, that's why we don't want to, have them changing the numbers and stuff, because we already got the jerseys and stuff. And Corey makes a good point. If Debo goes from 19 to number 1, is he going to be 19 or 1? I mean, we'll know him at this point, and then we're gonna hopefully he does better as number 1, because if he changes to 1 and never does better, we're gonna be like, that's the reason, right? He switched his number. That's the reason.
Let's see. I want to shout out to Jeff Block here. Haven't seen you before in the chat, I don't think. Appreciate you stopping by. If you could hit the like and subscribe, it'd be much appreciative. But Jeff here says it should be your performance, like on the test school, should not be about the grade, should be about the effort. Okay. I don't know. I'd rather have a teammate, one that will give me 100% of effort 100% of the time, and when I know consistently what I'm going to get out of them and what they consistently can do. So then I know what they'll take care of. So I can just take care of everything else. You know what I mean? Instead of somebody who's like an athlete, a pure athlete, but you don't know what he's going to do next. You don't know if he's going to break off coverage to go, he's got an instinct something's going to happen. I don't want somebody who's breaking off, their pass coverage. Kind of like Hufanga. Hufanga kind of, he like breaks off, but see, he hasn't figured out his groove yet. Like they still get him. So until he figures out his groove, he's going to be susceptible to those moves.
Yep. I like Hufanga, but you gotta make sure he pays attention to his play. You gotta pay attention to the receivers.
They would never do that, Joey.
That would be though. I mean, like that's what we were just talking about. If you could turn in your jersey and say, okay, maybe it's like 95% still good or 85%, and they could give you some kind of percentage off a new jersey. I mean, that would be kind of really kind of cool.
Yeah, no, it would.
But no, they're not going to do it because it's about money. And like people wear throwback jerseys all the time. So there will still be people wanting to keep that number 19 jersey.
That's what I'm saying.
So
and look, it would things would happen. You know what I mean? It's easier just to you buy it, it's yours now. You want another one, here you go. You know what I mean? You never know how somebody's going to complain. Well, I gave you one, and then this one comes back, and it's got this imperfection on it, and it's like, you can't get into doing all that. Like I've got certain shoes where, their lifetime warranty on it, but you got to pay for it to be resold. You know what I mean? Like they'll fix it, but it's going to have to be resold and all that good stuff, and you're going to have to pay for that. Because they don't tell you that the life of the soul. What we got here?
That's why you do this, baby. They can't cut you, okay?
There you go.
And you support the name on the front, and you remember they can't cut or trade you. That's right. They can't cut me, okay? I'm a fan. And they don't have to put up with me, and I don't care because I'm not paid by the team. It's something I love, and they don't have to love me, but whatever happens, I'm still going to root for them. I'm a Niner fan. Remember, you can do it. I got my wife wanting me, and I'm telling you, they're not trading me. I'm not going anywhere.
What number is she?
She's 3-2. Yep.
No.
Gotta keep her 3, man.
She needs to be a different number. She needs to have her own number.
She has other jerseys.
She needs to be like 4.
She has other jerseys, but when we go out and stuff like that, and we're both wearing our jersey, we're both, number 3. We're both
you should make her number 1 and you stay as number 3, so you could be the third wheel.
Right. She's like,
you got all the kids. You got all the kids in between you.
Her number is 7, but she doesn't like 7 right now because she doesn't want to be Kaepernick. She's like, I'm gonna let that be for right now. And there's nothing wrong with Kaepernick. She just doesn't want to wear a 7 jersey right now. She's 89. She likes the number 89 too. But when I bought those jerseys, she liked the idea too. So she's got the girl cut number 3. And I have
gotcha.
So it's cool.
I'm glad they started making the girl cuts.
Yeah.
Because I think it doesn't look right normally, like a man's one on a woman, and there are a lot of women fans out there that deserve to look right. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
I'm glad they did that. I thought it was good. It just the only thing for me is I just got to make sure, I'm reading everything. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Okay. Who's the linebacker that wore number 56 on 49ers that only played maybe 1 or 2 seasons with us?
Solomon Thomas?
He wore
Was
number
it that
56.
Oh, wait. No.
Borland?
Oh, Chris Borland?
No, he wore 50 though, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
56.
Was it
Is
Reuben
this
Foster?
Reuben Foster?
This is impossible.
Are we doing? Was there supposed? Was there
Oh, we're
supposed
having a
to?
warm up. Are we having a little warm up?
Was it supposed to be A, B, or C, or
Oh.
D?
No,
Oh,
sometimes
A.
with the trivia questions, though, I start trying to listen because it's like you're saying, okay, who was the first player to win was a running back or a halfback? And the next thing you know, you're saying like players that were in the 90s stuff. And I'm like, oh, wait. Go back. Because they weren't going to be in the first Super Bowl. So I enjoy
Oh,
it.
he's proud. He's got his Reuben Foster.
That's nice.
But you know what? I'm getting rid of it.
Oh, I gotta give
it.
a shout out to Megan the Stallion. I seen that her throwing out the pitch again today, so I thought I'd give her another shout out. God damn it.
I can't fit it no more.
Oh,
I tried to put it on today.
Too muscular?
I'm too much.
Too muscular? Good stuff.
It
Corey
happens.
be working out.
I'm working on my summertime bod too right now.
I've been working on my dad bod for like 3 or 4 or 7 winters now.
Mine's coming off.
I had the people in Dallas cracking up because I say, "Oh, y'all got me up in here showing my 12-pack." They say, "Corey, be quiet."
Well, it was, what can you say? There was, oh man, it was all, she got a lot to give. She got a lot to give. Yeah, a little Twitter paid, a little smitten. I didn't know it was all like that. I didn't know it was like that. I'm sorry. It was just, I didn't know it was like that. But then I found out, and like it's hard to get over. Like if I would have been eased into it, you know what I mean?
Right. We've all had those phases, like I went through a small phase. It was called Taylor Swift, and then I got over it. She had a couple bad albums, and I'm over it. So I totally understand where you're at.
I ain't even trying to listen to her music if that's what's going to happen. Is that's going to mess this one up?
No, man, I get what you're saying. It's like you like somebody for a little while, and then like you grow out of it. So it's like,
oh, she don't want to have anything to do with me. I'm just saying, there's any ladies out there that got the frame like that, give Ryan a call. Come call in on the Friday night call.
Drop the link.
Yeah. We'll talk in the private chat backstage after I get these other cats out of here.
Hey, Corey, I can't hear. Can you hear, Corey? I think I've been muted.
No, you wouldn't be around. It would be like something happened with my connection. I've been removed from the stream. What?
Yep.
So you guys really think? You really think there? It seems like a lot of people. I'm gonna say it, Ryan. You might not like it. We're gonna just talk maybe a little bit more about it. Are they really pushing Trey out the door, or are they is this just a bunch of media hype for us to talk about?
No, you also got to understand too. It could be them trying to light a fire under Trey.
Yep.
It could be, hey, we need to see something out of him, so maybe we're going to fabricate stuff to get the best out of him.
Right? You know, if he's like
It could-
given
it
the
could al-
job, why would if you're given the job, why are you going to run as hard as you can?
You also got to understand too, like the head of the clubhouse thing, that could be just to kind of make like the Kittles feel comfortable that they're not just gonna, you know,
Yeah.
essentially Trey's just there for now, and when Brock comes back, he's gonna take it over. But as we all know, whoever's the hot hand is gonna play. So in that scenario, Kyle might be like, look, I'm just getting people essentially off of Trey. You know what I mean? Like, I'm getting people off of Trey by saying Brock's the guy. And then, you know, Trey is now able to develop himself, you know, in the offseason without people, you know, thinking he's the number one guy. You know what I mean? And then, you know, we could talk about competition, and then the competition part that's when he'll get the scrutiny in training camp. But before training camp, he's the second string quarterback at this point. There's not like all that Otis on him or at least the media won't be like, this is the new starting quarterback. He's going to take over for Brock Purdy. It's not that narrative. It's Brock Purdy's running things, and Trey's going to be the backup. And then, you know, they drop in, but Darnold will be there to compete. Who knows?
I see. That's why I'm saying, even if, and I've said it, even if you win the Super Bowl, do you go in the next year thinking that you got the job? And maybe you should, because you just won the Super Bowl, right? But you should maybe already feel like, I'm going to go after another Super Bowl, so I'm going to compete as hard as I can. But if you have somebody standing behind you saying, if you're not ready, or if you slip, I'm going to take this Super Bowl team to the next level. I like competition.
Me too. Would be hilarious if John and Kyle were just playing with the media as a joke for the whole team. Yeah. Like getting one back at them. But at the same time, that type of stuff could come to bite you down at the end of your career path.
Well, you imagine if he said something like, well, we don't know if he's going to be alive this weekend. You imagine if he said that, and then so-and-so actually died that weekend?
Can we talk about something real quick?
But you know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, like, you say something like that, right? Like, you say, oh, we don't know if so-and-so will be. No, you can't. You're not guaranteed the next day.
So
if you say that, and then that person dies, how would he ever live that down?
Okay. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to. So you remember when, I don't know if you remember Grant Cohn and his father talking about how Trent Baalke was for most of his tenure here, and how he was like the last 2 years. Do you remember them talking about that? How he was just an ass and he didn't have time for anybody. And then when the Wolves started crowding in, he started, you know, making time for people and being nice and saying hi.
Yeah.
So the first day of the owners meeting, that evening, or wait, was it that evening? It was the night that, was it the night that Grant went? I think it was the night that, it was the day that John Lynch spoke. And he was on, I believe, with his dad that day. No, it wasn't, because he'd already spoke. Anyway, it was the day that John Lynch spoke. Kyle was supposedly having drinks with the reporters that night, the 49ers pool reporters.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like, I haven't heard of behavior like that with Kyle, with anybody in the media. And I don't know if that was like, he's trying to buy friends. You know what I mean? Like, he's trying to buy friends now for things that might come up later on.
Who'd you hear that from, though?
Grant Cohn.
Right. And what was this? This was his first time at this meeting, at this event.
Uh-huh.
So this
But
is this is the first time he could report that, right? So
yeah.
he also said that he didn't go to the party. He went to bed early.
Yes.
He could have been down there too, socializing, but he chose not to. He also said this was his first time being there. So for him not going to the event, for him not putting himself out there to be sociable, is not that the coach is picking and choosing who they're going and socializing with at that point. If you're not showing up to the party or the table where there could be an open chair.
But Bryant, I get that, but we haven't seen past history of him do that.
But we don't know that, and that was my point, because this is
right.
the first time I've heard of it. Grant Cohn reported.
But that doesn't mean that
none of the other 49er reporters reported this. Why? Maybe because they didn't want.
Are you sure they didn't?
Out. Maybe they didn't want this to get out.
Did they not? In none of the reporting? I'm sorry, I didn't read all the reporting. I'm just saying, like, you can't just.
You hear what I'm saying? Maybe they.
I'm not saying. I'm not. I never said it was facts, but I'm not also going to sit there and try and say that it's not anything that could do with it. You know what I mean? So probably should just leave it where it's at. You know what I mean? Because you don't know anything to say different that it isn't.
No, but the only point I'm going to say is I only heard it when Grant said it. So we don't know if it happened prior to that. We don't know if it didn't happen. So if this has been happening before because he wasn't there, the only way we knew about it was he was the first person that we've heard anyone say it. None of the other reporters have ever said this in the past. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Sounds like these owners meetings and stuff like that, these league meetings are a lot of fun if you get to go.
Yeah, but like, if you notice, like Jim Irsay was having a meeting with the pool reporters for his, but they weren't having beers. Did you notice that?
I heard different teams were doing different things. I also heard they weren't the only team that was drinking.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I'm just saying, like,
maybe some people don't drink because of their religion.
I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying we don't hear about this, and I haven't seen pictures from other teams on this owners meeting ever before like this before either. So, you know what I mean? I've never seen.
I mean, like, do we have a reporter that's coming out and sharing stuff with us because it's hot take, or is this something that we need to know, or because I mean, it seems like some teams are doing it because they want to be doing it, and some teams are doing it because that's just how they're comfortable, or that's their personality. We know our coach throws.
We know that Kyle doesn't like the media.
We know he doesn't like some parts of the media.
Kyle doesn't like talking to any of the media.
It definitely seems like I don't know. I watched a lot of the videos too online for the owners meeting, and it seems like there was a lot of shade thrown at certain reporters, and other reporters they are all happy-go-lucky with. It seems like they have some favorites.
I'm not saying that they don't. It's just you never see. Oh my God. You never see Kyle perk up when he talks to one specific reporter. He's always got this even pace the whole time. And it's like he would rather be somewhere else. So for that guy to be sitting around having beers with him, beers with the people that he acts like they're the bad guy to him.
Yeah.
It is just, it's different. So but I don't want to go around in circles all night on that.
I was just looking at this article. It says, NFL News, 49 Kyle Shanahan gives a hint on which QB will start in 2023.
What's that again?
It says, NFL News, Kyle Shanahan gives a hint on which QB will start in the 2023 season.
And what's the hint?
No, I'm reading it. It says the same old thing. I don't see no hint in it.
Yeah. The only hint that he really gave was really that Trey had a better knowledge of the system than Sam Darnold, and that he expected him to have a better grasp of the system. You know what I mean? That was it. And that's the only thing I could think of that would be him pointing to who the starter is going to be at the beginning of the season. Because if we know what we know about Brock's injury, 6 months to the day is like three days before the first game of the season. So to me, that doesn't scream he's going to be a starter. And if anything goes wrong, it's even further. So, yeah, obviously, I believe it's Trey Lance. If you're scared to start rookie linemen because they don't know the system, how are you thinking you're going to start a quarterback that comes in? You know what I'm saying? And is the one who has to know what everything in the system means.
Yep. Yeah, it's true, because you can't. That's why people kills me when they say, bring Lamar Jackson in. He's going to be in the same situation. You got to learn the system. He ain't going to be able to come in and say, you got to be able to learn the system. And the way Matt Ryan said, it took him 2 years to learn Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and it took Trey months.
Yeah.
Well, we have Madden football to, think for that too.
Oh, I'm not saying you're wrong there. I'm telling you, I think Madden made a lot of, I'd say a lot of offensive coordinators out there that we have like in high school. I'm sure Madden has done that.
I mean, if you really pay attention to it, I mean, you can really learn a lot. You can really learn a lot.
Yes.
And that's not no track or shot at him either. It's one of those things. It's like you got Kyler Murray. He plays a lot of video games. Well, maybe he plays a lot of Madden football too, but shout out to the little guys too. Those guys that are out there, 5'7", 5'8", we can still play ball. Just got to run around a little bit.
Well, think about the mental reps wide receivers can take. You know what I mean? They could be the quarterback, and they can check the defense out. You know what I mean? And know, okay, who's got the best leverage on this route. And then that makes it so they can, while they're out on the field, they can go, okay, who's got the best leverage on this route? Oh, I don't have very good leverage on this route, so I probably won't be getting the ball. You know what I mean? But, maybe the route that's crossing underneath me might have the best leverage. So therefore, if the ball does come to him, maybe I need to start thinking about how I'm going to be able to block if he's able to get some yak. You know what I mean? So it kind of, it helps things out. And then you're talking about, and then, defensive back. You're able to call the defense. You're able to see what the offense is doing. You know what I mean? Like play certain, you can audible the defense. You know what I mean? So there's things you could do to hone skills. The only problem is the Madden has a very limited playbook. So you're not going to be able to go up against every single play that the team goes, that the team puts out. You know what I mean? Which would be handy. You know what I mean? If you go home and you're like, I want to practice, and you could set it up to the other team's actual playbook. You know what I'm saying? And actually try and beat them. And it'd be a way of instead of watching tape, you're actually applying knowledge and practicing it. You know what I mean? And that could be just as helpful.
Man, I'm trying to find a Raider fan that's happy to have Jimmy G. It's hard. I asked a Raider fan today, My Dallas.
Somebody made a music video. You should go find the people that made the music video and ask them.
Oh, okay.
I
They
know.
made a
it's-
music. They
yeah.
shared that on Bussin' with the Boys.
I know it's a joke about the Jimmy G jersey for my brother, but my brother don't seem to be mad about it. He's like, at least he wins. So,
Corey, you got to get set up with his brother then.
if the Raiders win with Jimmy G, I mean, like, really, I'm not gonna be mad. I really don't care, but I don't think they're gonna win the Super Bowl. But if he gets them to the playoffs or something, he's gonna come in. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god!" They're gonna make a big deal about it. Derek Carr, I mean, he's a lot. I think he's more athletic. I think he's way better in a lot of um, actually different fields in the game. But I think with him with the Raiders, I think his injury, I think he needed to move off a couple years ago, but they kept him, and then they got him a big wide receiver, and yeah, I think he's gonna be dangerous in the Saints with the Saints. I think we're gonna have to watch out for the Saints.
Yeah.
Have to watch out for the Saints.
Think about it. He's got a bigger arm than Breeze. He can just stand back there, and he's going to be more confident and more competent than Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill could actually be that like gadget player that they want. That's my hot take. Saints win
Gotcha.
the South. Yeah, they're going to beat the Panthers and the Bucks, and the Falcons, unless the Falcons get Lamar Jackson.
Chiefs fans loving that Jimmy G signing. Broncos defense too, I'm sure. Raiders have no defense and offensive. I know.
Yeah, so if he gets hurt right off, that could actually happen. Jimmy could go and play a couple of games and get hurt, and then he's gonna be sitting there in Oakland just selling jerseys.
Like George Kittle said, like going out to the club in Vegas with Jimmy G was like Tinder in real life. Like he was able to like no, yes, no, yes. And he's like, we were sitting here, he was with Trent Taylor, and he's like, me and Trent was like, is this what the NFL's like? He's like, no, that is not what the NFL's like. That's what it's like for Jimmy G. It's the jawline, baby.
Yeah.
I think we might call it an early night tonight.
All right, not a problem.
I'm thinking that we call it at 11. Another like 22 minutes or so.
Yeah, if you want, I can pull a couple more hot takes out. I mean, I'm sure I can think of something.
I don't want to go around for an hour and a half on that's something else. Corey.
Yes.
What are you thinking? Is there anything pressing you don't think people are talking about as much that you think needs some attention?
I'm just thinking about we're thinking about off the line, but also we need to look at our fullback. How long we gonna keep on? How long he's gonna last? When we gonna start looking at fullback.
There's a guy in a draft people are talking about too. The thing is how do you keep him?
Yeah.
Because you can draft him, but Kyle's not keeping two fullbacks on the 53-man roster.
That's true.
The only way I see him making it is if he beat out like Charlie Warner or Ross Dwelly as tight end 3. You know what I mean? I think because I think we're drafting a tight end this year. So I think we're keeping a tight end, and I think Charlie Warner is probably the guy who's going to go. But it could also be Ross Dwelley, because if the guy we draft can't block very well, we're going to need a guy like Charlie Warner at least. But I think if we can get this fullback in there, that we could use him, at least have him suited up, and then I don't know, you're not moving off of a juice check this year.
No,
you know what I mean?
You're not moving off of him next year either.
You know? Well, you could.
If he's totally could. If he's not hurt, because he's
no. If you got this dude on the team, and he can take over for him, and you're talking about you win a Super Bowl, yes, you can totally move off of Juice. People are going to be like, oh, we need a fullback like Juice, and you're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to need a first round pick for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that would be great, but I see him retiring with the Niners. I don't see him going to another team after this. He's already been on the Ravens, and he's made a lot of money with both teams. He just wants to win that ring. So if he wins that ring, I think he retires.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's even more reason to get this guy. And it's supposedly he can run routes. I don't know. I asked Kelts.
What Juice is really good about is being able to run routes and catch. So that'd be great, because we need somebody just as good.
Kelts was, saying, hey, let's get rid of Juice's $7 million for this guy. And I said, okay, well, can he run routes like him? And he's like, I don't know. Why don't you check some tape? And I'm like, well, I'm not trying to replace Juice right now. Why do I need to go look at tape? It seems like you're thinking this guy needs to replace Juice. I thought you would already know this. So that's why I'm asking you. Like, come on.
I'm just asking. Don't shoot the.
Jeez.
Yeah. Just asking because I want to know. I'm being lazy, but if you tell me to check the tape, but asking you if he's a good route runner, it's a yes or no question.
Oh gosh. Hold on. Well, I don't know, David, we were about to end it I was going to end it at 11, bro.
Man, it's kind of a little weird, man. We've been having these 5-hour, 6-hour streams, and now we're going to have like a 4-hour stream. These people want what they want.
Well, is it David Corona?
No, it's David McNiner.
Oh, McNiner?
Yeah.
David McNiner.
Drop it for him, man. That's McNiner.
I just feel if I drop the link now, I won't be able to. We won't be done till like 1 or 2, and I'm trying.
Coffee with Brian in the morning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got to be up for Brian in the morning.
Not sickness. He's back in the chat.
Ryan, you can't, man. We got a good topic right now, man.
Beto's already got a link in his face in his Twitter. I don't know what he's damn, son. Blowing up the thing. All right, here we go.
Everybody's got a hot take.
Hot takes. Gonna be here forever.
I'll put the shades back on here in a minute. Don't worry.
You better, because I'm taking mine off.
Here comes David Corona. Oh no,
man, it's like
guys have a good night. Okay,
you out of here, Corey?
No, I was reading with David Corona. I think he's gonna hop in, but
yeah, I'll just see what's up with you guys.
What up, David?
What's up, man?
How you doing, Mr. David Corona?
I'm doing all right.
And David McNiner.
All right.
What's up, fellas?
Welcome. So as you've entered the evening, we are getting ready to wrap up. But since you guys are here, you both have to tell us your hot take.
Okay. Oh, we got hot takes.
Yeah, you both have
hot
to give
takes
us hot
tonight.
Yeah, David, you both have to come up with a different hot take.
Hot take.
For the Niners, yeah, like Bosa's getting traded or something hot, right?
Kinlaw ain't making the 53.
I heard that one before.
I've said it before.
Kittle's getting cut. Kittle's getting cut.
Why would Kittle?
Oh,
Who's that?
it's Beto, I think.
Oh, Beto.
It's your daddy.
Oh. Niner Sickness, what's up?
What's up, Niner Sickness?
What's up, David?
What's up? Hey, this is a blessing doing this instead of going the other route, huh?
Yo, what's up, David and David?
What's going on, man?
Chilling, man. I heard you talking about my boy Kinlaw.
Yeah, he's gonna get cut. He ain't making the team.
Yeah, Kittle's getting cut too.
I'll be back.
Yeah, Kittle's gonna get cut. We're gonna cut Trent Williams.
Yeah.
Might as well
That's not just a hot take. That's a volcanic hot take.
Yeah, let's not even extend both sides. Just let him go.
Yeah. So like on Niner Sickness show, I mean, was it last night? They said, I think it was Bashar said, Kinlaw to wear number 0.
Yeah.
Was it the best that Bashar said?
I'd be okay with it. You know, then when he gets cut, 99's open for whoever takes it, right? Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to be on the team this year. If he does, he better really come to play. And if he doesn't come to play and put it over the top, he's not returning the next year.
Yeah.
Hey, what time you doing your show, Brian? 9:00 in the morning?
Yeah.
So with Hargrave Armstead, then I honestly think T.Y. McGill played pretty good last year. Then we have Kevin Givens. This is 4 interior linemen. And then we have Kinlaw and Kalia Davis, which I don't know if Kalia Davis is getting much attention, but he was a second round pick before that injury, right? And then we brought him off the physically unable to perform or non-football injury list. Let him practice, and I don't think their intentions were to actually bring him up at all. I think their intentions were bringing him back. Let's test the knee. Make sure he's not going to have setbacks and issues moving forward, and then we'll deactivate him before the playoffs. I honestly think that was the plan.
Interesting.
And we didn't hear about any sort of setbacks, and we would have. So, at this point, that's 6 interior defensive linemen. Someone's got to go, because we're probably keeping 5 interior and 5 edges, I'm thinking, this year.
Yeah, they don't need to take a bunch at that spot or hold a bunch of spots. We need other positions. We need to have capital at it, or we need to have players at positions.
I want to see how Kalia David does.
Yeah, me too.
That's exactly that's exactly what I want to see. He's a big question mark when it comes to the talent and what he can do. Like I said, he was a second round talent before the injury. So, that's according to the scouts. And if his knee healed just fine, that talent didn't go away. So,
yep, that is correct.
Oh, Niner.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah, at least it ain't the guy in that mask that was asking Ryan about some personal habits.
What are you gonna say? Maybe he was looking for something to get some thrill about. You know what I mean? I can't be mad at the guy.
Maybe
he could have been had a mask and a jacket on and not wearing pants. You know what I mean? So he's got his own issues that he can deal
This
with.
is true. This is true. The camera was only showing like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
that would be something like risky business though over there. If he was just wearing the shirt.
Well, I guess only if you were like cooking bacon.
Yeah, that's
You know
true.
what I mean?
Yeah.
It's funny. I remember as a kid, I went to go cook food. My dad was like, "Go put a shirt on," because I was like, "Why?" Right? He's like, "You never cook bacon without a shirt on." So then, as I was a kid, I was doing that. So then, I'm a bachelor. I'm like, "Oh, I could cook some breakfast in the morning. Yeah, I got a shirt on. I'm gonna go cook me some bacon." And it starts splattering and burning you. And that's why you don't cook bacon without a shirt on.
The Jaws shirt on? That's pretty cool.
Huh?
Yeah, I know someone actually who they were cooking bacon and their wife is it's interesting you should say that. They were cooking bacon and they're a chef and they were cooking lots of bacon like in a tray and it shot 6 feet in the air, burned his wife's skin. He didn't even realize it went straight through her skin,
Wow.
straight through her leg.
I have
That's how hot it gets. It was like 220 degrees the fire on that.
I've seen cheese sauce shoot, I don't know, 6 feet in the air and explode.
Cheese sauce, damn.
Cheese sauce. So there's things that can happen like in them industrial microwaves. Like the cheese sauce, okay, if you don't put water into it and stir the water, the cheese sauce will just sit there and get heated like ultra hot. And so then the water will sit on top of it. And the moment you go to stir the water into the cheese sauce, it like flash melts and like explodes.
It's more like it's turning into fondue,
No, not at all.
Kinda like
It's
an-
exploding.
I
Fondue
mean
doesn't
the
explode.
extent of how hot it gets is what I mean. Fondue gets
Oh.
really hot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this stuff was bad.
Yeah,
Fondue.
All right, so
Yeah, fondue.
we've heard David's hot take. We've heard David Corona's hot take. Beto and Minor Niner, do you have a hot take for the 49ers upcoming season?
I really think that Purdy is really gonna shine at this point. I mean, he's gonna be done with his surgery and just come up out of nowhere and just rock the entire team. Just take them where they need to go.
Win that sixth champion.
What's that?
Win that sixth championship.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah, my hot take is going to be easy. Jordan Mason is going to step up and be the number 2 running back behind Christian McCaffrey.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
That's pretty
Yeah.
good.
yeah.
Oh wow, that reminds me. I gotta set up my coffee maker.
I think Diamador Lenore
damn.
is gonna make that next leap this year, and he's gonna really come into his own.
I hope.
He played excellent football towards the end. A lot of people are like, "Oh, he got cooked by Devontae Adams." Name me a corner in the league that didn't.
I hope.
Yeah, everyone got cooked by him. You're right about that.
How he did in 2019, or when he passed the right receiver for a tight end. I hope he breaks out this year.
Ryan.
Yeah.
I wrote a Niner rap myself. Would I be able to present it?
Sure, you got 2 minutes.
Okay. Hold on. Is there a way that I could look in my notes and be on here at the same time? Like a phone number I can call in?
No.
Oh, that's an issue then.
Yeah. So next time you want to do
I'm
your rap.
gonna have to write it all out on paper.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Oh man, but it's really long.
Or use
You
a different phone.
you could print it. You could hook your phone to a printer and probably print it.
Yeah, I don't have a printer though. That's a problem. Good
Probably have
idea though.
You probably have to
Yeah.
write the paper.
You
So-
don't have a
You have no
laptop?
call-in number?
No, this is StreamYard, bro.
Oh. Yeah.
You don't have no laptop?
I don't have it on my laptop. It's not a bad idea, but it's a lot of typing. A really long rap. A lot of
But what you
typing.
could have did is like go on your laptop and be on here on your laptop, then pull out your phone. See, like right now I'm on my computer, but if I want to get something off my phone,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Hold on.
You're pretty loud, bro.
That's a good idea, actually.
Oh, we got two Brian. We got two
Anyway.
Brian.
So what are we going to talk about? Since we
Wait, Ryan, I'm gonna use his idea. It's a good one. I'm gonna go on the computer and then I can look at my phone.
But until then we can talk about something. We're not going to spend. I was like, hey, you got 2 minutes to do this. I think we spent
2
more
minutes
than
is
that.
all
We
I
still
need.
got
It's fast. Okay, let me see if I'm on now.
So I heard you guys. I think didn't you guys already cover? Let's get Juice's replacement. That guy from North Dakota State. You guys already covered that, right?
Well, we were
Yeah,
talking
that
about
was-
him.
that
Yeah.
was-
talking about it.
That was the hot take. I think Ryan's hot take is we're going to replace Juice. Which is
No,
not
that
a
wasn't
bad-
mine.
Oh, okay. But that wasn't a bad idea. It really
So let me
wasn't.
let me ask you guys something. Kittle, Juice, and Fred Warner, who has a better lady?
Ooh.
Yeah, who's the prettiest of the three? Or second?
Okay, so
It's got to be between Juice and Warner for me.
Okay.
Like Juice's woman, like
She's a cutie. Yeah.
Oh, she could make her own money, in modeling and stuff. Not to say that Fred Warner's wife couldn't. I'm just saying, like
I
Juice's
like
wife
Kittle's
kind of
wife 'cause
fits the mold.
I like Kittle's wife because she's tall.
But she also thick.
I'm educating myself here.
Yeah. Well, Kittle's girl got some. Kittle's girl kind of reminds me of the first lady I got engaged to.
Dang.
Thicker downstairs than upstairs. You know what I mean? Cute face. You know what I mean? It was all Except Melanie was a little thicker. Not bad.
Interesting.
That's
the only ones I mentioned because I haven't seen the other ones, but I know both of his
And
girlfriends.
she is tall. Now who? Okay, so I got George Kittle and Juice. Who's the third?
Fred Warner's.
Oh, Fred Warner.
You guys are bad.
We ain't bad.
Oh,
They
dang.
wives are bad. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I follow Juice's wife on Instagram. She put some pictures and videos over. Oh my goodness, yep. If you don't follow her,
George
follow
Kittle's
her on Instagram.
wife.
Well, I follow Kittle's wife too, but I like to watch Juice's.
I like Juice's wife out by the pool.
Yeah. So I can get all the juices going.
Yes. I do a little research before me and the wife.
I'm gonna say I like Juice's wife.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
I think Juice's wife is and look, Fred's got a gorgeous wife. They all got a gorgeous wife. Fred, I think, has got a more prettier than wife than Kittle's. You know what I'm saying? Imagine Fred's wife and Fred having babies. They're gonna have some really good looking kids because Fred is a very handsome man. You know what I'm saying?
He is.
Fred
I agree
Warner's
with you.
wife.
Oh, Beto, I love that picture. I just noticed it.
That's why I said we got two.
It took you a minute.
Oh, it just hit me.
I
Hey, my name is Ryan, and I have no border sports. Come and follow me.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about, but come and follow me anyway.
Hey, I know what I'm talking about. It's just you guys don't know what I'm talking about. That's your problem. Uh-oh.
Juszczyk's wife.
Oh, look at Corey.
Yeah, Corey over there looking it up too.
Corey doing research.
Look at Corey's glasses.
Yeah, they fogging up. They fog up. He's on Juice's wife right now.
Yeah,
He's yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
forget to
so-
wipe your screen. Don't forget to wipe your screen there, Corey.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, wipe it.
Oh man, it's about that time.
So you guys
Oh,
hear that?
Ryan's going nowhere. Remember, Ryan looks wide awake. Look at him. He looks like Jaws.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm about to start some trouble.
You got a what?
Corey in trouble?
No. Okay. If Ryan and Nine of Sickness,
Come here.
if y'all like, if Ryan was an offensive lineman and you was a defensive lineman, Nine of Sickness, do you think Ryan can block you? Keep you from getting to the quarterback?
Hell no. Especially if you put a burger on that quarterback then.
You guys have a good night. I'll go to bed. I'll see you guys in the morning.
Ryan would look like
All right, later, Corona. Take
it easy, David.
Corona.
Yeah, you too.
Ryan would be like Kinlaw in the championship game. Push back.
Nah.
That's funny. You put a burger in that quarterback's hand.
and I'll go right through Ryan.
It'll be in and out.
And if it has cheese,
In and
oh,
out.
shoot.
That's why I take a step back and to the side, and then I just let him fall right in front of me.
That'll be on second down though. First down, Beto's get a sack.
On first down, we're running the ball, so he's not sacking anybody.
Tripping. I'll be tripping.
He's like, I'm tripping.
Hey, Corey. After watching Juice's wife's picture, you must have got all of that juice on top of David McNiner's face. Look at his picture.
Oh.
No, that's actually a Seahawks.
No, I know.
Content core. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know.
Shout out to Noah.
AKA Squabo.
Corey drip down.
Every time he goes live, I actually put that picture on my YouTube avatar and I go comment just to say hi and remind him what happened. Yeah. But, you know.
He's a cool guy.
You know, it's classy.
He is. He's like, nice picture.
He honors his word.
Yep.
I didn't get to see his wife because every time I asked my phone, it didn't understand. It kept on saying "you sex." Every time I say Kyle Juszczyk, and it says "you sex."
Oh, you got to get the spelling out.
Yeah. It showed me Fairy Warner wife and George Kittle's wife.
But let's be honest. If either one of them sat there under white sheets and called your name till you come, you would not hesitate to neither one of them.
No.
What does the color of the sheets matter?
Or it's just depends on the sheets too.
No,
Matt.
it don't depend on the sheets.
Silk sheets.
Bro, we can go in the
Milk
disabled.
cheese is, that's the over the top, right? That's right there. That's your charge,
Bro,
right?
we could do it. We could do it in the family restaurant at Walmart or the family restroom at Walmart. You know what I mean? I don't care.
Wow.
What? If she's down, I'm saying let's do this now before you change your mind.
On the top of the sink.
Wherever. I'm not that short-sighted to think, oh, let's wait and hold on and make sure we get the right spot. No, we going right now before you have a moment of clarity. Yeah.
Ryan, I didn't know you was on here twice, but you sound like not in sickness.
It's Beto.
It's me, Ryan, the better looking one.
The better looking one. Hey, how am I going to be able to block myself?
You ever seen you talk to yourself? You are.
Right?
You are talking to yourself.
All right.
Here we go. NC Hammer in the house.
So you all good to go, or? Oh, now we can't hear you.
Are you muted?
Doesn't look like his thing's muted. Oh, good. He doesn't have his sound.
Wouldn't it be funny if you didn't have a microphone?
Well, I guess that wouldn't be very funny. Yeah. It'd be pretty frustrating, I would think.
Yeah. You might have to change the settings on StreamYard to.
Yeah. Check your StreamYard settings.
Pick up the mic from his laptop.
Yeah, we go through checking your settings.
La 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 la.
Hey.
Corey doing some research.
Yes, Corey was.
Yeah, he was doing it on Pornhub.
Well, that's the best place to do the research. I mean, you don't have to pay. Well, I guess you can if you want to, but you really don't need to pay to do research.
Nope. Rappers get it free.
Rappers get in for free.
Well, don't they?
Where?
At the clubs. They get into, for free.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I would say some might.
Well, it depends if you're a well-known rapper.
Yes.
Like what's his name? I can't think of his name. Snoop Dogg, as ugly as he looks, he has a lot of ladies.
Do you know who Little Dicky is?
If that's what you call it.
No, Little Dicky is a rapper who like.
Oh, you were talking about your thing. I'm like,
you might like him because he raps.
Easy.
But he likes. Hold on.
I just said it was your little thing. You might like it. No, I don't think so.
He makes raps that are like comedy.
Really?
Yes, but he's got flow, and he's got like one of his freestyles is on Sway in the Morning is one of my favorites ever because it's just so like it's funny. You're laughing. He's talking major crap about certain things, and it's all lyrically perfect. Like at one point he was like, I was just on Sports Center, da-na-na. And then like that totally like went with the whole flow. It's
that's
crazy.
Pretty good. If you can get that, that's awesome.
Yeah. So Little Dicky, but he did a rap where his whole video was about how to get something for nothing. So like he was doing a whole video and it was like, I'm not renting a house. I'm just asking somebody to borrow their house. You know what I mean? And while we take pictures around it, they got a guy with a boat. And like at the end of it, they had got everything. They got a dealership to get them some kind of a fancy car. You know what I mean? And they got to videotape, around it for like 10 minutes. They even went to a T-Pain video and got to shoot their video next to the other video as it was going on off to the side. So you know what I mean? So like he's not in the shot of the real video, but they're filming another video using the backdrop of the other one as they're doing somebody else's video. He's standing there recording his own video and singing his own thing. As like the dancer is he's leaning on the corner of a car as like, there's like 7 cars out in the front. He's on the far edge of the car. So like he did all that and he was like, and he was trying to get the bottle service at the club.
I gotta check that out.
And some guy was like, no, you got to pay for the bottle service. And he's like, look, dude, he's like, I got Fetty Wap on the track. I got this, and that. And you're telling me that like $5,000 or $2,000, you can't eat the $2,000 to be on this and that. Da, 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 da. And the guy's like, okay. And he's like, lets them in. They do the bottle service because it was like one of the things of the thing. You got to have a mansion. You got to have a boat with girls on it. You got to have a fancy car. You got to have a scene in the club. You know what I mean? Where the bottle service and whatnot. So he did all this without paying $1. In fact, he did like a Weed Maps plug or something in the video and got paid for it. They even
wow.
They even show at the end of the video that he bought cameras to record the video with and then returned them back to the store to get the money back afterwards.
Wow. He did everything for free.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Hey, check this out. My wife's uncle, across the street, there's like a little liquor store, corner store, neighborhood store. And they were doing a music video like what you guys are talking about, right? And, it's just some, local boys just trying to have fun. Well, he goes over there and starts like dancing. Well, he starts dancing into the video shots. So later when you start seeing their video drop, he's in it like several times, and I don't think they expected him to be in there, but they edited him. They didn't edit him out, So there's like multiple, different shots, and he's in there and he's just jamming with them, and it was cool. And then some other group, they were in front of my mom and dad's house. My mom and dad have like a nice little area. There's no house next door to them, and there's nice field. These guys pulled up in their car, and the next thing we know, we see them outside dancing and stuff. And then they talked to us later to say they were doing this music video. We watched the video. They got my mom's yellow Volkswagen in it. I was like, that's cool.
Wow.
Well,
that is cool.
I couldn't stand there in front of my house. They had people come over there and do videos and stuff. Want to do rap videos and driving down the street. And I'm like, oh, Lord. Not on my street. Y'all go to y'all house.
I can see Corey in his wheelchair cruising down the street on my 6'4".
He's not a wheelchair. He's got his bike, his trike.
No, what he's sitting on right now.
Oh.
I'm just sitting in this wheelchair. I get up and move.
Are you clocking the bitches and smacking the hose? I'm joking.
Because the boys in the hood.
Always hard. Keep talking that trash.
You want to hear something funny? Hard. I thought the second version was the original version. I went to work. I was, I heard it on. I was like, what? And they're like, no, this is the original version. I looked it up. Yep. But I'm always Dynamite. What is it? Dynamite hack. I think that Dynamite. That was the second version. The second.
They
song.
did a really good job of that.
Yeah. That's how I found out about it.
They didn't try to do it like they were Eazy-E. They tried to do it like they were kids from the suburbs who were singing like songs to try and get chicks. And that like twist on it gave it like as much credibility as Eazy-E's, because it wasn't like they were trying to do, they did it a different way. The tempo that they did it was perfect. It just like
it was funny. The video was funny. Their demeanor, everything was funny.
Well, so like Family Guy, I don't know if you noticed, but Family Guy, the soundtrack, the sounds that they make in there, that's like an award-winning orchestra that is making the sounds for that. Like the guy, like the composer who's doing it is award-winning composer. The reason being is it's funnier if you use like actual like like cinematograph sounds, because it's what you expect in something with serious, something that's serious with something that's tongue in cheek. So essentially what they did is they created something funny with the two things that are kind of serious, with the lyrics that were serious and with their style that is, like singing, all trying to, folk songy, I guess, love songy. You know what I mean? You put those two together, that creates comedy. You know what I'm saying? The hard gangster style of the lyrics.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god.
You know what I'm saying?
Corey, you piling on too? Jesus.
No. No. Y'all ever had a song "Get Your Mouth Popped"
No.
by your parents?
No.
My mom, we sitting in the car going down the street, and the song Salt Pepper song came on. Push it. So I'm going, push it. Hey! And my mom thought I said, bullshit. So she did like this. She said, Pap. I said, Mama, why you do that? You cussing. I said, I ain't cuss. Yes, you did. You just said bullshit. I said, no, I said push it.
Yeah. I thought push it was smush it. I thought smush it. I thought they were saying smush it. But they were
That
saying
was
push
salt,
it the whole
salt
time.
and pepper, right?
Yeah. But now if you think about it, you could interchange smush it for push it.
Yeah, you can.
Instead of pushing it, you just smush it. In fact, they might like it if you smushed it a little bit more. Gentlemen, just so you know.
Oh yeah.
Women like the friction.
They like the men that like to eat sushi.
But they like the friction.
So when we was at home, my daddy and mine was playing the rap tapes with the cuss sounds in it, cuss words in it. So we would play Two Live Crew real loud.
There was something about playing Two Live Crew back in the day. It was like liberating.
Yeah.
Like you weren't supposed to do it. And that's exactly why you wanted to do it.
Yep.
Because the old people were going to trip. And you were like, that's exactly what I'm looking for. They say all these bad words in succession and it sounds right. So therefore I know how to curse now. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Like the song, hey, we want some
The roof is on fire.
Oh, shout out to Bloodhound Gang.
Oh yeah.
You remember
Did you ever
Bloodhound
have
Gang, Corey?
Yep.
Did you have the CD?
I never had the CD, but it was always around. Corey, these guys, they had a song labeled the lap dance is always better when the stripper is crying. And it was like a country song. So like this guy's singing these lyrics with a twang. I mean, they were so like weird, but yet they were awesome.
So have you ever seen you know what a CD looks like? You know how it has a cut mark in the center?
Mm-hmm.
So they had on their CD insert tongue.
Yes.
Okay. So if you did that and you turned it to a certain way, it was very funny. Looked like a giant nipple.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I know that.
That's why I was like, did you have the CD? Because like I had the CD, but shout out, Discovery.
Yes, now I remember. That makes sense. Do you know about oh gosh. Why am I thinking? Primus.
I heard about him. I don't listen to him, but I'm not opposed to him. I just don't know a lot about him.
Oh my gosh. Corey, you don't know about Winona's Big Brown Beaver? Oh gosh.
I know that song.
Yes, that's
I heard it
Primus.
along. Yep.
Their bassist is probably the best bassist in a band, I'd say. Like he tried out for Metallica because he knew one of the guys in the band from high school, I guess. And they told him, they were like, dude, you're too good for us. And that was kind of like, well, they knew he could play bass, but he's so good at bass that he doesn't want to do anything normal. So like all his stuff goes, like he's just doing all this crazy stuff, and it works in his band. Like it works in his band with him and his groove, but like it wouldn't work anywhere without. So like Metallica was like, yeah, you're way too good for us. Like in other words, like you need to be doing your own thing, and you're the focal point. We just need somebody who could play bass for the songs that we've written. You know what I mean? Like we don't need you, someone of your expertise in this band. And he's like, yeah, I totally felt that too. He's like, it felt out of place.
Do you know about Cake?
Yeah, of course I know about Cake.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Motorcade Generosity was one of my favorite albums.
Prolong the
You ever
Magic.
say something when you was a kid and you didn't know what it means? But then I told my brother girlfriend, ooh, I won't eat you. I didn't know what I'll talk about this, like putting it in the fire, but I didn't know.
Yeah. How old were you? He was already a ladies' man. Girl, I turned you out. Yeah.
I think I'm like 7 years old. I just heard a song talk about eating. And I thought, oh, girl, I eat you.
Man, we have anybody left in the chat? Oh, he's got Allison. Nathan Z's talk about Alice in Chains. I know somebody who. So the guy that gave Wayne Staley the hot rails, or the whatever, like his essentially the guy who gave him the stuff that OD'd. My buddy woke up at the end of a drug binge with that guy's girlfriend tattooing him. So there's a Wayne Staley fun fact. That's if anybody doesn't know, that's the old lead singer for Alice in Chains. He overdosed. So, let's see if this worked. Hello, you back?
Hello.
There we go.
Yeah. Did you see Murder? What is it called? Murder First Row. I just saw that tonight. It's about 80s bands in San Francisco.
No.
Metallica included. Slayer. No. It's really good. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah. I was gonna say, what's it called? It's funny, before you had mentioned, Ryan, about taking a bite and you're wearing a Jaws shirt. It's kind of ironic and pretty cool.
You know,
Is that why you did it? Was that planned?
not at all.
Oh, okay.
This is Jaws shirt day, I guess.
Yeah. No. I mean, was it planned that you would say bite and wear a Jaws shirt at the same time?
Not at all. Like I said,
okay.
it was just Josh. It was Josh shirt day. It could have been
Hey.
tie-dye anime shirt day.
That's true. Does look badass though, really vintage.
Anytime I think of like Jaws, or I see the T-shirt, not your T-shirt necessarily, but like you think of Jaws and sharks, and I always go back to that 1966 movie with Batman, where he's got the shark biting his leg, and he has to pull the shark repellent out, and then he sprays the shark, and then he blows up. Like, seriously, the shark's gonna explode.
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't you remember, what was it? Do you remember Deep Sea?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Deep Sea.
Well, how'd they blow up the shark there? Same thing. It was like,
It wasn't
get the
shark
tank.
repellent.
No, but it was like, get the
Yeah,
tank
no,
in his
shark
mouth.
repellent. Yeah, definitely not. That's just Batman.
And then you got to shoot the tank while it's in his mouth.
I just
And
like
they
when the Samuel Jackson got eaten by the shark.
Yeah, I love that.
That's the part I didn't like, because I
That
was
lunch,
like,
yum yum
he's
yum.
the one I liked. Like, I was like, he's the one who's gonna handle business here.
Yeah, I was like, wow. He's up there preaching, and I.
I remember that.
But speaking of Batman, the best Joker has to be Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
I'd say Heath Ledger gave him a great run for his money.
Yes, Ledger.
I don't know.
I can't tell you who's better, but I just say I don't think Jack Nicholson would had an issue tying for first. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The 1966 Joker was also really good. He was really funny.
The original one, yeah.
You know what? I would even say Mark Hamilton might be the best Joker.
The original Catwoman. Talking about it.
Oh,
Dang.
wow. Forget about it. Purr.
Yeah.
Oh, what's her name?
I didn't like the way
Halle
she
Berry?
talked. I didn't like the way she talked. No, the original one.
No, yeah, she kept saying perfect.
I hated the way she talked, but I loved the way she walked.
Exactly. She could walk the walk better than she talks the talk.
So, is there a rap you wanted to get on with? Did you figure that one out?
But I couldn't figure it out on the laptop, so I can't go back and forth unless there's a way. That's the problem.
Oh, okay.
Nobody could hear me if I switch back and forth, because in my notes, I guess I really have to write it out, but it's really long. So, but I guess it's worth it for next time.
You should be. You cannot get your notes to be on here.
I wouldn't know. I don't know how to do that. Would I just copy and paste it, and then I could see my notes?
Just go to your wherever you have your notes at.
I'm saying, and just copy and paste it on the chat, and then I could see everything.
What would you want us to follow along? Is that why you want to put it?
No. I'm saying if I have to get out of here to look at my notes, and therefore nobody can hear me anymore.
Just make your window smaller for YouTube on your phone, minimize it, and then go into your phone. Okay. Yeah, and then look at your notes. No, don't leave. I do that all the time. When I'm talking, I can just make it small, and then I go browse Twitter when I'm talking. I'm pretty sure he can open up his notes.
You can't share it to take whatever notes is and share it to his laptop, to his Yahoo, to his email.
He could, but he could just look at his phone.
Well, Ryan, if you want to go to midnight, that's cool. If you want to cut it early, I don't know. Sounds like he's
you're the man.
Well, what happened there? No, we could keep it going. Might as well. 2:00. I'm telling you, the moment he was like, "No, bring him on," I was like, "Oh, we're going to 1." Even though we only got one person watching right now.
Hey, but you'll still get like 100 or 150 viewers later.
I think we're around there already somewhere.
Well, you're getting your watch hours, that's for sure.
Well, we're getting one watch hour from Nathan. Yes. Yeah. And shout out to Nathan.
Yeah, he always
being in the chat supporting us. Thank you, Nathan.
Yeah, he's cool. Ask any questions you got, man. Give us a hot take, Nathan. I could come up with another one. Jake Moody gets drafted by the 49ers and breaks his leg.
Oh,
wow.
shut up.
Oh man. Oh, that's good.
But we still have Zane Gonzalez, so the season's not over yet.
That's so
Right.
right. Gonzalez get deported. And we did that.
Oh, no.
And he can't kick himself out of it. His way out.
All right, Corey, you got a hot take. Let's hear it.
Could you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. So I think I can do that. I thought I minimized it. I'm trying to figure that out. It's a good idea, but
Yeah, I do it all the time on my phone. I'm always
how do you
on Twitter.
minimize?
Just hit the little thing on the. Well, you have an Android or iPhone?
No, I have an Android.
Android? Ooh, I do it on my iPhone. I'm pretty sure you can do it. I just don't know how to do it on the Android.
Could you look it up real quick, Beto?
How to do it?
Yeah.
You're gonna make me get up. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
No,
Bro, I don't want this to take over the whole chat. Is just try to figure out how you could just. It doesn't seem like that's
just
productive.
I'm on the couch. Look at that.
Yeah, we're all just chilling, bro. If you want to bring something to party, you need to bring it. Other than that,
if you're looking at your Android, tap on your window, and you should get like 3 dots. Click on that one on those dots, and it should allow you to make it small.
On the 3 dots?
Yeah.
Okay.
You click on it, and it should just minimize it without closing it.
It doesn't do that.
Or hit your home button.
You don't know your rap by your heart?
No, he says it's a 3-hour rap, so he doesn't remember. Can't remember right.
Oh, these 3 dots. Hold on. No, it isn't 3 dots.
No. Nope. Hit the wrong button again.
So I think we'll just have to not worry about that.
5 o'clock in the morning, we're still waiting for him to do it.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm not gonna sit there.
By the time he starts rapping,
we're not gonna make half an hour of the show trying to figure out how he can figure something out.
He starts rapping, we all fall asleep because we're so tired.
Yeah, that's
funny. That's funny.
You want to do thing. You gotta come correct. Not gonna make it all about that. Now, kickers. Okay. John Lynch said that we have a guy, not necessarily the guy. What percentage of the possibility do you think it is that the Niners are looking to draft a quarterback? And what percentage of it do you think it is the Niners trying to play hardball with Robbie Gould? Let's go with Corey. Corey.
I think they gonna probably have a little competition, and cause they could probably pick up a college kicker, but not draft him, but have him come on as a free agent.
Oh, you think they're gonna try and get an unsigned free agent kicker?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think there's a chance at all that they might be trying to play hard to get to try and get Robbie Gould back?
It might. I'm not sure. Because Robbie Gould is getting up in age, so. And they probably looking for somebody that can keep that ball away into the end zone.
Yeah. The fact that he's not signed yet should say a lot.
Yeah.
And I want to thank Bryant Cope for bringing that idea to my attention, because he was the one talking about Maybe they're just playing hard to get with Robbie.
It's interesting that he's not signed yet because maybe he has mutual feelings.
I don't know. You think a kicker like Robbie would have been picked up already
Yeah.
because of how consistent he is. But it seems like
now, how many teams need a kicker though? I know we do, and I know the Patriots do.
I'm sure
And
there's a team.
the Cowboys definitely need one.
He won. Yeah.
Oh, I thought Jerry Jones was suiting up.
Well, I'm just saying there's probably guys that have kickers that are looking for more consistency. And Robbie might be good enough for that. So,
You know what I mean?
yeah, I do. I don't know if we're going to get Jake Moody. I think Jake Moody going to somebody else is going to signal the Niners to move up and pick one of the other kickers.
Yeah,
Well, when will we be in if we don't get Moody?
I think people will always, if anything happens to the rookie kicker that we pick instead of Jake Moody, Lord help him.
Yeah, no, really not.
They'll be like, we could have got Moody.
We can't do no worse like the Raiders that they took what's the name in the first round.
But that was a good pick. That was a good pick, and he earned his spot, Sebastian Janikowski.
Yeah, but first round.
You know
probably one of the best.
Do you know how he got picked? Al Davis said, "Okay, I need a kicker, but I also need to see who's the fastest running the 40." And he put his finger down, and he went down the list, and he seen Sebastian, and he's like, "Okay, that's our kicker." That's how he picked everybody. Whoever had the fastest 40 time, he just went down the list in the newspaper, and boom, he picked whoever had the fastest 40.
It was going to fix everything.
I would say they still do that, but the defensive end we signed, he probably didn't have the fastest 40.
And shout out to the Raiders, too. They got the only punter in the NFL Hall of Fame. He's the guy.
That is true.
Hold on. So really the Raiders have the only punter in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, and his last name's Guy.
Oh.
No,
so he was their guy, huh?
Yeah, that's my joke.
Yeah, there's punters in the Hall of Fame.
I think it's only the Raiders.
All right, I'm using the Google machine.
Ask Siri, somebody.
I don't have an iPhone.
I rock the Android.
Me too.
I can just ask my Google Assistant. Well, I don't want to say that too loud. Yeah, Beto. Every time I'm on my tablet, and you ask Google to pick a number, my assistant comes up and pauses the stream.
For real?
Yeah, my phone be doing it too. It'd be like,
I laugh so hard. I laugh every time though. It's funny.
Okay, wow. Give me a number. I'm like, hear my phone right now. Hear me saying it.
Yeah, I like doing it. I like doing
Hunters
it.
in the Hall of Fame. Wow. He is the only punter in the Hall of Fame. Ray Guy.
He's the guy.
Wow.
That's insane.
Google, what is the Ninja movie in 1987?
I got my earbuds in. It ain't going to work on me right now.
I don't know. There's something that if you Google this one term that doesn't sound right, it pops up some crazy stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's like Aliens, a space movie made. It's like the only space movie. It was like the only space movie made in a certain year was like a gay porn or something. So like you could Google what space movie was made in a certain. I'm not saying it's a space movie, but it's a certain genre movie, and it'll go straight to
Let's
that.
see.
Oh,
Google.
Órale, Google.
Google. Show me pictures of 96.
oh,
What? You don't want to do that, bro. Hey, Google, slap Corey for saying that. You see a hand pop up. Pow.
Adam's family comes out of the phone.
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah, my assistant cusses at me.
Hey, when I had my work phone, I turned it to the British accent. So when I would be driving through town and I have my maps on, it would come all through. It sound like I was, please take the fork. The fork. I'm like, what's the fork? Going on the on ramp. Just say the on ramp.
It is saying it, but it's a British.
Yep. She'd be like, please merge onto the fork. I'm like, what?
Yeah, they speak like proper English. We straight up speak American English. I'll tell you that right now. I've had a British girlfriend. Yep. There's a bit. There were times. Well, when she was mad, it was like, well, what are you saying? But or like the one thing that kind of ticked her off was when I'd say Jaguar when we were talking about the cars, Jaguars.
Yeah, it's
I say
Jaguar.
Jaguar. She'd be like, she constantly corrected me. It was like, it was just funny.
Yep, Jaguar.
Yeah, it is. It's Jaguar is how they actually pronounce it.
It looks like a Jaguar to me.
Well, that's because we're calling it the cat, and they're using the cat on the car, but that's they drink their tea. We have our coffee.
I just found out that movie, and it's very bad.
What do you mean?
Oh,
Bad in what way?
well, the title, his one's got his very racist word.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's hard R too. It's wow. I don't know if you want the thing, but yeah. I was wrong on the year, but it's definitely a space movie. If you Google a space movie in a certain year, it's gonna pop up with something really weird.
That is funny.
I remember one. What?
Go ahead. I was gonna say that's basically what the news is right now, huh? Is Trey Lance and kicker, huh? We don't have much else going on with the Niners right now, huh?
Right tackle. We haven't talked about safety in a while. Cornerback. It's pretty much quarterback.
Yeah.
It's been all about the quarterback because we're used to having Jimmy G and it starts out with, well, he's a good game manager and he wins. A lot of people are like talking about how he wins. It's not him winning. It's the team winning. And let's all remember this Green Bay playoff game where he threw 8 passes. Was it Green Bay?
The Vikings.
Yes.
Like 2019. It was 2019. I think it was Green Bay. He threw 8 passes.
Yes, because it was 4 in the last half of the Vikings game, if I remember correctly, or the last 3 quarters. No, it was 4 because
he threw that interception in the Viking game and they took the ball out of his hands.
yes, that's exactly what happened.
And I don't blame him. I mean, like, come on, if he's screwing up, whatever, and you can run the ball at Mostert, run the ball. Hey, let me ask everybody a question. If we was to somehow come up with Kirk Cousins back in 2017, how many Super Bowls, or do you think we'd have any at all?
Oh,
I think
Ask
we'd
that
have
question again.
So my question is, if we would have got Kirk Cousins back in like 2017, do you think the Niners would have went to a Super Bowl and won it, or do you think we would have won multiple
Well, I don't think we would even make it to the Super Bowl.
with Kirk Cousins?
Yep. He doesn't perform well when the lights are on.
Yep.
Okay.
Look at he
But
he couldn't even beat the Giants at home.
But at the same time, like, I feel that he might be okay in a Kyle Shanahan system.
Yeah, I think.
No, I
that's
know he
pretty
would.
like
I'm
it.
just being hard on him.
Okay, but I don't know that for
So-
sure. I'm just saying, like, out of all systems, I think Kyle Shanahan's system is probably the one where he would look like an MVP in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
with the team we have right now, I honestly believe we would have won it last season, but that depends on like the whole put a tight end on Riddick thing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Kirk Cousins would have survived that either, though.
I
Well,
think
it was the height too. The way he got hit, the way his elbow was up, the height of it was just a bad combination.
you also got to understand that Kirk Cousins might have kind of had more sense. He would have had more like maybe seasoning awareness
of the
yeah,
pocket.
to know that he needed to get something off or like put it down and go. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't know, like Brock.
It could have been a rookie mistake from Brock.
And I'm not saying it's a mistake. I'm not saying it was a mistake because I wasn't there. You know what I mean? I don't know if he saw something and was like, I can still get this off. To
I
the
think
point
he was
where
waiting
like
for Ayuk because Ayuk was getting open at the time. He was waiting for
I-
Ayuk to get some
gotcha.
space from the defender.
But if you see a flash, you know what I mean? Like you gotta be gone.
Apparently,
Because-
he does it because the guy from Tampa Bay hit him straight on. He didn't see him.
Yep.
That's to me, anytime you see a flash, it like the way I look at it is objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. You know what I'm saying? So anytime you see something flash, that means you got to get out. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. Maybe Kirk Cousins could have had with being in the league more and seeing more. Maybe he would have been able to, reset and move the pocket, to maybe scramble or at least buy some time to then find another window to get it to Ayuk. I don't know. Just saying. There could be
What do you
things.
think, Corey?
I was thinking, like I heard some people say, he was supposed to step up in that play. He was supposed to step up, but he stayed put. He was supposed to step up and then throw the ball.
What do you think about What do you think about Kirk Cousins, though?
I don't know. I don't see Kirk Cousins taking us. I don't know. I can't see him taking us Super Bowl.
Well, if you look at a season, he could have done it. And this is, I just thought about this. The 2021, the Rams champion, in the NFC Championship, I think we would have won that game with Kirk Cousins at QB.
Shout out Joe Stevens.
What game
Goes
again,
with
McIntyre?
Oh,
The NFC
snap.
Championship against the Rams that we lost by 3 points.
Oh, well, Jimmy was hurt. That's what. But yeah, I think if Jimmy wasn't hurt, we would have won that game. If Tar didn't drop the ball, we would have won that game.
Won the game, yep.
Because we gave up 7 points after he dropped that ball.
Hey, Joe, how'd the night go? Joe's actually in the same town as me right now.
He's behind you.
No, he's in the same town. Like, he was like, hey, where should we go for dinner? And I was like, here's a map of all the locations. There's also shopping and stuff for the missus. They're going to be going up Walker Valley, which is like it's a place where you take your Jeep and you go over all these trails. It's really kind of awesome. They've got like, so to go down these certain trails, they have usually like some kind of a obstacle. And if you can't clear that obstacle, you can't go down that trail. And I think that's so cool because it's like you got to have the know-how and you got to have the right ride. And if you can't get over this, you're not going to get down anything that's down this trail. And if you don't have the knowledge of how to do it, and it's kind of like it's a test before you get to go on the trail. Everybody's got to pass their little test. And I just think that's cool.
Eso jude coño culo, eh.
Oh, you didn't get up here till like 10, bro? Oh man. Also, hey Joe, the tulips. I don't know if your missus has ever been to the tulips, but before you leave, if you can, you might want to give her a taste of the tulips because all the ladies love to go there.
What is it, a restaurant?
No, it's like they grow tulips in fields out here, and like
Oh,
for like
tulips.
Yeah, for like 2-3 weeks, the traffic just gets horrible because people are trying to go and see the tulips.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a name of a club or something. Restaurant.
Like I live in a town that is adjacent to a big huge farming community. It's halfway in a farming community. And so like my dad and uncles grew up running pea viners for $2 a day. You know what I mean? They'd run pea viners as teenage kids.
Wow.
So yeah. Oh dude. Oh, I learned a lot about how things were. Like the migrant workers that couldn't run, they wouldn't run the pea viners. They were doing the hard labor jobs. They would get $2 a day also. And then my dad and his uncles were, like 8-9 years old running pea viners and making $2 a day also. So it was like, oh, I see. You know what I'm saying? Like you can tell why your uncles think a little bit differently about certain people. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, because there was a pay bracket difference. I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, my uncle was a crop duster. After he got out of the Marines, he became a crop duster. And one of these fields, he was flying his plane, and my grandma lived on the hill on the Burlington golf course here. And so he would fly by the golf course because the airport was a little farther down the freeway. So he would fly over the golf course and drop a little flag for grandma and then talk to her on the CB radio. And then he'd go land back at the airport. Well, one day he's talking to her on the phone. He drops his little flag. He turns around. Next thing you know, his engine dies. So now he has to try and land in the fields right in front of grandma's house. And she's watching this all happen. Her oldest son is now dead stick, which means he got no engine turning. And he's dead stick landing in the fields in front of grandma's house, and it's muddy. And the moment his landing gear touch, his airplane flips. And she immediately thought he was dead. In fact, I think I got the binoculars. She was probably looking to make sure he was still alive. But yeah. Yeah, that was hilarious stuff. What were you going to say, Corey?
I said, like Sam Donald see ghosts. I said last night, I said I must saw a ghost or something. Because I got up, I made when use the restroom, come back, and I checking on my sister-in-law. I looked in her room, then I turned around and go to my room. And I thought I saw somebody coming down the hallway. I thought it was my brother. I jumped like this. I said, Hey, I must be seeing ghosts. Because there was nobody there.
Oh, that's what took so long. He was having Jeep problems. Can't say anything.
I feel his pain. I feel his pain though.
Well,
My Jeep had problems. I'm glad I had the warranty on it. Because the water pump went, the side tank went, the radiator, the side tank to the radiator was cracked. The radiator was cracked. The water pump was leaking. I took it in because it has a warranty. I took it in. I'm like, yeah, y'all need to fix that. On the way to the dealership, the oil cooler, which is in the valley below the air intake, the O-rings went, and it was just coating the bottom part of my Jeep in oil. So, but that happened on the way there though, because I looked at it before I left, and I'm sitting there like, Dad, really? Like, I mean, other than that, it's been a very reliable vehicle, Jinky stereo though. I mean, it has the Series satellite touchscreen stereo, and I mean, I have a Jeep Wrangler like Rubicon sitting out there, and it like automatically hooks to my phone like I'm talking to someone on my earbuds. It'll automatically hook to the phone even though I disconnect it, or like if I disconnect it, it disconnects my earbuds too. Or then I connect it to stream, but then when someone calls, it won't go through it. It's just like I'm looking at like Chrysler Fiat owns who built these. I'm like, what are you guys doing?
I wouldn't mind Jeeps, but like once you put the tires and the suspension on there, then you're paying so much more in gas. You know what I mean?
No,
like
there's a way around that, but you have to pay to do that too. What you do is you change your ring gears. So like this Jeep I have right now, it has a 373 ring gear. So if I put bigger tires on it, I would go down to a 410, in both axles because it has Dana 44. So I go to a 410 ring gear, and it'll push the bigger tires with the same amount of effort.
Interesting.
So your gas mileage won't drop.
But won't that make it so it's more susceptible to break when you're actually using it out in the field?
No, well, if you get the cheap part, yeah, but don't get the cheap part.
You're gonna have to pay out the butt.
But yeah, I mean, there are ways around that. A lot of people, you put bigger tires on, you don't re-gear it, you're gonna be your engine's working harder to push those bigger tires. So you re-gear it, your engine's working the same, and your bigger tires aren't costing you gas mileage.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Then you got to change your little thing for the speedometer, little nubby thing. I remember my dad showed me that one time.
Yes, that does need adjustment too, because I think my speedometer cable on that thing is hooked to the transmission. So that would be
my truck.
I'd probably have to go get it plugged in and calibrated.
Yeah, Joe better get some food in him.
But yeah, I also have a car, but is this still? It was snowing earlier, and here it is. It's like April Fool's, and it was snowing. I should have been driving my Camaro 2 weeks ago. Nope, it's not snowing anymore.
It's not April Fool's for another 3 minutes.
No.
Well, 2 minutes.
Well,
1 minute.
Well, hold on a second. Where you're at, where I'm at.
It is April Fool's where you're at, isn't it?
Yes. But yeah, I've had like a few weekends ago. It was fantastic. I was able to take the Camaro out, Roads were nice and clean, no salt on them. I drove it around. I tried running all the gas out, didn't quite get all the old gas out. And I mean old gas as in just right before winter, I put a little bit in so I could start it and move it around.
Beto, whose girlfriend is that?
I don't know, but that's she's hot.
Yeah, you can see the hips from here.
Looks like Darlene Gray.
I'll call her whatever she wants to be called.
Oh, it's an Instagram model.
Oh, I almost went out with a date with one of them.
Oh
yeah, her name was Olga.
Do tell.
Oh, she was gorgeous. She would just like never respond to you. You know what I mean? And I was like, okay, well then peace out. And then I unfollowed her on Instagram. And like the next time I walked in there, she was like, oh, hey. And I was like, yeah, peace out. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, you noticed that, huh? You noticed me unfollowing you on Instagram, but you didn't notice me trying to figure out when we were actually going to go on that date. So yeah, we didn't talk. And then I got a promotion. And then I started going back in there wearing suits and stuff. This was back when I was actually handsome and fit. Oh, Nathan says he likes the XJs. A lot of my cousins there, they were all, in the beginning, they were all, got to get a Jeep, like a Wrangler. And then they all got on the bandwagon and, no, we got to get a Cherokee because it's got a wired wheelbase. And so it's like they couldn't even be happy with the one Jeep they had. They had to have another Jeep, you know what I mean, that gave them different options.
Well, it depends on what Wrangler you're talking about. If you're talking about the old YJ and I call them all YJs. They had a different J for them, like the 90s and 2000s up to like I think 2007s when they came out with the JK. But those do have kind of thin wheelbases. But then the JK, they got wider. The new ones, they call them the JLs. They came out in 2018.
Not the base, but like the distance between the front and the rear.
Oh, okay.
Like the triangle, like the triangle.
I get the wheelbase. That's the wheelbase. I got you.
Because it's a real big thing up here. It's a real big thing up here.
Yeah, I've never had an issue with how long. I have a 4-door, but I've never had an issue with how long my wheelbase is, and I've been in some very hairy situations.
Well, like
my drinking buddy was going, "We're gonna die." It was fun.
In Germany, you can't off-road. It's like illegal to take your vehicle off-road in Germany.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah. So, like, I don't know. Like I said, up here, like, there's a reason why Joe's coming up here is because there's like Walker Valley is like one of the best places around because it's just like, how to put this? Once you get up on some of them trails, you can look down on the valley and it's really beautiful. And it like offers all these different types of like tests. There's these you got to learn how to do all these. There's puddles that you got to go through, that you can't stop revving your engine because you'll get water up your exhaust. So there's all sorts of stuff. I remember I remember some guy, he brought his daily driver up there, and he's trying to go up this gravel hill, and he gets a quarter way up it, and he's giving it gas, and then all of a sudden his drive line breaks off and starts swinging around and hitting up underneath the thing, and he's got his kid and his wife in the car, and he's giggling and laughing about how he's got to call people to come pull him out because that's his daily driver. And it's like, oh my God, this guy, he doesn't even know how he's going to get to work now. And he's out here just blowing his car up. Yeah.
You see my new picture?
Yeah. I can't see the hips. Look, I'm an ass man. I like
I'm
an
a
ass.
leg man.
I like an ass.
I like legs.
Like an ass that swallows up a G string and on top 2 bee stings.
Andale.
I don't care about really. As long as you got nipples, we're good.
Ooh, 9 signals. Your wife gonna get you.
Oh, I'm sure she knows.
Oh yeah, she knows.
I had a homegirl that I worked with at Walmart. What's her name? What was her name? Charlotte. That's her name. And she would talk about, oh, my man got back from the club last night. I said, you let him go out to the club? I said, what are you going to be doing? Dancing with all the ladies? She's like, no, the strip club. I said, the strip club? You go let other ladies dance on him? She says, yeah. I said, Charlotte. And she says, why? He comes home all riled up. she sent him out to the strip club to get all riled up so he could come home and take it out on her. I thought it was hilarious. She's smart.
I remember I had this one girlfriend. She got jealous. She was very jealous. I told her I said, ooh, look how Janet Jackson's looking at me.
Oh, you got Janet looking at you?
She looked at me like, Janet Jackson's not looking at you. What you talking about? You better leave that alone. I'm like,
all right, guys, I gotta hit the sack. I've had a long week.
Bro. You have a wonderful evening, sir.
All right, guys, thanks for having me. Oh, look, we got 2 No Border Sports. All right,
yep.
fellas. Brian, I'll see you in the morning, man. You guys have a good one.
Morning.
Have a good one. Ryan, could you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You talking to me?
So what I did was I took a picture of my phone with my digital camera, so now I could read it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Go for it.
Take a look over my shoulder as I get older. The other team is getting closer. Niners all day. What do you say? Repping from Doug City. Candlestick looking pretty. I may be far away, but my heart belongs to San Fran Bay. Hey, what do you say, San Francisco Bay? From Steve Young to Jerry Rice, every team has their price, but the Niners are a Roman Empire. Yeah, I'm talking about Jeff in previous Super Bowl. The Eagles ref was deaf, Dutch. 1 second. All the other teams, when compared to the Niners, ain't much. For my Japanese code-breaking Calvin Klein clothing designing confidant and best friend and Grandpa Paul, who even though... 1 second. Who even though a Giant fan always asked about my Niners and always there to give me a call, my fun uncle, who died from 3 different cancers in a row, my wisecracking Seinfeld like fun uncle, 5 balls he was able to juggle. From looking like Jimmy Page, he was such a sage. To my grandma Lorraine Priscilla, I'll throw Manila. To my great uncle Ruby, who stormed the beaches in Normandy. Who my great uncle Sammy shaved with a knife. A cutthroat. Let's not forget Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, Steve Young are Niner icons, Niner idols for all Niner children. Teach them while they're young. Steve Young, by far ultimate Niner. Ultimate. What was that? For all Niner children, teach them while they're young. Steve Young, by far the ultimate Niner goat. To my uncle To my great uncle Ruby's car dealing son, cousin Alan, the Niners have such smarts. They are sharp as an eagle talon. To cousin Lance, the Niners are the only team that I know of that have United Nations chapters all over the world. Fans, believe it or not, even in France. To his wife Kirsten, can't believe we are one of the only teams that have Niner following of people in German. To my cousin Cheryl, the Niners put the other team in peril. To my where was I? To her husband, Dr. Alan Doctor, the real NASA rocket scientist. The Niners and their goats are on the NFL A-list. To my cousin Lance and his wife, daughter Emma, for heaven's sake, didn't I tell you? The Niners have a quintuplet trophies, way more than a trifecta. To my very extremely Dutch proud U.S. postal worker, Grandpa Otto, it's no wonder the triple X seen on the Amsterdam flag stands for Vasterbroden, Heldhaftig, Barmherzig, honor, mercy, valor, which in fact is Amsterdam's motto. His postal working son, my dad, the neurological inventor and designer, who would have guessed he's also the original red and gold 49er, gold miner, Howling Cowboy, gunslaying six-shooter, yes, that's our symbol from 1946 when the Niners began to exist and started the ultimate A-list. It's no wonder my biological, fun-loving, classic, rock-loving, Pink Floyd-loving cousin, where was I? Biologically related mother. The Niners are an NFL team like no other. To his son, cousin Steven, Niners never break even. To his other son, Gary, if a girl who is a Niner fan is dating a Niner fan in bed, she would probably call him daddy. To my biological brother, Jay, the Niners put the other teams are away and are going all the way. To my younger biological sister, Rebecca, the Niner trophies are 5. This year, be 6 on the quest for 6. The Niners have a quintuplet trophies, way more than a trifecta. But to my very Dutch biological parents, Rhonda and Dr. Sano, who are quite the fans of Henry, of the movie Easy Rider, Peter and Jane Fonda, much like the apple, much like me, the apple does not fall far from the tree. To my biological sister and my cousin Ann and cousin Dan, my biological sister and biological cousin share the same name. The Niners should be in the only team in the NFL Hall of Fame. Where was I? To my great uncle, William, the Niners pack the stadiums, always thrill them. To my Italian brother from another mother, Lior, the Niners always make a touchdown and score. To my brother, Avi, the Niners turn all the other birds into salami. To my good friend, who I look at as a surrogate father, and to my brother, Mark, Niners go off like a firecracker, giving the team that special spark. In Candlestick, man, do I miss that place. Niners always get into the opposition's face. Where was I? Always have a plan. To my six-pack in the stomach nephew, Joseph, but he is more than a nephew, as I am a personal trainer and yoga and Tai Chi instructor, as one of my many professions. You might say the Niners have become one of my worthwhile obsessions. To my other biological sister, Ann, who always has been there for me, the Niners, when on the field, always have a plan. To my Wu-Tang brother, Adam, and biological cousin, Adam, the Niners are a team that NFL could stream. That's all I got. That's all I was able to take a picture of so far. So what do you think of that?
Can you repeat
Anybody
it?
still here? Did you hear that, Corey?
You put everybody to sleep, bro.
Yeah, I
What'd you
heard
say?
it. I heard it.
What did you say, Beto?
I said nobody's answering. Everybody fell asleep on you.
No,
Everybody
I'm
fell
sorry. I
asleep
ran
on
down.
me?
I saw that I got a message from my roommate asking me to turn off the oven and pull something out of the oven. And
So
that
should
was
I
it.
go again if nobody heard me?
No, we all heard you. You're good.
Oh,
Are you sure, Ryan?
Oh, everybody, it's on here forever. People can go back and in fact, put it
well, it's all
in
copyrighted, so it doesn't matter.
You're good. I'm gonna put a timestamp down here, so if anybody wants to come back to it, they'll be able to just go in the description and go straight to the chapter.
But what did you think about it?
There's parts of it that was good. It seemed like it was like jumping around.
Well, yeah, because I dedicated it to my family who died. Recently, my uncle died from 3 different cancers in a row. So yeah, it was jumping around. But I have another one that's not dedicated to anybody. The rest are dedicated to the Niner fans.
I think that was good enough. One for tonight was good enough.
Yeah, okay. But at least I was able to take a picture of it finally.
Right?
And now I know what to do for next time. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. I mean, I have a digital camera. I could have just taken a picture. That's what I did.
What up, Tommy? I'm pretty sure you already left. I'm pretty sure Nathan's the only one still left with us. But thanks for coming back in. If you're still here, Tommy, appreciate it. With that, I think I'm gonna wrap it on up.
Sounds good.
Bryant, how about you plug your show you got going on tomorrow?
Thank you very much. Tomorrow morning, if you guys are awake. If not, maybe you will like to rewatch it. We're going to talk a little 49er football, drink a little coffee. If you want, bring a donut or a bagel. Call in if you like. We're going to talk a little and have a little nice chat going on. Sometimes it's not always, something that you want to argue about. You just want to kind of have good conversation, good people, or just listen to something cool. So, yeah, check it out. My name is Bryant Culp, and thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, no problem. Corey, you want to tell them what you got going on, where they can find you?
Yeah. You can find me at Corey Davis, and you can go. I'm be doing a show on Sunday at 7:00, going over the results of the trivia that we did Thursday, and also I'm do some changes. So I'm gonna tell y'all the changes I made.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Beto.
Yo, this is Ryan, and I have a YouTube channel called No Butter Sports. I talk football. Come and check me out. Check out my beard, my hairdo, and come and hang out with me.
Don't forget the Jaws t-shirt.
And we'll have some edibles together.
Have some edibles.
Again, it's No Butter Sports on YouTube and Instagram, Twitter, everywhere.
See now, edibles.
The shark in Jaws.
Marijuana when ingested is like 19 more times psychoactive than when just smoked. So I don't know about the edibles part. You'd probably be seeing a lot of stuff there. No crypto.
We wouldn't be seeing stuff with the edibles.
Well, the real no crypto won't.
The fake one will.
The fake one definitely will. The real crypto.
Most definitely.
I remember one time.
The real crypto likes heroin.
No.
The real crypto likes angel dust.
No. The fake one does.
You know what I mean?
Telling yourself, maybe you can mirror the image.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean.
With that, I want to thank everybody in the chat. Appreciate you coming out today.
Me too. We want to appreciate you coming out tonight.
Beto, did you want to let them know what you got going on your channel?
Sure. Thank you, Beto. I would love to let them know. I'm just messing around. Come and check me out on the podcast if you want to fall asleep and you can't. You're having a hard time sleeping at night, come and check out my video. I guarantee you I'll put your ass to sleep in about 10 minutes. So 9 to 6 podcast on Saturday, tomorrow, or later on today, I'll be having a 49 trivia at 5:15. And I put myself to sleep at 5:15.
better than 10 minutes.
I know. So come and check me out. I give you money if you stay more than 2 minutes.
That is
Banana
not
That's
true.
only if you
That
put
is
the
not
juice on
true.
the burger. That's what the Seahawks will be doing. They'll be eating
I
the juice
appreciate
from the burger.
I appreciate Ryan having me on, brother.
And with that,
Buenas
I
noches
know.
a todos.
Oh.
Que hablan
I
español.
didn't know no border had birds.
yeah. See,
He does, but he ate his.
no.
It is what it does.
Minor Niner, is there anything you want to let anybody know that you got coming up?
I'm going to try to make a YouTube channel. My bro over here, Beto, convinced me to make one. I think I'm just going to call it Minor Niner.
There you go.
There you
And I
go.
actually have a pickaxe, so I am the original 49er. I
You
own
can
a
call
pickaxe.
it kicking it with Minor Niner.
Exactly, and I own a pickaxe.
There you
A
go.
real pickaxe. Yeah. I because I dressed up as the guy from My Bloody Valentine. He has a pickaxe as a weapon, so I went genuine for that.
And with that, we'll be checking out for Minor Niner in the future.
Yeah,
But
figure out how to make a YouTube channel.
Make sure to follow him. If he doesn't, he'll ask you.
That's right.
No,
I'll
pick
pickaxe you.
I'll
Yeah.
pick you. He'll pick your nose.
And with that, we're out of here.
No,
So
nothing will do that.
you all have a wonderful evening.
Yeah.